Chapter 945. Holy Land of Players. Under. The holy city of Titan was not like other cities. As soon as Feng and the others emerged from the teleportation hall, they were stunned by what they saw. Buildings that were hundreds of meters tall had been erected all over the city, looking very much like a modern city. Various lifestyle NPCs roamed about the streets. In God's Domain's NPC cities, players did not often encounter master lifestyle NPCs. Here, however, it was hard not to. Yet, the mana density was the most shocking aspect of the city. Just by standing on the street, everyone felt an indescribable serenity. Their minds were astonishingly clear. This is a fantastic place to rest. This is a perfect place to relax and unwind after an exhausting day in the real world. Aqua Rose muttered to herself as she inhaled the pleasant air. Even a dark player like Bloodsucker found himself nodding in agreement. Alright, snap out of it. Let's investigate the Lifestyle Association first, Feng said, chuckling at his companion's reactions. In the past, many people had dreamed of vacationing in Titan City. Unfortunately, very few could afford such a luxury. Following which, the team rode an advanced horse carriage and headed for Titan City's Lifestyle Association. There were 3 buildings that stood out in Titan City, and one was the Lifestyle Association's floating island. Titan City's 10 saints had created this special island and suspended it above the city's western area. Players could take the floating elevator in the spire to reach the island. When Yulan and the others saw the massive island above the 400-meter-tall spire, they fell silent. Yulan had initially assumed that the Lifestyle Association in Titan City would only be slightly better than those in Kingdom's and Empire's capital cities. Now, however, it would seem that there were more differences than she had thought. Calling this Lifestyle Association the Holy Land for lifestyle players was an exaggeration. Feng could not help but smile at Yulan's shock. In the past, even Grandmaster lifestyle players had dreamed of visiting the holy city of Titan, and not without reason. Upon entering the spire, Yulan immediately approached an NPC to inquire about this place. "Hello, miss. How may I help you today?" The metal robot, which stood over 3 meters tall, asked from behind the front desk. "I wish to rent a workshop. Can you give me an introduction?" Yulan asked. Immediately, the front desk robot began to explain the various workshops available. However, the NPC robot's introduction was very brief. It conveyed far less information than what Feng knew. Even so, it was shocking enough the first time players heard it. The Lifestyle Association was divided into 3 areas, namely the lower layer, the middle layer, and the upper layer. The lower layer referred to the spire area. Workshops ranging from basic to special rank were found there. However, unlike the workshops in other NPC cities, the mana density in these was much higher. The special workshop here was even superior to the basic meditation room in 3-star shops. Of course, its rental was very expensive. Renting an advanced workshop for 1 day cost 10 gold, while special workshops cost 25 gold per day. This was an astronomical amount to ordinary lifestyle players. Meanwhile, the middle layer referred to the ordinary buildings on the floating island. The island had various research rooms, ranging from basic to advanced rank, but not limited. Research rooms were different from workshops in which they stored large amounts of data that players could use to research and invent their own designs. It was commonly known that, to reach the rank of master, lifestyle players needed to create their own items. Moreover, they needed to create relatively high-ranking items. This was far more difficult than producing an item from an existing design. With these research rooms, advanced lifestyle players would have a much higher chance of becoming a master lifestyle player. It was also precisely this reason that the holy city of Titan had been known as the Holy Land for lifestyle players. In the past, countless lifestyle players had spent hundreds of gold to get a slot into the holy city. However, no guild would be foolish enough to sell their slots. Only those top-class adventurer teams would sell entrance tokens. However, the various guilds normally bought these tokens. Independent lifestyle players had no hope of obtaining their own. Of course, with such high benefits, the research room's rent wasn't cheap. A basic research room alone cost 200 gold per day, though players of any status could rent one. As for the intermediate research rooms, each cost 500 gold per day. Moreover, one needed to be an honorary citizen to rent these rooms. Furthermore, loaning the room to others was forbidden. At advanced rank, the research room cost 1,200 gold per day. Only Titan City's nobles were allowed access to these rooms. This was one of the reasons that Feng had been desperate for the Holy City's reputation points. Without sufficient reputation, he couldn't rent an advanced research room regardless of how much money he had. In reality, even without the reputation requirement, the rental cost was enough to deter most guilds at this stage of the game. However, if one calculated the costs carefully, they would realize how inexpensive the rooms were. If a guild nurtured a master lifestyle player as a result of renting one of these extortionate research rooms, that player could bring the guild far more profit than the rental costs. Above the middle layer area was the sacred tower in the island's center. Only players who were major nobles in Titan City were allowed to enter the tower. As far as Feng knew, the players that had access to the sacred tower had been as rare as a phoenix's feather in the past. Most of them had been Grandmaster lifestyle players, standing at the peak of God's domain's lifestyle players. As for what the sacred tower contained, even Feng didn't know. As the NPC robot introduced the Lifestyle Association's various benefits, everyone, except for Feng, gasped. NPCs are really skilled thieves. Even Bloodsucker and White Knight, people who had paid no attention to lifestyle classes, were shocked by the research room's prices. Renting an advanced research room for a day cost as much as an epic item. Even super guilds couldn't afford this. Yulan paled upon hearing the NPC robot's explanation. Even the workshop's rent was astonishing. If she calculated the cost of nurturing 20 lifestyle players, each person could spend 6 days in Titan City. If she allowed all 20 to use special workshops, the rent alone would cost 3,000 gold. After factoring in the material costs, the total would even endanger a first-rate guild. Furthermore, she would have to use her own money, and there was still no guarantee that all 20 players would reach advanced rank within those 6 days. Chapter 946, Magic Light Set. Under. While Yolan's head ached over how much it would cost to nurture advanced lifestyle players, Feng wandered to the sales counter. Aside from renting workshops, lifestyle associations also sold designs and recipes for the various lifestyle classes. Titan City's Lifestyle Association was no exception. Moreover, compared to the other lifestyle associations in kingdoms and empires, Titan City's designs were more valuable. Reaching Titan City was not easy. By focusing her attention on nurturing advanced lifestyle players, Yulan missed Titan City's true value. Like Blackwing City, Titan City sold many exclusive items. One could say that these items were Titan City's specialties. However, players needed to explore to learn more. "Sir, how may I help you?" the NPC robot standing behind the counter asked. "I wish to purchase forging designs," Feng stated. "Understood. Here is the information you've requested," the NPC robot responded before passing Feng a list. It was a list of the available forging designs. Elsewhere, one would be hard-pressed to find an NPC selling secret silver equipment forging designs. Here, however, purchasing one was easy. Meanwhile, Feng eyed the Magic Light Set equipment forging design, which was unique to Titan City. This was one of the top-ranking sets among level 50 set equipment. Due to the system's evolution, level 50 had become a great divide for players. Not only could players begin class-changing to their Tier 2 classes, but equipment would also receive huge attribute increases. Moreover, level 50 and above monsters had significantly reduced drop rates. Currently, even Guild Elite players strutted around in the latest fine gold equipment. However, once players reached level 50, this would no longer be possible. Even secret silver equipment would become a luxury, much less fine gold rank. As a result, Forger's status would rise exponentially. The Magic Light Set could be divided into 3 ranks: Secret Silver, Fine Gold, and Dark Gold. Titan City's Lifestyle Association sold the forging designs for all 3 ranks. This was a benefit that no other lifestyle association offered. Of course, their prices were maddeningly high. The secret silver rank forging design cost 300 gold, the fine gold design cost 900 gold, and the dark gold design cost 3,000 gold. The dark gold design cost as much as an epic weapon. Among the three, any player could purchase the secret silver version, while honorary citizens or higher could buy the fine gold rank. As for the dark gold version, one needed to be a Titan City noble to buy their own. However, there was one detestable fact about the designs and recipes available in Titan City. They could neither be sold or traded to other players once they had been purchased. Hence, even if non-lifestyle players earned sufficient Titan City reputation, they would not be able to profit from the city's designs and recipes. Of course, Feng also had no intention of reselling the magic light set forging design. Even if he could, other forgers would struggle to craft the set. After all, the set's required core material was a mana stone. Even in 100-man large-scale team dungeons, mana stones rarely dropped. Producing weapons or equipment with one was incredibly expensive. Their production volume would also be limited. Furthermore, the set's forging success rate wasn't high. The magic light set had 6 set pieces. At secret silver rank, forging the set needed a minimum of 6 mana stones, with each set piece requiring 1. At fine gold rank, the amount of required mana stones tripled. At the dark gold rank, the cost rose to insane heights as the set required a minimum of 60 mana stones. The epic treasure chest that Phoenix Rain had obtained had only needed 88 mana stones to open. Even so, Phoenix Rain had given up on the treasure chest due to how much time and effort it would take to acquire 88 mana stones. As for Feng, even with the Philosopher's Stone, he needed to invest 50 magic crystals to synthesize 1 mana stone. Based on market value, each mana stone cost 10 gold to produce. Fortunately, magic crystals were not a problem for Feng. Feng only regretted that he couldn't purchase the dark gold rank design. If he could equip the plate armor classes of Zero Wing's main force with the level 50 dark gold ranked magic light set, the team would be invincible. Unfortunately, this dream would remain a dream. In his previous life, even after players had reached level 50, first-rate guilds' main forces had been lucky if they wore a few pieces of fine gold equipment. Level 50 fine gold set equipment was nothing more than a dream. Following which, Feng spent 900 gold to purchase the fine gold ranked magic light set equipment forging design. After the team had spent several hours strolling around Titan City, Yulan and Warwolf returned to White River City and started preparing their lifestyle players and required funds. Feng did not linger, either, as he also led his team back to White River City. Although Feng had wanted to complete a few reputation quests before he left, the Candlelight trading firm could no longer wait. The trading firm desperately needed advanced lifestyle players. They also had to face the issue of manufacturing the bronze mounts. He could not afford to waste much time in the Holy City. While Feng had been gone, many changes had occurred in White River City. Not only had the tension of the Abyss invasion alleviated, but more players had also gathered in the city. Currently, the city's streets were packed with players. This looked nothing like a city in decline. Why are there suddenly so many outsiders here? Aqua Rose was slightly surprised by the scene that had greeted her. Although Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm's recruitment campaigns had attracted quite a few of players to White River City, they hadn't attracted this many. She could even see guild players from other kingdoms and empires. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person surprised by this development. White Knight and Bloodsucker were also stunned. Players generally gathered in a city's center. Yet rather than heading towards the central district, the players arriving through the teleportation hall rushed towards White River City's slums. Regardless of which city, players avoided the slums. Yet the opposite was occurring in White River City. While players flooded the city, White River City's guilds were in an uproar. They had all believed that White River City had been finished. Even if Zero Wing tried to utilize its recruitment campaign to increase the city's population, no one could change its fate. However, a new building had appeared in the city's slums, and it had changed everything. Chapter 947, Mysterious Shop. Undercore. Chapter 947, Mysterious Shop. The moment Feng left the teleportation hall, He saw dozens of 100-man teams rushing towards the slums. A few among them immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding players. The reason for such attention was these teams' all-female composition. There was not a single man among them. Such situations seldom occurred in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the woman leading these teams was also extraordinary. The woman was dressed in a set of crimson mage robes that gave off a faint impression of scorching flames. In her hand, she held a silvery white crystal staff that constantly drew the ambient mana, causing illusions to appear around it. She was even level 40, a level which could rank her at the very top even in empires. However, compared to her dazzling equipment and level, her appearance and bearing held an even greater attraction for the surrounding players. She carried herself as if she was the empress of this space. One could not help but want to submit oneself to her rule. Huh? Doesn't that guild emblem belong to the 100 Flowers Palace of the Dark Knight Empire? Lucky. I actually got to see the Frostflame goddess Cleansed Rue. This trip to White River City was definitely worth the money. When the male players on the street saw Cleansed Rue, they all fell into a reverie. The title of Frostflame Goddess was not one that Cleansed Rue had long possessed. Cleansed Rue herself was a female player who had become famous in God's domain just recently. However, due to her superb combat power and beautiful appearance, many male players treated her as a goddess. The reason why Cleansed Rue was known as the Frostflame Goddess was her extreme skill in fire and ice spells, which she had used to defeat over a dozen well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. Recently, she had even triumphed over the guild leader of a first-rate guild, her victory instantly solidifying her guild's rule over Silver Pine City, the 7th most populous city in the Dark Knight Empire. After that famous battle, she received the rank of 173rd in the latest update of the God's Domain Experts list. Meanwhile, aside from the 100 Flowers Palace, Feng also spotted many teams belonging to other first-rate guilds. With just a single glance, he already noted 4 first-rate guilds, an impossible sight even in Starmoon City. Guild leader, I'll carry out an investigation right away. Aqua Rose hurriedly whispered to Feng. She too found this situation perplexing. She was prepared to head to the slums personally to find out just what was capable of attracting the interest of so many large guilds. No need, Feng said, shaking his head. But there are so many guilds coming here. Aqua Rose was somewhat surprised that Feng would actually have so little interest in such a huge incident. All of this is part of my plan. Zero Wings members just need to watch from the sidelines, Feng explained secretly. Don't let others know of this matter. Before he headed to Titan City, he had sent Melancholic Smile to purchase some lands in the slums on the sly. The guilds and players in White River City paid practically no attention to the city's slums, and nearly all of the lands there were still ownerless. Hence, these lands were very cheap and easy to purchase. After purchasing the lands, he had constructed a shop there. He then had Melancholic Smile set up the teleportation magic array inside the shop. The location tied to the magic array was the teleportation point he had previously set up at the Twin Towers Kingdom. After that was done, he had hired a group of high-intelligence NPCs to manage the shop as well as ordered them to keep any information regarding the shop an absolute secret. To outsiders, all information regarding the shop would only appear as unknown, preventing players from finding out if an NPC or a player owned the shop. Afterwards, he had Melancholic Smile spread rumors of a shop that had appeared in the slums of White River City. A shop with a teleportation array that could send players directly to the Twin Towers Kingdom, where players could freely kill low-level abyssal monsters to earn honor points. After that was done, he just needed to wait patiently for things to develop on their own. The ancient abyssal book was simply too dangerous. He absolutely could not allow others to find out he possessed the book. It would be very easy for others to make a connection between the teleportation array and the ancient abyssal book. Although not many should know about the secret of the abyssal book at the moment, Feng did not wish to take any risks. Keeping his identity hidden while earning money through the collection of teleportation fees would be much safer. As an extra precaution, he didn't set up a teleportation shop in just White River City. Cities in the Black Dragon Empire and the Purple Thorns Kingdom also had them. All countries affected by the Abyss invasion had such shops set up in them. Only the teleportation fees charged in these two countries were much higher than White River cities. As a result, ordinary players who could not afford frequent teleportations would choose to come to White River City instead. However, Feng never expected that, in less than a day's time, so many people would have already come to White River City. Moreover, everyone was highly interested in killing the abyssal monsters in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Aqua Rose was briefly stunned when she heard Feng's explanation. She was very curious about what method Feng had used to attract so many players and guilds. Although she did not investigate, she still managed to catch the gist of the situation from conversations of players on the streets. This sudden development greatly tempted the members of Feng's team. Currently, if one were to point out what the players of God's domain were most interested in, the first would have to be mounts, while coming in second would be the new class. Although the official game developers had only given a brief introduction of the new class, the strength of this new class was simply unbelievable. It was definitely the top pick for players who loved both melee and ranged battles. Growing impatient, White Knight and his group said their goodbyes to Feng and directly rushed towards the slums. However, before White Knight left, he also sent Feng a friend request. Through this trip to Titan City, Owl's relationship with Zero Wing had deepened further. After White Knight's group left, Bloodsucker's group also grew hesitant. Originally, they had planned to awe Zero Wing with their ability, making Zero Wing aware of the Raven Guild's power, so that they could negotiate from a stronger position later on. However, after seeing Zero Wing's performance today, Bloodsucker's confidence was severely shaken. It would have been fine if their party was inferior to Feng alone, yet the ones that surpassed them in damage dealing were not just 2 or 3 people. After such an unsightly performance, Bloodsucker would find it very difficult to negotiate for a higher price. However, he was also somewhat reluctant to settle for just 20%. If he returned to the guild with such a poor result, the upper echelon would no doubt hold him accountable for it. Had he known that Zero Wing's main force was actually this strong, he never would have chosen to have his party perform alongside Zero Wing's main force. After arriving at the reception room of Zero Wing's residence, the assassin Kirin could not help but look at Bloodsucker and ask, "Boss Blood, what should we do now?" As a member of Raven, he always held the guild in high esteem. He looked down on even super guilds. However, after witnessing Feng's horrific strength, for the first time ever, he felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Before, they had confidently declared their strength to Feng. Now, however, they were nothing more than jokes. "I don't have any ideas either. Let's just contact the guild leader for now," Bloodsucker replied, shaking his head. If possible, he really wished he could stop his past self from speaking so boldly. At the very least, he wouldn't be at a complete loss for words right now. Chapter 948. Rapid Development. Updated by Novelful. Due to the presence of the teleportation shop, a large number of players had gathered at White River City. In less than a day, White River City's player population skyrocketed past Starmoon cities, becoming the most populous city in Starmoon Kingdom. As soon as Feng returned to Zero Wing's residence, he received the statistics reports made by the guild members. These statistics drew on the latest information gathered from White River City's City Hall. Just recently, White River City's player population broke past 6 million. A large majority of the capital cities of the kingdoms in God's domain did not even possess such a large population. In reality, though, most of these newcomers had migrated from various cities in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, as a byproduct of the flood of players, the Candlelight trading firm's business flourished. Even the quality of the players Zero Wing recruited continued to rise. Originally, the guild had lowered its recruitment criteria significantly in consideration of its expansion plans towards the Black Dragon Empire and the Twin Towers Kingdom. However, with the player population of White River City skyrocketing, Zero Wing had no choice but to gradually raise its recruitment criteria again. Even so, Zero Wing still managed to recruit over 10,000 players in less than a day. Such a number might not be a lot to large guilds, but Zero Wing walked the path of the elite. The overall strength of these 10,000 new recruits could easily surpass the 50,000 new recruits of other guilds. Due to this sudden increase in members, Aqua Rose was swamped with work as soon as she returned to the residence. She needed to arrange these newcomers right away into parties and teams as well as assign them dungeons to raid. Unlike independent players, guild players could not raid dungeons as they wished. Their team members would also change frequently. Generally, Zero Wings guild teams consisted of a mix of veterans and new members. Such a combination allowed newcomers to get their equipment up to standards and integrate themselves into the guild quickly. Having veteran members guiding newcomers also gave Aqua Rose a better grasp of the strengths and weaknesses of these newcomers. After gaining a sufficient understanding, she would then have to assign them to more appropriate teams. Guild leader, at our current recruitment rate, if we don't move some members to other cities soon, our guild members' levels will lag behind other first-rate guilds before long. Aqua Rose had a huge headache when she looked at the report in her hands. Due to the Abyss invasion, abyssal monsters now occupied many high-resource areas in Starmoon Kingdom. This situation had severely affected the leveling speed of Zero Wings guild members. The recruitment of so many players meant that leveling speed would become even slower. I understand. Start making the necessary arrangements to send 50,000 members to develop at the Black Dragon Empire's Lake Heart City. During this period, I'll try to have the guild residence at Lake Heart City constructed as quickly as possible. Once it's ready, they can use the guild transfer scroll to teleport there directly. Feng also understood Zero Wing's current predicament. However, he also did not have a better solution. This was the problem with an upstart guild without any foundations. It was especially so for a guild that had developed as rapidly as Zero Wing had. Unlike other guilds that had already existed for several, or even dozens of years, Zero Wing did not possess the luxury of starting its development in multiple cities. These long-established guilds could simply split a large and unexpected influx of new members among the various cities under their influence. Upon hearing Feng's decision, Aqua Rose immediately started making the necessary preparations. It was going to be a huge job to decide which teams they would send over to the new branch guild. Seeing how busy Aqua Rose was, Feng suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Although Zero Wing was gradually moving towards the top of God's domain, management of the entire guild depended mainly on Aqua Rose alone. Moreover, management of the guild involved the core secrets of the guild. He could not assign the job to some random person he did not trust. Although he wanted to help out, he was already bogged down with his own matters. Meanwhile, Fire Dance needed to manage the guild's main force, while Blackie had to deal with the matters of the workshop. Suddenly, Feng discovered that he had nobody he could put to use. At this moment, the various flaws of an upstart guild were quickly coming to light. It seems that I'll need to find some trustworthy managers. Feng had already considered this matter before. Although he had thought of having some of the core members manage the guild, none of them were particularly suited for the role. Moreover, all of them were busy improving themselves. After all, Zero Wing's internal competition was extremely intense. If one wanted to receive better treatment, they needed to earn it with their own strength. Anyhow, he had already set his sights on a suitable candidate. Liang Jing. During this period, he had occasionally let Liang Jing handle some matters relating to Zero Wing's workshop, and she always dealt with them excellently. She was much more amazing than even Feng himself, someone who had served as the guild leader of a second-rate guild for many years. Not only was she knowledgeable, but she was also very efficient. Blackie would even often seek guidance from her on various problems. If he could have Liang Jing manage the guild, she would lighten Aqua Rose's burden as well. At the very least, Aqua Rose would not try to run away as soon as she saw him the way she did right now. However, there was one problem with having Liang Jing manage Zero Wing. Liang Jing was an employee of the Big Dipper Training Center. The guild's manager needed to be someone from Zero Wing. It seems I'll need to find time to have a chat with Liang Jing. When Feng considered the guild's present situation as well as the problems that would crop up in the future, he felt an even greater need to poach Liang Jing. While experts were necessary for a guild to develop, managers were similarly important. Otherwise, it would simply be impossible to operate a guild with so many members. In truth, aside from Liang Jing, he had another candidate in mind. White Knight. White Knight was strong not only in combat, but also leadership capability, if not stronger. When they were fighting against the demonic Ape King, he had led the members of the team as if they were his own arms and legs. Even Feng had no choice but to admit defeat against him in that regard. In the past, under White Knight's management, Owl had gradually grown into one of the top adventurer teams in God's domain, an existence on par with the Midnight Tea Party. One could see just how capable White Knight was from this feat. If Feng could recruit White Knight into Zero Wing would definitely rise by another level. However, Feng could only take it slowly regarding White Knight's matter. In the past, White Knight had rejected even the offers of super guilds without hesitation. Zero Wing would not fare any better at the moment. After Feng finished dealing with the various guild affairs, he hurried to the reception room of the residence. Sorry for the wait. Feng apologized when he saw Bloodsucker, who had been waiting for him for quite some time now. It's fine. I've also just received instructions from our guild leader, Bloodsucker said. May I know if Elder Yi Feng has some time to spare right now? Time? Feng stared at him, somewhat confused by this question. Before giving a reply, Bloodsucker took in a deep breath. In a very serious tone, he then said, Our guild leader wishes to have a personal chat with you and hopes that you can come meet him. After reporting Zero Wing's information back to the guild, he had been shocked to hear that Raven's guild leader wanted to meet with Feng. Kirin had also been surprised by this news. Less than 10 people in the entire Raven Guild had ever seen the guild leader's appearance before. Even Kirin himself had never personally met the guild leader, his conversations with the man limited to voice calls. However, just the means displayed by the guild leader so far had already inspired a worshipful mentality towards him and everyone in the guild. Hence, Kirin found it truly inconceivable that their guild leader was actually willing to meet personally with Feng. Chapter 949, Entrance Token. _. Updated by Novelful. Com right now? Feng asked, feeling somewhat curious as he looked at Bloodsucker. The guild leader of Raven, Bloodfang, was a mysterious existence in God's domain. Even in the past, Feng had only heard of the man's name. He had never seen a picture of the man. Yet now the high and mighty guild leader Bloodfang had suddenly asked to meet him. If this situation had happened in the past, it would definitely trigger a huge commotion. Yes. Our guild leader has said that some things cannot be expressed in words. It will be more convincing if you see them with your own eyes, Bloodsucker explained, nodding. Back when Bloodsucker heard guild leader Bloodfang's request to meet, he himself had been shocked. As a top-tier expert of the Raven Guild as well as an upper manager of Raven, he had only ever spoken with the mysterious guild leader of Raven through voice calls. To date, he had never personally met the man. For an outsider like Feng to actually receive an invitation to meet for a discussion, one could see just how much importance the guild leader placed on Zero Wing. This situation made even Bloodsucker envy Feng slightly. Alright then. This reason is indeed tempting. Feng was also very curious as to what Bloodfang wanted to show him. However, I still need to deal with some matters first, before I can follow you all. It'll take me a few hours roughly to finish. No problem. Guild leader has already said that he is willing to wait for Elder Yi Feng's visit. Bloodsucker unconsciously breathed out a sigh of relief when he heard Feng agreeing to the meeting. The guild leader had already stated that he wanted to meet with Feng no matter what. Moreover, the sooner, the better. It would be best if they could meet before the match between the Azura battle team and the Evil Dragons battle team. Although he did not understand why guild leader Bloodfang was in such a hurry, he did not try to delve into the man's thoughts. Following which, Bloodsucker left Zero Wing's residence, intending to stroll around the city while waiting for Feng to tie up his matters. Meanwhile, at the slums of White River City, the originally desolate streets of the area were currently packed with a sea of players. Well-equipped 100-man teams loitered everywhere, the members of these teams all wearing discontented expressions. Just how long are we supposed to wait? We've already been waiting for over half an hour here already. Half an hour? Our team has already been waiting for nearly an hour already. The various teams gazed helplessly at the simple house in the distance. While this house looked very simple, it contained the teleportation array that could send players straight to the heart of the Twin Towers Kingdom. However, the number of players this teleportation array could accommodate at a single time was limited, while the number of players wishing to earn honor points was a lot. Before long, the queue to use the teleportation array had already meandered through several streets. Among the teams waiting to use the teleportation array, a beautiful woman riding atop a black panther looked towards the level 39 female assassin who had just run up to her, and asked, "Frozen, what did you manage to find out?" This black panther was over 2 meters tall, and looked just like a large-scale jeep. It was a very eye-catching sight on the street. However, compared to this black panther, its owner commanded even more respect. The beauty riding atop the black panther was none other than the vice guild leader of the 100 Flowers Palace, Cleansed Rue. "I've already checked everything. All nearby lands suitable for constructing a guild residence have already been bought by someone. In addition, the few strategic locations that can be used to set up a store have similarly been bought by someone." The assassin named Frozen Pearl reported softly. "These people sure move quickly. Have you found out who bought them?" Cleansed Rue frowned slightly. After receiving news of this teleportation shop, she had immediately gathered a team and hurried over. She had even prepared a large sum of money to construct a guild residence in White River City. This way, their guild members would not have to waste money on exorbitant teleportation fees, and could simply teleport to White River City using the guild transfer scroll. The new class would be very beneficial to their guild in future struggles. Hence, they need to nurture a large number of this new class. Moreover, aside from exchanging for a new class, honor points also had other uses. There were only benefits to be had from grinding abyssal monsters. The only problem was the teleportation fee. The Dark Knight Empire where their guild was based was somewhat distant from Starmoon Kingdom. They had spent several hundred gold just to transport 300 players to White River City. If their guild were to send thousands of players over, the expenditure would definitely reach frightening proportions. Nevertheless, if their guild wished to have an advantage at the Twin Towers Kingdom, it was naturally better to send as many members over as possible. Hence, it was imperative for them to establish a guild residence in White River City. "I have yet to find out. The buyers have all kept their identities hidden," Frozen Pearl replied, shaking her head. "They've hidden their identities?" Cleansed Rue smiled. "Send some people to these locations to leave a message saying that our 100 Flowers Palace sincerely wishes to purchase guild residence land, and that we hope they can contact us. If there are any movements from those landowners, notify me immediately." Generally speaking, any guild that managed to secure these lands would be more than eager to boast about their successful acquisitions. They definitely would not conceal it. Since the owners of these lands chose to keep their identities a secret, that meant that they had purchased these lands not for personal use but for resale. Their silence also showed that they were still waiting for the right price. Although Cleansed Rue did not know who would possess such great insight to actually discern the value of these lands so quickly, she had no intention of wasting time waiting for these landowners to sell these lands. Currently, the sooner they obtained nearby guild land, the sooner they would be able to dispatch more guild members to the Twin Towers Kingdom. Even if the price was astronomical, she needed to purchase the land as expeditiously as possible. "Understood." Frozen Pearl nodded. She then led her subordinates to the nearby lands that were suitable for constructing a guild residence. Inside one of the basic meditation rooms of the Candlelight trading firm, all intermediate and advanced lifestyle players of the firm were currently gathered. Several hundred players were present in the room. These players made up a large portion of the intermediate and advanced lifestyle players in the entire Starmoon Kingdom. This was especially true for the advanced lifestyle players. Nowadays, the various large guilds throughout God's domain were placing more and more importance on lifestyle players. Currently, the treatment an advanced lifestyle player received was already on the level of core members. At this moment, however, All these advanced lifestyle players were quietly seated at one side, all of them unconsciously holding their breaths as they looked with yearning at the black iron tokens placed on the table. These tokens were none other than the entrance tokens Feng had obtained from Titan City. Chapter 950. Competition between trading firms. I've already explained the purpose of these Titan City entrance tokens, Feng said as he toyed with the entrance token in his hand. He then took a look at the crowd before him, feeling very satisfied with the eagerness they all displayed. So what will your decisions be? He had sacrificed plenty in order to obtain these entrance tokens. He had used even his most treasured Tier 4 magic scroll. In the past, each Titan City entrance token had sold for over 300 gold at auction, the token's price sometimes reaching even 600 gold. It was not something ordinary players could afford. Moreover, even if they managed to obtain it, they still needed sufficient funds for expenditures in Titan City. Otherwise, there would be no point in visiting the Holy City. Generally, large guilds were willing to purchase the entrance tokens for a high price only if they were trying to get an advanced lifestyle player to the master rank, or have some lifestyle master produce a new creation. Sending lifestyle players of intermediate rank and below to the Holy City would just be a colossal waste. However, Feng couldn't care less now. It was simply impossible for current lifestyle players to reach the master rank. Even with the aid of the research room, there was no way a forging genius like Cream Coco could become a master forger within a short time. Achieving the master rank required all lifestyle classes to produce original creations. To do so, one needed extensive knowledge of all sorts of materials. The glimmer chestplate Feng had managed to create early on was merely the result of dumb luck. If he had to create a new piece of equipment right now, the likelihood of success was practically nil. Just creating the bronze-ranked glimmer chestplate was already a miracle. Not to mention, the quality of the items one needed to produce to become a master was much higher. To become a master forger, aside from needing a ton of forging proficiency, one also needed to create 3 mysterious iron items and 1 secret silver item. Hence, the number of players who could successfully become a lifestyle master was extremely low, less than 1 out of 100 advanced lifestyle players. It was precisely because of this reason that the Holy City of Titan had become holy ground for lifestyle players in the past. Countless advanced lifestyle players dreamed of entering the Holy City to further their careers. The various large guilds also tried to purchase the entrance tokens at all costs. Anyone who managed to become a lifestyle master would become a core component of the trading firm they belonged to. After all, lifestyle masters could produce items unique to themselves. Moreover, one's success at becoming a master also proved that their research into the various materials related to their class had already reached a certain level. In the future, they would have a much easier time producing new items, and thus plenty of opportunities to make money. Hence, the various large guilds had treated master rank players with great respect. Well, melancholic smile urged in a stern tone as she looked at the lifestyle players before her. Tapping the contract placed on the table, she continued, "If you wish to improve yourselves further, you'll have to sign this contract. Otherwise, the trading firm definitely will not give this precious opportunity to you. But if we sign this contract, it'll be equivalent to us selling ourselves to Candlelight. We won't have any chances to leave Candlelight at all in the future. Moreover, you are even requiring us to go full-time. We need some time to consider this matter properly." A few intermediate lifestyle players voiced their opinions. In their eyes, God's domain was only a game. If they fully dedicated their lives to God's domain, who would guarantee that they wouldn't starve to death in the future? In addition, the conditions listed in the contract were extremely demanding. The contract barred its signatories from working elsewhere within the next decade. They wouldn't even be able to delete their accounts and start all over again. As this was a system-enforced contract, unless they decided to stop playing God's domain altogether, there was no escaping these conditions. Moreover, even if they chose to work elsewhere a decade later, they needed to first delete their accounts before doing so. I won't force you. However, you all must understand that it was extremely difficult to obtain these tokens. If you spend only half a day's time in God's domain, you will simply be wasting these tokens. Not to mention, if you suddenly decide to just up and leave later on, wouldn't all those resources I have invested into you go to waste? You all should know that any resource capable of helping you further advance your skills is priceless in God's domain. There might not be another opportunity after it is used up. The contract already states very clearly that after you go full-time, you will enjoy benefits equivalent to the core members of Zero Wing. Aside from a monthly salary of 10,000 credits, you will also receive commissions for the items you produce. I believe that you all aren't signing this contract just for that little bit of income, right? You should know very well that the treatment offered by Candlelight is also at the very top of the industry. I am a busy person. 10 minutes. I will only give you all 10 minutes to consider. Feng also understood the concerns these people had. Even so, they still had to sign the contract if they wanted to receive the opportunity to visit Titan City. Moreover, he had already presented them with very generous conditions. The offers of other guilds simply could not compare to the resources he could provide. If the advanced lifestyle players of other guilds had a 1% chance of becoming a master, then those on his side had a 5% chance at the very least. In the past, as Shadow was a small guild, it had not placed a lot of restrictive conditions on the advanced lifestyle players it hired. In the end, after investing a large quantity of resources into these people, those who managed to become masters simply up and left for other guilds, and there was nothing Shadow could do to stop them from leaving. There were just too many headhunters in God's domain. As the importance of lifestyle players grew, the conditions offered by these poachers would likewise improve. Nobody could guarantee that these lifestyle players would not fall prey to the temptations. Moreover, based on the investigations he had asked Aqua Rose to carry out, quite a few advanced lifestyle players of the Candlelight trading firm had already received overtures from headhunters. He did not wish to risk such an important matter on the morality of these lifestyle players. Right. I forgot to mention this before, but not everyone present will be qualified to sign the contract. You'll have to look for melancholic and take a test first, Feng said as he looked at the silent advanced lifestyle players. Also, you lot aren't the only ones allowed to take the test. Melancholic, notify everyone in the trading firm. Tell them that, as long as they pass the test and sign the contract, they will have the qualifications to use the meditation room in the future. Other guilds might have difficulty nurturing advanced lifestyle players, but to the Candlelight trading firm, this was an easy feat to accomplish. Other guilds might find advanced lifestyle players rare, but not him. The intermediate lifestyle players of other guilds would have long since reached the advanced rank had they joined the Candlelight trading firm. After all, the Candlelight trading firm was the first to possess special workshops. The trading firm also had a large number of rare designs. If these people weren't willing to sign the contract, he would rather place his resources on lower-ranked lifestyle players. Chapter 951, Super First-Rate Forger. While Feng was holding a meeting with the lifestyle players of the Candlelight trading firm, Heaven's Burial was also having a meeting at Starmoon City. Among the participants of the meeting were several middle-aged people dressed in plain clothing, aside from a large group of well-equipped expert players. The levels of these middle-aged people were only in the low 30s. The aura that combat experts usually exuded was also absent from these people. On the contrary, they gave off a dull and strict feeling. However, nobody present in the venue looked down on these people. Rather, everyone looked at them with deep reverence. Uncle Seven, you are simply too amazing. I never thought that you would actually manage to recruit these people. The cleric Flameblood said in admiration as he looked at the middle-aged man named Seven Treasures. With this, our guild will definitely rise rapidly. You're giving me too much credit. I simply followed the guild leader's orders to bring them here. Seven Treasures chuckled as he waved his hand. It was guild leader who managed to persuade them? I heard that these people had rejected even the invitations of super guilds, Flameblood said, a look of surprise appearing on his face. While he had known that Singular Burial had been secretly trying to poach the advanced lifestyle players of various guilds before, he had considered it a futile effort. Currently, advanced lifestyle players were like treasures to any guild. Not only did they receive excellent benefits, but they were also subject to a series of restrictive conditions binding them to their respective guilds. These players would not easily defect to Heaven's Burial. However, after seeing these few middle-aged men and women sitting before him, he now realized he had assumed wrong. The virtual gaming world had developed for over 100 years already. Aside from well-known experts and super guilds leaving their names behind in the annals of history, there were also plenty of amazing lifestyle players. These people had relied on lifestyle classes to become famous in the virtual gaming world, and their fame was not one bit inferior to that of top-tier experts. Although there would be some differences between the lifestyle classes of different virtual reality games, those capable of domination in a virtual reality game would perform mainly the same even if they switched to a different game. Aside from that, the middle-aged men and women present were among the best lifestyle players in multiple virtual reality games, and any professional gamer who walked the path of lifestyle classes would know of them. Now that lifestyle classes were becoming increasingly important in God's domain, these several masters had become even more difficult to hire than top-tier experts. Yet Heaven's Burial had managed to recruit these people. With them aboard, Flameblood was certain of one thing. From today onwards, things were going to change in Starmoon Kingdom. The Candlelight trading firm, which had remained the dominant trading firm within the kingdom all this time, would soon be history. Heaven's Burial had an abundance of capital. In addition, they also had a steady source of magic crystals. Just the number of cities the heavenly trading firm covered right now already surpassed the Candlelight trading firms greatly. Currently, it was only lacking in advanced lifestyle players and popular exclusive products when compared to Candlelight. Once the heavenly trading firm dealt with these problems, becoming the #1 trading firm in Starmoon Kingdom would be a piece of cake. Daybreak, how is the progress of the quest on your side? Asked Singular Burial, who was seated on the guild leader's throne. We're almost done. At most, we'll need another 2 days' time to obtain the shop promotion order, Daybreak Fog said confidently. Good. As long as we obtain this promotion order, the heavenly trading firm will be able to secure its foothold in Starmoon Kingdom. When the time comes, we'll be relying on you several masters, Singular Burial said, turning to look at the middle-aged men and women seated at a corner. As long as you accomplish what you've promised, we naturally won't disappoint you. The bespectacled middle-aged man seated in the lead of the group said very casually. At that time, not only will the heavenly trading firm become the #1 trading firm in Starmoon Kingdom, but it will also become the #1 in the Black Dragon Empire and the surrounding countries. Although the words of the man sounded very arrogant, nobody present doubted his words. After all, this man was the super first-rate forger, Lava Heart, someone known as the forging lecturer in the virtual gaming world. In the real world, he was even a famous blacksmith who specialized in producing all sorts of weapons and defensive equipment for bigwigs and martial arts masters. Please rest assured on this point. I am a man of my word, Singular Burial laughed. Inside the Candlelight trading firm. After Feng was done stating his demands, the intermediate lifestyle players, who had initially been hesitant to make a decision, started applying to take the test one after another. The basic meditation room was simply too tempting. Despite having entered the meditation room for only a short time, they could already clearly feel the benefits it provided. The mana released into the room allowed them to maintain their calm. Their concentration while inside this room was significantly better. Any player that produced items would know just how important concentration was. After the 4th evolution of God's domain, the procedures to manufacture items had become increasingly complex. The lack of fine control over one's movements when producing an item would easily result in failure. Meanwhile, having high concentration could allow players to carry out these fine movements with ease. The meditation room would definitely be able to help them further improve themselves. Are you guys really going to agree to these conditions? An advanced alchemist named Flying Fish could not help but ask as he looked at his fellow advanced lifestyle players. I believe that you guys should have received invitations from Heaven's Burial as well. The conditions they are offering are triple those of Candlelight's. Moreover, they've also promised to assign an exclusive special workshop to each of us in the future. We'll even get priority over choosing rare designs and recipes. We'll have a much better time there than at Candlelight. Why don't we all just move to Heaven's Burial's heavenly trading firm? Although the treatment Heaven's Burial is offering is indeed good, we get to learn extremely rare designs at the Candlelight trading firm. Moreover, there's even the basic meditation room available now. Not to mention, if we move to the heavenly trading firm, we'll have to start over from scratch, an advanced lifestyle player replied worriedly. What's there to worry about? Even if we start a new account, the technical skills we've accumulated will stay with us. Moreover, rare designs and recipes are becoming increasingly abundant. We'll be able to regain our lost development very quickly. Also, you shouldn't forget that the heavenly trading firm also has those several masters. Compared to fumbling around in the dark, our chances of reaching the master rank will improve significantly if we follow in their footsteps, Flying Fish said, yearning stirring in his heart when he mentioned those masters. The only reason the Candlelight trading firm could become as strong as it was now was the rare designs it had managed to obtain early on. However, after the fourth evolution of God's domain, the difficulty of making items had increased significantly. It would be very difficult for them to improve further by relying on external factors. If they could receive the guidance of those several masters hired by the heavenly trading firm, their chances of becoming true lifestyle masters would be much higher than if they continued staying at the Candlelight trading firm. Burning, why don't you follow me as well? With those masters guiding us, I believe that you'll be able to become a lifestyle master very quickly. At that time, you might even get to join the upper echelons of Heaven's Burial, Flying Fish urged the tall and thin youth standing beside him. Burning Abyss had entered the Candlelight trading firm just recently. Back then, he had only been an advanced apprentice. However, due to his great talent, he quickly managed to become an advanced engineer. In contrast, Flying Fish became an advanced alchemist only after striving for a long time. However, Burning Abyss shook his head in reply. Usually, aside from making items inside his workshop, the thing he liked doing the most was reading in libraries. In addition, he would also take a look at the information gathered by Zero Wing. From reading the gathered information, he had obtained many secrets that others did not know about, which was also one of the reasons why he had managed to improve so quickly in engineering. Previously, when he saw Feng take out the Titan City entrance tokens, his legs had nearly gone limp from shock. Although Feng had kept his explanation of the function of the entrance tokens brief, only stating that those who use it would get to train in special workshops as well as learn some rare designs and recipes, Burning Abyss knew exactly what kind of place the holy city of Titan was. That was a place known as the Holy Land. Titan City even had the research rooms that all lifestyle masters dreamed of entering. The help the research materials there could provide was many times more accurate and detailed than any guidance from a bunch of players. Are you really planning to defect to the heavenly trading firm? Burning Abyss asked seriously as he looked at Flying Fish. Of course, Flying Fish replied in a determined tone. At Flying Fish's reply, Burning Abyss could not help but sigh as he said, I advise you not to go. If you defect to the heavenly trading firm, you will definitely regret your decision today. Chapter 952, Immense Wealth. Burning, you sure know how to joke. Burning, you can't be reluctant to part with the meditation room, right? Although the basic meditation room is indeed good, there are too many advanced lifestyle players in the trading firm. We'll have to wait for a long time before our turn to use it comes. Not to mention, the meditation room simply provides very little assistance in getting us promoted to the master rank, compared to the guidance provided by those top-tier lifestyle experts. Also, rather than the current situation where super guilds look down on us, once we become masters, super guilds will beg us to join them. When the surrounding lifestyle players heard Burning Abyss's words, they could not help but start laughing. Lifestyle classes were different from combat classes. The aid that external factors could provide lifestyle players was limited. One had to rely mainly on their own techniques and experience to perform well. Meanwhile, these things required frequent practice. During the early stages of the game, the external conditions provided by the Candlelight trading firm were indeed much better compared to those of super guilds. However, the aid from these external factors stopped when a player reached the advanced rank. This was also the reason why super guilds thought little of advanced lifestyle players. After all, players relied on an abundance of resources to obtain that rank. It was a different story for lifestyle players who had reached the master rank, which was not achievable through resources alone. Burning, if you don't want to leave, so be it. Is there a need to try and scare us into staying as well? Flying Fish's expression darkened. Although he did not think that Burning Abyss's words would come true, he still felt displeased after hearing them. Regret leaving the Candlelight trading firm. He refused to believe that the basic meditation room could compete with guidance from those several masters. Moreover, he would receive much more attention and better treatment at the heavenly trading firm. With those several masters present, it was only a matter of time before the heavenly trading firm became the #1 trading firm in Starmoon Kingdom. Suit yourself. After saying so, Burning Abyss walked towards Melancholic Smile to apply for the test. The only reason he had cautioned Flying Fish was the good relationship they usually had. The Titan City entrance tokens were extremely limited. In order to nurture talents, the guild would no doubt prioritize sending intermediate lifestyle players to Titan City. The number of slots reserved for advanced lifestyle players would definitely be very few. If Flying Fish and the other advanced lifestyle players left, he would have a much better chance of getting selected to visit the Holy City. Guild Leader, just like you've speculated, for advanced classes and over 20 intermediate classes are requesting the termination of their contracts with us. Melancholic Smile said as she handed a stack of withdrawal applications to Feng. Frowning slightly, she asked, Guild Leader, are we really going to let them go? Currently, the Candlelight trading firm had a dearth of advanced lifestyle players. If they let these people go now, it would only serve to undermine the trading firm's competitiveness. Don't worry about it. Candlelight's future has no need for these people. Feng chuckled. If they wish to terminate their contracts and gift us money, I very much welcome them to do so. Zero Wing's workshop had recently recruited a large number of people and required money urgently. Since other guilds were willing to pay to poach these lifestyle players, he was more than happy to oblige them. Upon hearing Feng's words, Melancholic Smile could not help but fall speechless. Other trading firms were selling products to earn money, yet Feng was actually selling lifestyle players to earn money. However, this was also a good outcome. To begin with, those lifestyle players never had any intention of staying at Candlelight over the long run. Now, not only could they rid themselves of these leeches, but they could also make a huge profit off the termination fee while they were at it. Right, how are things on the teleportation house's side? Feng asked quietly. Based on the test I conducted, each individual needs roughly 1/5 of a magic crystal's energy to teleport from White River City to the Twin Towers Kingdom. Hence, I set the teleportation fee for White River City at 20 silver per person. The profits we've made so far already exceeds what the entire Candlelight trading firm makes in a day by a considerable margin, Melancholic Smile answered, great joy brightening her face when she spoke about the teleportation house. The Candlelight trading firm was the #1 trading firm in Starmoon Kingdom. The coins it earned in a day could make even first-rate guilds drool. Even so, the trading firm's income still paled significantly in comparison to that of the teleportation house. Deducting the daily management fees of the several NPCs, as well as the cost of the magic crystals used to fuel the teleportation array, the teleportation house had already earned over 2,000 gold after just a few hours of operation. Unfortunately, the amount of magic crystals they could obtain through the guild and purchasing from others was limited. They couldn't provide players with unrestricted use of the teleportation array. Even so, based on Melancholic Smile's calculations, they could still make a clean profit of around 5,000 gold every day. This was several times the income of the Candlelight trading firm. If super guilds were to learn of Zero Wing's daily income, they would definitely take action against Zero Wing regardless of the cost. After hearing Melancholic Smile's report, even Feng was surprised. Although he had expected the teleportation house to be extremely profitable, he never thought it would be this profitable. If not for the limited supply of magic crystals, this amount would most likely be several times higher. It was no wonder so many people had gone crazy over the ancient abyssal books in the past. It seems magic crystals will always remain a problem. The amount we can obtain by relying on just Stone Forest Town and purchases is simply too little. Feng started pondering methods to earn large amounts of magic crystals in God's domain. As players progressed further into the game, the amount of magic crystals they required would also increase. However, the sources of magic crystals in God's domain were just too few. Currently, aside from dungeons and certain hidden locations, the only other method to obtain a large amount of magic crystals was through mining magic crystal veins. However, the standard of current God's domain players made it utterly impossible for them to go to that kind of place. Sometime later, the results of those who applied to take the test inside the meditation room came out. Based on the ranks of each class, Feng chose 50 players with the highest production success rates. Among these 50 players, only 5 were advanced lifestyle players, while 20 were intermediate lifestyle players, and 25 were basic lifestyle players. The reason he had decided on such a distribution was his wish to nurture a large number of advanced lifestyle players. He had no plans of having the advanced players strive for the master rank at the moment. Moreover, even if Feng wanted to, the current advanced lifestyle players were simply incapable of doing so. As for Cream Coco's group of advanced classes, who wielded the core secrets of the guild, Feng would use the Holy City's emblem to transport them over. If he had them working in the special workshops of Titan City, they would be able to produce the mounts and strengthening devices slightly faster. The Holy City's emblem could open a transfer gate to Titan City and allow up to 10 people to pass through it. However, the emblem had a cooldown of 7 days. Although it was not as convenient as the entrance tokens, which did not possess a cooldown, it was valuable in the fact that it was reusable. It could continuously send the lifestyle players of the Candlelight trading firm to Titan City. After everyone had teleported to Titan City, Feng silently departed the trading firm. This is the Holy City of Titan. Originally, everyone had been extremely excited over the fact that they were going to get to have their own exclusive special workshop, as well as learn rare designs and recipes. However, upon entering Titan City, they were utterly shocked by the scenery of Titan City. Chapter 953, Holy Space, _ Inside Heaven's Burial's residence in Starmoon City. Guild Leader, I've just been notified that those 4 advanced lifestyle players from Candlelight have agreed to our conditions. Moreover, Candlelight isn't forcing them to stay. As long as we send the money, they'll let those 4 go. Flame Blood reported excitedly upon receiving the news. Advanced lifestyle players were currently a rare commodity to any guild. They were precious resources for guilds in the war over market dominance. Hence, the various guilds held onto their lifestyle players tightly, preventing other guilds from poaching. If a guild wanted advanced lifestyle players, it would have to start by nurturing complete novices. However, doing so was time-consuming, and it would be very hard for a trading firm to gain a competitive edge in a short time. Hence, Singular Burial had used those several masters and offered irresistible benefits. Flameblood had not expected Singular Burial's strategy to be effective enough to poach for advanced lifestyle players. This would significantly weaken the Candlelight trading firm. Moreover, even though these advanced lifestyle players' proficiency had been reset, and they had lost the designs and recipes they had learned, they still retained their experience and technical skills. With Heaven's Burial's resources, it would not take long for these players to recover the losses. This was far more cost-efficient than simply nurturing advanced lifestyle players from scratch. Black Flame really is quite interesting. While other guilds are keeping a tight leash on their advanced lifestyle players, he generously allowed 4 to walk away. It seems he is relatively confident in the Candlelight trading firm. The corners of Singular Burial's mouth twitched when he heard this news, and he could not help but admire Feng. They were talking about 4 advanced lifestyle players. After investing plenty of resources into its trading firm, Heaven's Burial had only nurtured 5 advanced lifestyle players thus far. Among them, 3 had only recently achieved their promotion. Yet, the Candlelight trading firm had abandoned for such individuals without hesitation. Guild leader, will these players be a problem? Daybreak Fog asked worriedly from the side. They shouldn't be. I spoke with all of them in secret earlier. Their item production techniques and success rates are genuine, Singular Burial said, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued. Since Candlelight is so generous, we don't need to be courteous with them. Uncle Seven, deal with this matter right away. We can't let another guild steal these people from us. With these 4 advanced lifestyle players and the 5 masters in the Heavenly Trading Firm, it wouldn't be long before the position of Starmoon Kingdom's top trading firm switched owners. Once the Heavenly Trading Firm surpassed the Candlelight Trading Firm, Heaven's Burial would have a stable source of income. At that time, Heaven's Burial could officially begin its conquest of Starmoon Kingdom. Guild leader, rest assured, I'll head over right away, Seven Treasures said. He immediately departed the meeting room and dashed towards Starmoon City's teleportation hall. On the streets of Titan City, the city's dense mana intoxicated Melancholic Smile and her companions. The mana density in this city is even higher than the basic meditation room. Melancholic Smile grew breathless when she felt the city's mana. Although the difference in mana between the basic meditation room and the special workshop seemed small, it was precisely this small difference that made it far easier for intermediate lifestyle players to reach the advanced rank. Lifestyle players gain proficiency in a slightly different way from combat players who only needed to gain EXP by killing monsters. Take intermediate forgers who were trying to become advanced forgers, for example. When their forging proficiency reached a certain degree, even if they only produced ordinary items befitting their rank, they would not gain any forging proficiency. They would have to produce rare items befitting their rank to raise their proficiency. Soon, even rare items would not provide any proficiency, at which point, intermediate forgers would have to produce items that were 1 rank higher to improve. One could just imagine how abysmal an intermediate forger's success rate with producing advanced items would be. If one could not complete the forging procedures flawlessly, they would waste an astonishing amount of materials. Moreover, intermediate forgers would be producing advanced merchandise, which required rare materials. Even super guilds would not waste their rare materials so recklessly. Guilds mainly nurtured lifestyle players to make money. Although they would have to invest, this investment was not limitless. There was definitely a cap. In the Candlelight Trading Firm, rare materials were extremely limited. The trading firm did not have the leeway for everyone to produce higher-rank merchandise limitlessly. Hence, the trading firm would conduct a quality check every now and then, using the opportunity to determine how many rare materials to allocate to each person. Those with high production success rates received a larger supply of rare materials. This way they could gain more proficiency each day, increasing their promotion speed. This was precisely the reason that the basic meditation room's mana density was extremely important. The dense mana in the air could allow players to maintain a calm mind and high concentration. This way they wouldn't make errors as easily when crafting. If they could cut down on unnecessary mistakes, their production success rate would increase. Their promotion speed would also increase. This was why the various large guilds were more willing to pay a huge price to poach advanced lifestyle players, rather than nurture their own. Following which, Melancholic Smile led everyone to the Titan Lifestyle Association. As Feng had requested, she rented special workshops for everyone for 3 days. Including the cost to purchase designs and recipes, she had spent over 4,000 gold. This expenditure dumbfounded Cream Cocoa and the others. Even first-rate guilds would be hard-pressed to collect more than 4,000 gold. None of them had ever imagined that the trading firm would spend so much on them. They finally understood why the trading firm had required them to sign such a strict contract. In fact, if not for the money earned through the teleportation house, even Melancholic Smile's heart would have stopped by now. Coming here to raise one's proficiency and techniques was the epitome of luxury. However, upon entering the Lifestyle Association's special workshop, her opinion changed. Although the workshop here was only half the size of the Candlelight Trading Firm's special workshops, The mana density was 3 times that of the outside world. Inside this room, she experienced a mental clarity like never before. Updated by Novelful.com. Moreover, aside from its high mana density, there was a large amount of research materials available inside this special workshop. After a cursory search for information on the strengthening device, Melancholic Smile compiled a few dozen pages of information. Among them were production videos from master forgers and key crafting points. Master-ranked production videos? Melancholic Smile clicked on the video out of curiosity. Chapter 954, New World. Under. The moment Melancholic Smile clicked on one of the master's production videos, a tall, robust figure appeared inside the room, which was the size of a basketball court. The man had tan skin and a long beard. What? This is a hologram. Melancholic Smile was shocked when she saw the bearded man. While there were production videos of many capable individuals on God's Domain's official forums, one could only watch them on a flat screen. At the end of the day, one could not experience their production process. Moreover, compared to this holographic master forger's techniques, every forging player throughout God's Domain was practically garbage. A master forger is impressive, so I can use this method to forge the strengthening devices as well. After watching the holographic video once, Melancholic Smile was aware of her flaws. Particularly, her rune drawing techniques needed work. The bearded man's rune looked natural on the strengthening device. Moreover, he completed the rune with one smooth motion. The original strengthening device design only offered a simple introduction and a few basic demonstrations. It did not contain any forging techniques to speak of. Melancholic Smile had no choice but to experiment. After watching the Master Forger's video, Melancholic Smile felt as if doors to a whole new world had opened for her. If this is what the videos are like, what are the key production points? After calming herself, Melancholic Smile shifted her attention towards the key points of production, clicking on one of the several available links. As soon as Melancholic Smile clicked on it, she heard a system notification. System. Production annotation mode activated. Energy is required to activate this mode. Magic crystals. 1 magic crystal will last 1 hour. Do you wish to continue? It even needs magic crystals? Melancholic Smile could not help her surprise. The Master Forger's holographic video had not required any payment. Seeing as energy was required to annotate the key points of production, this function should be far more valuable than the videos. Melancholic Smile did not take long to consider her options. As she had come to produce strengthening devices, she had plenty of magic crystals on hand. Wasting one wouldn't matter. Following which, Melancholic Smile clicked Accept, and a single magic crystal disappeared from her bag. System. Production annotation mode activated. Loading strengthening device template number 017. You may now produce the strengthening device. That's it. Melancholic Smile had not noticed anything different about herself, and nothing new had appeared in the room. However, since the system had said as much, she decided to start forging the strengthening device. In any case, Feng had stated that they needed to produce a large quantity of strengthening devices as quickly as possible. As Melancholic Smile took out the necessary materials and prepared to smelt them, various images and data appeared before her. The information consisted of semi-transparent holograms and wouldn't affect her production directly. When Melancholic Smile looked through the images and data, she was shocked. After all, this information guided her through producing the strengthening device. All she needed to do was overlay her actions with the holographic images and observe the smelting process. The data displayed also provided specific hints for carrying out these actions. The production annotation mode was like a copybook that provided ideal forging procedures, and all she needed to do was familiarize herself with these procedures. Learning how to forge the strengthening device this way was many times more effective than simply watching a master forger at work. As Melancholic Smile forged the strengthening devices according to the hints provided, her forging success rate and speed steadily rose. Originally, Melancholic Smile's success rate with the strengthening device had been around 40%. After using the intermediate mana source her success rate increased to roughly 50%. However, she rarely achieved a 50% success rate when actually crafting them. Before arriving in Titan City, she usually succeeded 4 of 10 tries, and sometimes less. After an hour inside the special workshop, however, she could now stabilize her output to 4 or more out of 10 tries. Many of her uncertainties when forging the strengthening device had also vanished, and now, her actions were more decisive. This resulted in a faster forging speed. She was practically as fast as she had been before God's Domain's 4th evolution. She was overjoyed. With the videos of the master forgers and the key production points, her forging techniques improved with each second she spent in the room. Her growth was at least 10 times faster than when she had been in the Candlelight trading firm's basic meditation room. Melancholic Smile felt that the 4,000 plus gold they spent was worth it. After such a short time here, she was confident of trying for the master rank. As for the firm's other lifestyle players, rising from basic or intermediate rank to advanced would be a piece of cake. Melancholic Smile wasn't the only one excited about Titan City's special workshops. All those who experienced the special workshops instantly fell in love. Everyone felt that if they could stay here, they could easily become masters. Unfortunately, this was only a misconception. After all, techniques and high success rates were not the only requirements to become a master. One also needed extensive knowledge of materials. Without sufficient knowledge, creating an item of their own would be impossible. If Flying Fish and the others knew about this, they'd go mad. Burning Abyss, who resided in his own special workshop, could not help but sigh when he thought of Flying Fish and the other advanced lifestyle players. Before coming to Titan City, although he had known that the city was the holy land for lifestyle players, he had not expected it to be this amazing. Titan City definitely deserved to be called a holy land. It now seemed that, in his search of a shortcut to become a master, Flying Fish had suffered a huge setback. Even if those several masters were extremely skilled in other virtual reality games, at the end of the day, those games were not God's domain. How could those masters' guidance possibly compare to God's domain's true masters? Furthermore, there were the research rooms. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City's teleportation hall. Due to the new teleportation house, large groups of players flooded into White River City. Among them, a majority consisted of guild players. Only a small minority were independent players. After Feng finished sorting out his matters, he arranged to meet with Bloodsucker and the others at the teleportation hall. When Feng discovered Bloodsucker among the crowd, he also noticed an unfamiliar man beside Bloodsucker. The other party noticed him as well. Although this man hid his appearance with a black cloak, Feng felt his piercing gaze. It was the gaze of a predator. Feng was not comfortable being its target. Meanwhile, Bloodsucker and the others obviously treated this man with great respect. Kirin and Masked Angel, who stood beside the man, did not even dare to breathe loudly. Updated by Novelful.com. You must be Yi Feng, right? The unfamiliar man said after looking at Feng. Coldly he continued. Before you meet our guild leader, the guild leader has said that he wants to show you something. Show me what? Feng asked curiously. Strength. The man laughed. Chapter 955, Raven's Background. Underfer. After the unfamiliar man spoke, he shifted his gaze towards Bloodsucker. Blood, follow me. Everyone else, return to the guild. Kirin and the others nodded to the man's commanding tone, reverence filling their eyes when looked at him. This surprised Feng. During the entrance trial, Feng had discovered that Kirin was a Void Realm expert. Throughout Zero Wing, only he could trump over the assassin. Both Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were still weaker than him in terms of combat standards. Though if it came to an actual fight, Fire Dance would defeat Kirin easily as the difference between their equipment was massive. Regardless, with Kirin's combat standards, he would be an apex expert in any guild. Yet, The unfamiliar man had clearly expressed that they were heading somewhere where an expert of Kiran's caliber wasn't qualified to be. Among the party, only Bloodsucker was allowed to accompany them. "Brother Blood, where are we going?" Feng sent Bloodsucker a private message. He was very curious about their destination. "I don't know. This is only my third time meeting one of the guild leader's dark guards." Although he was a part of Raven's upper management, he was not qualified to meddle with Raven's core. In addition, Raven's internal affairs were kept hidden. As a dark guild, Raven did not prioritize killing monsters or developing cities. Instead, dark guilds killed players and plundered cities for a living, and everything they did demanded secrecy. After all, NPCs desperately wanted to eliminate them. Hence, even an upper manager like Bloodsucker knew very little about the Raven Guild. He was only responsible for managing his area's bounties. As for the guild's core secrets, he knew nothing. The Dark Guards were the guild leader's trusted aides. Everyone possessed extremely high combat standards, even he admired them. The guild leader almost never revealed himself during his various tasks. He even left crucial matters for his Dark Guards to handle. A Dark Guard? Feng glanced at the cloaked man, shocked. He had heard about Raven's Dark Guards before. Raven had become one of the 6 great dark guilds in God's domain due to its Dark Guards. These Dark Guards possessed inhuman combat standards. There were also many of them. Moreover, as they constantly covered themselves with black cloaks, nobody outside of Raven knew of their identities. Initially, many people had wondered if a super guild had established Raven. However, facts had proven that Raven was not related to any super guild in God's domain. Every super guild in God's domain had been under the care of Raven's Dark Guards at some point. Despite the Dark Guards robbing them of many riches, none of these super guilds had any real method of dealing with the Dark Guild. This was because Raven had no fewer top-tier experts than a super guild. Meanwhile, Feng could clearly feel that the Dark Guard before him was even more impressive than Bloodsucker. Of course, impressive did not refer to combat techniques. Rather, it was the Dark Guard's aura that impressed him. He felt more like a machine, cold and emotionless, than a human. Bloodsucker was a dark player. He could build a mountain with the corpses of the players he had killed. Yet he could not feel as intimidating as this Dark Guard. Like a soulless robot, this Dark Guard revealed neither joy nor sadness. After Kiran and the others had departed, this indifferent Dark Guard led Feng and Bloodsucker through numerous teleportations, traveling far from Starmoon Kingdom, and arriving in a remote town in the Dawn Empire. Following which, the trio rode their mounts for several hours before finally arriving in a seemingly uninhabited town. Unlike NPC towns, this town had plenty of NPC guards patrolling its borders. A captured town? After seeing the town's situation, Feng could not help but admire Raven. Various large guilds hungered to capture their own town. However, capturing a town was easier said than done. He had only managed to capture Stone Forest Town because the town was slightly unique. He had also been able to use hundreds of thousands of players as bait. Although players had reached higher levels and their attributes had increased significantly, capturing a town was still very difficult. Even super guilds needed to plan long-term to do so. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely dire. There was even less need to mention other guilds. On his way here, Feng had noticed that the surrounding monsters were all above level 40. With this, the town's original NPCs should have been level 60 at least. It was no longer possible to capture a town by relying on players' strength. One needed powerful external assistance such as Tier 3 summoning scrolls, or a small army of personal guards. They could also use siege weapons. However, without any of that, capturing a town of this level was impossible. As for Bloodsucker, who was a member of Raven, he wore a dumbfounded expression. He could not believe his eyes. Despite being one of the guild's upper echelons, he had no clue that his guild had its own town. "Is this the Strength Guild leader Bloodfang wants me to see?" Feng asked the Dark Guard leading them. Currently, among God's domain's various powers, those capable of capturing a town of this caliber could be counted with one's fingers. However, after entering the town, Feng realized something. The town was extremely poor. Aside from a guild residence, the only other buildings were a hotel and a smithy. There was nothing else. Although the town was extremely poor, the several hundred players in the town were far from ordinary. Not only were they all level 38 or above, but they felt like ferocious beasts. The chill in their eyes was similar to the Dark Guards. There was not a shred of emotion in their gaze. They seemed even less human than high-intelligence NPCs. If not for the green diamond marker above their heads, Feng would have wondered if these players were the town's NPCs. Updated by Novelful.com. When Feng arrived before the town's only hotel, 3 cloaked men emerged from the dilapidated building. The auras around these men were the same as the Dark Guard who had led them here. And they felt just as dangerous to Feng. Guild leader has said that only Yi Feng may enter. Bloodsucker, wait outside. After hearing the Dark Guard's command, Bloodsucker had no choice but to wait. As for Feng, he boldly waltzed into the hotel. He was very eager to learn just what kind of person Raven's guild leader was. Chapter 956, Priceless Town. Undersore. Inside the tattered hotel, aside from a man dressed and cloaked in black sitting on a windowsill and the 2 Dark Guards standing beside him, there were no players inside the establishment. There were only 2 NPCs inside the hotel, a bartender and a waiter. It was difficult to call this establishment a hotel. From the moment he entered to the moment he stopped before the black-cloaked man, the 2 Dark Guards watched Feng's every movement. If he made any sudden movements, they would eliminate Feng immediately. They both felt like well-trained bodyguards. This is their hotel. Why are they so nervous? The Dark Guard's behavior confused Feng. Their behavior furthered his interest in the man named Bloodfang. In his previous life, Bloodfang had never once revealed his true appearance to the world. He had been a complete mystery, even more secretive than the legendary Flower of 7 Sins. Although many people had looked into Bloodfang's background, no one ever learned anything. Bloodfang's identity was so obscured that nobody even knew whether he was a man or a woman. After all, there were many items in God's domain that could disguise a player. Moreover, Bloodfang wore a black cloak constantly. Even if one used an advanced identification skill, they would learn nothing. The only thing everyone knew was that Raven's members referred to their guild leader as Bloodfang. Care for a drink? Bloodfang asked after Feng's Saturday. The beverages here are very good. Unlike the Dark Guards, Bloodfang's voice was not void of emotion. Only his tone was somewhat gravely. No need. Just tell me what you want. You didn't invite me all this way just for a drink, right? Feng declined, shaking his head. Indeed, just as Bloodsucker had said, you really are straightforward. Bloodfang chuckled. Pointing to the town outside the window, he continued, I'll just get straight to the point. What do you think of this town? It is very shabby. However, the fact that your guild has captured this town shows that there must be something of great interest to your guild here, Feng said honestly. The Dawn Empire was very far from Starmoon Kingdom. Teleporting from Starmoon Kingdom to the Dawn Empire cost 4 gold, 24 silver. Even current expert players would be reluctant to pay this price. In the past, Feng's activity had always remained centered in Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, other than knowing their general location, Feng did not know much about distant kingdoms and empires. Of course, he still had some knowledge of major incidents. Although he had never personally visited these countries, the secret pavilion often reported major incidents that occurred in God's domain's various kingdoms and empires. However, as far as he could remember, nothing significant had occurred in the Dawn Empire at this stage of the game. Your senses are sharp. Indeed, as you've said, this town is quite shabby. However, Raven has paid a huge price to capture it. We've almost invested everything we've accumulated since joining God's domain to do so, Bloodfang said, sighing. I'm ashamed to say this, but although Raven has accumulated a lot of resources so far, constructing this town is too expensive. Feng revealed a surprised expression as Bloodfang explained the situation. He was very familiar with the town's construction. The construction's early stages required a hefty investment. However, To a power like Raven, it should not pose a problem. I don't expect you to believe me. However, I am not lying. This town is somewhat special. Although it looks like this now, this town was initially flourishing. What you're seeing is our second reconstruction. Helplessness tinged Bloodfang's voice as he spoke. The second time? Had the town been destroyed? Shifeng's shock grew. It was common knowledge that a newly constructed city could hire NPC guards to protect it for 15 days. To current players, level 150 NPC guards were invincible. Even if the surrounding level 40+ monsters sought to cause trouble, Raven could take care of them easily. This town was indestructible. That's right. This town has been destroyed once before. Even after hiring so many guards, in the end, we failed to defend it. Raven has invested too much into this town during its early stages. As a result, we can't afford the reconstruction. Hence, I sought to cooperate with Zero Wing, hoping to convince your guild to invest into this town and develop it with us. Bloodfang said, nodding sternly. Confidently he continued. No other guild knows about the town's true value. I only discovered it after reading through an ancient document. If Zero Wing invests 100,000 gold, your guild will receive 20% of the town's income. Guild leader Bloodfang, you're talking about 100,000 gold, not 100,000 copper. With that kind of money, you can rebuild this town 6 or 7 times over, or construct 6 or 7 other towns. Yet you're only offering 20% of this town's earnings. Even if there were a literal gold mine here, this town would never be worth that much money, Feng said, shaking his head. After hearing Bloodfang mentioning the words ancient document, Feng more or less understood that this town was different. However, he could construct a city's basic structure with 100,000 gold, much less a town. Even if this place had a gold mine, harvesting the ore would require tons of resources and manpower. Furthermore, they would have to smelt the ore into actual gold before they could sell it. Even if the harvests were high, if he only got 20% of the profits, who knew how long he would have to wait just to earn back his initial investment? He could not afford to throw what coins he currently possessed at this town. Elder Yi Feng, don't reject the offer so quickly. I have yet to explain why this town is so special. Feng's refusal did not seem to surprise Bloodfang. Special? What's special about this place? Feng asked. There is a manatite vein here. One can also obtain magic crystals alongside the manatite Oregon. Although the vein does not yield much, I believe that it does yield more than Stone Forest Town's daily income. This could certainly benefit the Candlelight trading firm, Bloodfang said, chuckling. How about it? Do you think my offer is worth consideration now? It's no wonder why guild leader Bloodfang is so confident. However, why Zero Wing? Wouldn't it be better to work with super guilds? With the financial strength and manpower of a super guild, you would have more than enough to develop the town, Feng said. He had to admit that the offer was tempting. Manatite was one of God's domain's particularly rare minerals. As manatite ore contained dense mana, magic crystals formed as a byproduct in a manatite vein. Although one could collect more mana crystals by grinding monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains, there was one benefit to harvesting magic crystals from a mine: the absence of danger. As long as they had a sufficient mining level, any player could mine magic crystals. Moreover, the higher their mining level was, the greater their chances were of obtaining magic crystals. Chapter 957 Defense Turret. In God's domain, many players used mining and herb gathering to get rich. Ordinary players had very few income options. Generally, players relied on quest rewards as common monsters rarely dropped coins. Only elite rank and higher monsters had any chance of dropping money. Even so, the chances were only around 2 or 3%. Moreover, they dropped copper coins. As for monsters dropping materials, the chances were even lower. After first joining God's domain, players could mostly afford their repair fees with their earnings from grinding common monsters. However, as their levels increased and the quality of their equipment rose, the money they earned from common monsters wouldn't be enough to maintain their items. Usually, they had to grind elite monsters to cover their costs. If they were lucky and obtained a bronze weapon or piece of equipment, not only could they afford a day's worth of repair fees, but they might also have something to save. Unfortunately, that had only been the case after God's domain had first launched. Every time God's domain evolved, the main God system lowered weapon and equipment drop rates. Now that the game had undergone its fourth evolution, even elite monsters rarely dropped bronze weapons and equipment. One usually had to obtain such items from field bosses or dungeons. It was precisely this reason that lifestyle classes had become popular. Meanwhile, the lifestyle classes' development relied on various materials. As players moved through maps, they usually paid attention to their surroundings. However, they were not only doing so to avoid player or monster ambushes, but to find ores and herbs. A gathering player who was familiar with the environment could earn more money by selling the raw materials they gathered than what guild elite members could earn from fighting monsters. In the past, Feng had frequently heard about gathering players obtaining excellent weapons and equipment solely by gathering ores and herbs. Many guilds and trading firms had signed contracts with expert gathering players. As long as these players fulfilled their monthly quota, not only could they sell their materials at market price, but they would also gain bonus credits. Hence, for players in God's domain, both mining and herb gathering were usually very high-leveled. If there truly were a manatite vein beneath this town, they only needed to hire players with high-level mining skills. They could certainly earn far more magic crystals than Stone Forest Town. After all, Stone Forest Town only earned magic crystals from players' repair and hotel fees. The town didn't earn nearly as much as players did in the Stoneclaw Mountains. My initial plan was to earn a large sum in the Dark Arena. However, Zero Wing's abilities have surpassed my expectations. While I have considered cooperating with super guilds before, they are simply too powerful. They might just take the town from Raven. Moreover, even if we form a partnership, with super guild's appetite, Raven won't obtain much. Although there are a few more powers aside from super guilds that we could approach, these powers cannot provide as many coins as Zero Wing. How about it? By cooperating with Raven, not only would Zero Wing not lack magic crystals, but the Candlelight trading firm would also have plenty of manatite Oregon. You will certainly earn more than 100,000 gold. Feng believed that the conditions he had proposed were quite generous. There was simply no reason for an upstart guild like Zero Wing to reject his offer. Currently, Zero Wing did not have many assets in God's domain. However, it was extremely difficult to invest in the real estate in other kingdoms and empires. The local guilds had long since claimed the available lands. As for kingdom and empire's main cities, although some golden lands were still available, without sufficient reputation in those cities, purchasing those lands was impossible. By the time someone from Zero Wing obtained the required reputation, others would have claimed those lands. In other words, Zero Wing should have a lot of money lying around right now, yet it could not effectively utilize the coins, spending money to make money. However, this could not be helped. After all, Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild. Its income couldn't even compare to a veteran second-rate guild, much less a super first-rate or super guild. If Zero Wing continued to hold on to its funds, it would eventually depreciate. This was also why, despite earning boatloads of gold, super guilds had very little liquid funds. This was because these super guilds had long since invested the money into something more valuable, particularly various cities' lands with high potential. If Zero Wing invested its excess coins into Raven, it could kill two birds with one stone. Guild leader Feng, as I've said before, 100,000 gold coins are not 100,000 copper coins. Even super guilds can't hand over such a large amount, not to mention Zero Wing, Feng said, shaking his head. And again, you're only offering 20%. It will take ages to earn back our initial investment. God's domain changes each day. Zero Wing cannot make such a huge gamble. Why don't we change our method of cooperation? Feng shook his head, responding, If you wish to invest manpower, forget it. Current players cannot defend this town. With the number and level of monsters attacking this town, we can only rely on NPCs to defend it. In fact, we need a small army. We also need to construct extremely powerful magical arrays and defense turrets before the 15-day protection period is over, all of which requires a large sum of coins. If not for his urgent need for money, he wouldn't have considered cooperating with Zero Wing at all. He very much preferred to have the town's profits to himself. There was not a single power in God's domain that would complain about having too much money, not to mention an essential item like the magic crystal. As expected, these monsters must be unusual. Hearing Bloodfang's words, Feng could faintly discern the true reason the town had been destroyed, and he could not help the corners of his lips curing up. In the past, towns with rare mineral and herb fields nearby were often harassed by the local monsters. Needless to say, a town with manatite would be assaulted once every few days. During God's domain's early stages, the various large guilds had headaches over these towns. After all, most of the money they earned had to be spent on the town's defense, with some towns needing additional investment. As Bloodfang had said, constructing one Tier 3 defensive magic array to defend a town would cost 32,000 gold. Although the magic array would block any monsters below Tier 4, level 200, it required a lot of mana to operate. As for the defense turret, each one cost 7,000 gold to construct. Generally, monsters would come from all directions when raiding a town. Even if they placed only one defense turret at each of the 4 cardinal points, they needed at least 4 defense turrets. Moreover, the turret's artillery shells were very expensive. At market price, each shell cost 5 gold, with higher quality ones costing dozens. Furthermore, a single defense turret at each corner wasn't nearly enough. They would need at least 2. With this, the total cost was around 88,000 gold. It was no wonder why Bloodfang wanted a 100,000 gold investment. However, players' wisdom was infinite. In the past, after the various large guilds had experimented countless times, they had finally found a method to not only save on the high construction cost, but also resist against the swarms of invading monsters. Chapter 958. Inconceivable Zero Wing. If you can't make a decision right now, you can return after discussing it with your guild leader. However, I can only give you a day to consider. Bloodfang did not believe that there was another option for cooperation. He believed that Zero Wing could not afford to hand over that much money in such a short time. 100,000 gold is no small amount. I do not believe that Zero Wing can collect that much money in so little time, either. You can pay 40,000 gold up front, and the remaining 60,000 in the next 5 days. Raven was currently broke. They had used almost all of their money to reconstruct the town and hire the necessary NPC guards. However, these NPC guards were still not capable of standing against all those monsters. If they wanted to defend the town, they needed to construct the defensive magic array. With the magic array and the NPC guards, they should survive through the 15-day protection period. As long as they constructed the defense turrets during the protection period, they could begin mining the manatite vein without issues. Guild leader Bloodfang, 100,000 gold is just too much. Even Zero Wing can't spend that much money. Feng again rejected Bloodfang's offer. Why don't we try a different method of cooperation? Zero Wing will be responsible for protecting the town. However, you will pay us 30% of the Vane's income. He still needed a large sum to construct his own city. How could he possibly give Raven his coins? Moreover, even without the defensive magic array and NPC guards, it was possible to prevent monsters from trampling the town. He could simply head to Blackwing City and purchase a monster repellent scroll. The monster repellent scroll was an item that could disperse monsters within a certain area, preventing low-intelligence monsters from actively approaching. Although the effect was temporary, the scroll was very cheap. Each scroll only cost 5 gold. It was much more cost-effective than constructing a defensive magic array or defense turrets. In God's domain, the defensive magic array and defense turrets were mainly used during monster raids. When dealing with players, however, they were not as effective as NPC guards, yet they cost far more. Rather than wasting money on that particular plan, Feng would be better off investing his money into his own guild or somewhere else. Generally, The monsters that raided towns and cities possessed very low intelligence, so the monster repellent scroll could chase them away. As for using the scroll against the Abyss invasion, very few abyssal monsters possess low intelligence. Hence, the scroll wouldn't be as effective. Let Zero Wing defend the town? Feng could not help but laugh at Feng's proposal. It's not that I am looking down on Zero Wing, but rather, these monsters are over level 100. There are thousands of them. With players' current strength, it is impossible to defend against such an onslaught. And even if you succeed, why should I give you 30% for defending the town, when I can ensure its safety for 100,000 gold? Wouldn't that be more of a loss? If this is your offer, I would rather contact several other major powers. I believe that they will be more than willing to cooperate. Zero Wing was not Bloodfang's only option. The only problem was that none of the major powers could afford a 100,000 gold investment. However, he did not necessarily need 100,000 gold. As long as he had the initial 40,000 gold, he could construct a sufficient number of hotels during the 15-day protection period. With a place to replenish their stamina in, his subordinates could mine for magic crystals continuously. He could earn enough money to construct the required defense turrets before the protection period ended. However, Raven would have to be particularly frugal during this period. If so, I have another suggestion. For each monster raid Zero Wing stops, Raven will pay 6,000 magic crystals. What do you think of that? Feng casually suggested. Are you serious? Feng asked in surprise. If they utilize this method, the town's income would belong to Raven fully. As long as they could begin their mining operation, Raven wouldn't have any financial problems. They could quickly construct a powerful defense. Only, the initial period would be the most difficult. He hadn't expected Feng to be interested in such an exchange. Had Feng simply handed over 100,000 gold, he could have received 20% of the town's income. As time passed, he would earn far more than 100,000 gold. Yet for short-term profit, he had given up on a future gold mine. Feng found it hard to believe that a large guild's upper echelon would make such a rash decision. Of course, I'm serious. I've already discussed this with my guild leader, and he has approved. Now it is up to you whether or not to accept this condition. Feng chuckled. All right, I agree to work with Zero Wing. I just hope that you don't regret this decision, Feng said. Even after watching Feng for a long time, he did not understand the man's thoughts. He could not figure out what Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, was thinking either. The only reason he had agreed to offer Zero Wing a share of the town was because he had worried the guild would not be willing to fork over the money. That Zero Wing had refused the shares, only asking for some magic crystals, was good news for Raven. The monster raids did not occur every day. Generally, they only attacked every other night. Even if Zero Wing defended the town from 10 attacks, he would only spend 60,000 magic crystals. When the town's defenses were complete, he would not need Zero Wing's assistance. Based on the current market price, each magic crystal was worth 25 silver. Even if Zero Wing defended the town for 20 days, he would only spend 15,000 gold. No matter how he looked at it, he would profit from this trade. Following which, Feng signed a contract with Feng. As long as Zero Wing helped Raven defend against a monster raid, Raven would pay 6,000 magic crystals. Moreover, the payment could only be made in magic crystals. If Raven could not pay up, it would have to pay 5 times the value of the magic crystals with coins or other products. Aside from that, Raven must also allow Zero Wing to construct a guild residence in the town, so that Zero Wing's members could travel here easily. Of course, if Zero Wing failed to defend the town, it would have to pay Raven a reconstruction fee of 30,000 gold. It is highly likely that the next raid will happen tomorrow night, but I can't say for sure. I hope that you will be prepared before then. Although Feng had signed the contract with Feng, he was still worried. Could Zero Wing really defend against that many monsters? Rest assured, once Zero Wing's residence has been constructed, you won't have to worry about monsters, Feng replied confidently. Now that they had signed the contract, he was in a great mood. Although it seemed as if Raven had just secured Zero Wing's help, dealing with the Dark Guild's biggest concern. Zero Wing would gain far more than 20% of the town's income. However, Bloodfang didn't know this. While the monster repellent scroll was very convenient, it also had a huge flaw. The scroll could only chase monsters away, not exterminate them. As they fled, the monster army would grow. When players stopped using the monster repellent scroll, the subsequent raid would be intense, even horrific. As long as the army grew 4 or 5 times, the town would fall even if they had 30 turrets. Chapter 959, Spirit Seal. Feng had no intention of telling Bloodfang about the monster repellent scroll's flaws. They were collaborators, not friends. They were simply obtaining what they needed from each other. Whether or not Raven could fend off the monster army was none of his concern. After all, he only needed to pay a small price for Raven to endure through the early phases of the town's construction. Moreover, it would be a waste if he did not rip off a magic crystal tycoon like Raven. White River City's teleportation house urgently needed magic crystals. As long as he had enough magic crystals, he could turn them into coins. Once Zero Wing had its first city, it would have a safeguard of its own. As the main god system had administered the contract between them, both parties felt reassured. Feng had initially planned to leave using a return scroll. However, Bloodfang suddenly stopped him. A moment. Bloodfang held Feng back. Smiling, he continued, "I still have information that I think will be of use to Zero Wing." Saying so, Bloodfang took out a black envelope and passed it to Feng. Feng raised his brows when he saw the envelope. Although the envelope looked normal, it was actually an encrypted message. No one would be able to read the message aside from the intended player. Moreover, after the message was read, it would self-destruct. Even recording the message would not be possible. A video message? After opening the envelope, the message came in the form of a video file, following which Feng clicked to open the file. When he finished watching the video, however, he was shocked. In the video displayed numerous players encircling a one-horned humanoid creature that loomed over 3 meters tall and wore a black robe. Numerous crimson runes, resembling flames, decorated this humanoid creature's body. Moreover, the humanoid creature exuded black fog from its body, and players shuddered when its crimson eyes turned towards them. Aside from this monster's level and HP, the video showed nothing about it. Neither the monster's level nor its HP was very high at level 40, with just over 1,000,000 HP. With a rough guess, Feng surmised that the monster was only chieftain rank, yet even it had massacred several hundred elite players. However, rather than the deaths of several hundred level 35+ elites players, the one-horned monster's extraordinary actions were the key points of the video. The monster's combat style was similar to a player's. Moreover, whenever this monster killed a player, not only did it recover some HP, but its attributes also rose slightly. Most importantly, Feng noticed something familiar on the monster's body. The spirit seal used to absorb immortal souls. Charlin had only marked the spirit seal on the back of his hand, so that he could complete his quest. And this spirit seal would only shine silver when absorbing an immortal soul. The same spirit seal had been imprinted on the humanoid monster's chest. Every time the monster killed a player, the spirit seal radiated a faint silver glow. From an outsider's point of view, the glowing spirit seal throbbed like the monster's heartbeat. A passing expert assassin had recorded this video. As this assassin had maintained his distance from the battlefield and stayed in stealth, they had been hard to detect. Hence, this video was a record of the entire battle. After the one-horned monster finished killing the elite players, something even more astonishing happened. Usually, monsters didn't pay attention to the items players dropped when they died unless they were quest-related items. Yet after killing the players, the one-horned monster looted the drops. Before the monster left the area, several other figures appeared. Among these figures, a few looked like the monster. Not only were they tall, but a single horn also grew from their foreheads. Surprisingly, a player stood among them. However, as this scene had been recorded from far away, and due to the player's black cloak and mask, Feng could not even discern the player's gender, much less their identity. Yet, Feng was certain that it was a player due to the green, diamond marker about their head. The marker was unique to players. The assassin expert had tried to follow the monsters. However, he had been discovered. Although the level 38 assassin expert tried, with all his might to flee, in the end, he failed to escape the one-horned monsters. How can there be such monsters? Feng inwardly shuddered as he watched the monsters kill the assassin. In terms of combat techniques, the assassin could reach the trial tower's 6th floor with his standards. He would be a considerably powerful expert, even in a first-rate guild. After all, the general public recognized players as experts once they had reached the 4th floor. Yet, the monsters' combat standards were stronger than the assassins. Unfortunately, due to a lack of combat footage, Feng could not discern the one-horned monster's true capabilities. Even so, Feng roughly guessed them to be near the half-step refinement realm at the very least. If they had been NPCs, Feng would not be surprised if they had reached this standard. After all, he had encountered NPCs with much higher combat standards than that. However, for God's domain's monsters to fight like this, their intelligence must be extremely high. Even great lords didn't fight like this. The assassin who recorded this video is a red player and a slightly famous one at that. It had been 2 days since he had died, but even now, he cannot log into God's domain, Feng informed Feng. Very few people know about this. From what this player has said, these monsters are extremely powerful. Before these monsters dealt with that elite team, they were roaming the area, killing field bosses. These monsters were also capable of increasing their attributes by killing both monsters and players. Moreover, their intelligence is very high. The assassin reported that, when he had faced those one-horned monsters, it had felt as if he had been fighting expert players. They were so intelligent that they could easily predict his movements and implement the appropriate countermeasures. What does this have to do with Zero Wing? Feng asked. Although he agreed that these monsters were extraordinary, there were many bizarre situations in God's domain. It might be some sort of in-game event. Furthermore, he was already swamped with his own matters. He did not have the time to concern himself with someone else's business. This video was taken in Star Moon Kingdom, only a short distance from Stone Forest Town. Although these monsters are not yet a threat to the NPCs protecting the town, I believe that the town's safety will be a problem once the protection period ends. After all, nobody can say for sure just how powerful those monsters can become, Feng said, chuckling. Chapter 960. Evil God Appears. They are near Stone Forest Town? Feng fell quiet as he pondered the situation. He could not remember such monsters in Star Moon Kingdom in his previous life. This was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. If they were mutants, they wouldn't let any creature live, and they might allow a pair to tag along. They were somewhat similar to mutants in that they could grow stronger by killing other monsters and players. Indeed, just as Feng had said, while there was nothing to worry about right now, as the monsters grew stronger, they would become very dangerous. Before I sent Bloodsucker to negotiate with you, I sent him to investigate. Based on Bloodsucker's report, not only was every field boss in the area dead, but he couldn't find a single common monster either. Moreover, he discovered a similar situation in the nearby level 60 map, Feng said. He then shared several pictures with Feng. Bloodsucker took these images in the level 60 area. With the monster's growth rate, it won't be long before they're a threat to Stone Forest Town or NPC towns. When Feng saw one of the pictures, he could not believe his eyes. The originally lush forest had become a scorched land pocketed with craters. Bloodsucker had also captured the corpse of a level 63 Great Lord that had been over 30 meters tall. The corpse had withered like a mummy. What was more frightening was that common monsters stopped spawning in the locations the one-horned monsters had visited. This was the equivalent of crippling an entire map. Although the effects were barely noticeable right now, if this continued, there wouldn't be any leveling spots left in Star Moon Kingdom. Thank you for your information, Guild Leader Feng. I have some matters to deal with, so I'll be leaving. Feng frowned deeply as he finished looking through the pictures. After saying his goodbyes, he retrieved a return scroll and activated it. After Feng transformed into a streak of white light and disappeared, Feng turned towards one of the dark guards beside him and commanded, "Tell Bloodsucker to pull out our men from Starmoon Kingdom and relocate them in the Black Dragon Empire temporarily. Guild leader, our business is doing relatively well in Starmoon Kingdom. If we pull out of the kingdom now, we will lose a significant amount of income. Moreover, those monsters are only around Starmoon City right now. Do we need to be this cautious?" The Dark Guard asked in surprise. "Do you really think those monsters are that simple?" Feng eyed the Dark Guard. "There's one thing that I didn't mention to Zero Wing. I recently received a report from the Thorn Shadow team, stating that they've discovered the one-horned monster's whereabouts. Do you know what else they discovered?" The Dark Guard shook his head. "Those monsters are currently based in an NPC town in a level 50 map. They have nested in the town. The previous reports counted less than 10 monsters, yet now, there are hundreds. Moreover, the lowest level among them is level 50, while the highest are over level 80. With their development speed, something is bound to happen in Starmoon Kingdom sooner or later. It is best if we bow out now. Don't forget that every player that those monsters had killed still can't log into God's domain," Feng said. Chuckling, he continued, "Moreover, I've received news that the bastards from the Blackwater Corporation have decided to make their move in Starmoon Kingdom. It is best that we avoid them for now." "What? Blackwater Corporation has finally joined God's domain? Why are they starting with Starmoon Kingdom?" When the Dark Guard heard Feng mention the Blackwater Corporation, his indifferent expression changed as fear flashed in his eyes. "I'm not sure. However, my guess is that it is likely due to this new class. After all, throughout God's domain, it is the easiest for players to obtain the new class through Starmoon Kingdom. A batch of players with this new class would benefit their development in the game," Feng said, shaking his head. "Among the many major corporations, I hate Blackwater the most. They always use unscrupulous means to achieve their goals, and they never follow the rules. Zero Wing will have to rely on its own power to weather this coming storm." Shortly after Feng issued his command, although the command confused Bloodsucker, he began to move the several hundred Raven members hidden throughout Starmoon Kingdom, shifting their operations to the Black Dragon Empire. As for Feng, rather than traveling to Blackwing City to purchase the monster repellent scrolls, he visited Starmoon City instead. Starmoon City had visibly changed over the past few days. Many of the players roaming the streets were from other kingdoms and empires, all hawking their weapons and equipment. The city had also experienced an increase of their non-combat players. These players were relatively low-leveled, with some even below level 20. However, they were all very rich. These people were merchant players. In cities, it was extremely difficult for ordinary players to obtain their own shops. There were also fixed times when players could set up stalls in the free market. As for using the auction house, the handling fees were too high for ordinary merchant players. Hence, these players generally peddled their items on the streets. If they found an interested buyer, they would conduct a trade. Although doing so was somewhat time-consuming and strenuous, every coin an ordinary player earned counted. Merchant players who dealt weapons and equipment in particular could earn a nice income. After reaching level 10, merchant players roamed between various cities and countries, purchasing items from players in one city and reselling those items elsewhere. After all, every city and country's prices were different. Merchants could earn a lot of money due to this difference. As these players had chosen the merchant class, they received a discount on teleportation fees as they traveled across God's domain. Moreover, like lifestyle classes, merchants were divided into ranks. The higher their rank, the higher their discounts were on teleportation fees. In the past, many players had earned enough capital from their travels to construct shops in NPC cities. Otherwise, if one relied on an ordinary combat player's income, they could never afford a plot of land, even after a lifetime of saving. Following which, Feng followed the main street to Grand Duke Hartfield's mansion. The NPCs guarding the mansion didn't stop Feng, allowing him to enter the Grand Duke's home. However, Feng had not come here for the Twilight treasure chest this time, but for the one-horned monsters. Feng had not initially recognized the one-horned monster's origin. However, from what he had learned from the pictures in Bloodfang, he was certain of one thing. Those one-horned monsters were somehow related to the evil god's temple. Across the continent of God's domain, abyssal monsters weren't the only threat to humans. There were other dark powers at play. Among these dark powers, the most dangerous was the evil god's temple. Unlike the war god's temple, which specialized in resisting abyss invasions, the evil god's temple focused on destroying God's domain. Moreover, the temple thirsted for the destruction of all life, unlike the abyssal monsters, who only aimed to conquer. Chapter 961, Sword Emperor Ryan. In the garden-like mansion, Feng followed the level 150 NPC steward to the mansion's observation deck. As Starmoon Kingdom's only Grand Duke, Heartfield's status was only beneath the king's. Naturally, his mansion was astonishing. The observation deck was awe-inspiring. Not only did it float high in the air, but its floating elevator had also been crafted from 7 luminaries crystals. Even Starmoon Restaurant's rooftop view could not compare to the view from this observation deck. Furthermore, only the palace and Starmoon auction house were higher up than the Grand Duke's observation deck. Feng felt as if he were standing atop the clouds as he looked out. He had an unobstructed view of Starmoon City. The gentle breeze touching his face relaxed him. Despite the relatively normal mana density, he felt utterly carefree. Enjoying a meal here would be the epitome of luxury. In the past, many major guilds had attempted to construct similar observation decks in their own cities, not excluding Shadow. However, only after the attempt did people realize how expensive it was. The floating deck required incomparably precious materials. Although they were not as rare as the 7 luminaries crystals, the floating stones were rare throughout God's domain. On the market, a fist-sized floating stone would sell for dozens of gold. One could imagine just how much it would cost to construct an observation deck the size of a basketball court. Crafting the necessary floating elevator also required 7 luminaries crystals. Those crystals were the core components of mind spaces, and players were more than reluctant to part with them. Very few people could afford to use them to craft a floating elevator. Moreover, the moment the floating elevator was complete, other players would likely attempt to steal it. Next to the level 200, Tier 3 Grand Duke Heartfield stood a middle-aged man in silver armor. A white mantle had been draped over the man's back, and a sword with a gem-encrusted hilt hung from his waist. Golden, divine runes had been engraved on the sword's scabbard, giving it both a sacred and magnificent appearance. Seeing this treasured sword, Feng had no doubt that, when this man walked down the street with that blade, he attracted a lot of attention. Countless female players and sword enthusiasts would hover around him like flies. Oddly enough, Feng recognized this man. The man's name was Ryan Ryder, and he was the captain of Starmoon Kingdom's Royal Guard. He was also a level 200, Tier 4 Sword Emperor. He was even stronger than White River City's powerhouse, Weissman, and was known for being the closest person to becoming a sword saint in Starmoon Kingdom. Although there were Tier 5 NPCs in Starmoon Kingdom, none of these NPCs were affiliated with the kingdom. They originated from the several major NPC organizations in God's domain. Eucharis, the Temple Lord of Starmoon Kingdom's War God's Temple, was one such example. Even the king had to show Eucharis respect. There was also the incomparably mysterious Charlene. Although Feng did not know which NPC organization Charlene belonged to, he was certain that she did not belong to Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, aside from the Grand Marshal Adolphe Serret, one could say that Ryan Ryder was the strongest NPC in Starmoon Kingdom. In front of the Grand Duke and the Royal Guard captain standing side by side, any ordinary player would be petrified. Surprisingly, Feng approached them casually. The NPC steward respectfully moved to the side. 2 of Starmoon Kingdom's VIPs are here together. It seems that something serious is really happening in the kingdom. Seeing the 2 NPCs before him, Feng was more confident of his assumptions. The appearance of the evil god's temple hinted that something major would happen soon. This was practically a natural law in God's domain. Feng could remember that nearly half of Lion's Heart Empire had been destroyed in the past due to the evil god's temple's appearance. Even the ruling super guild in the Lion's Heart Empire had suffered severe losses, not to mention the empire's smaller guilds. This incident had shocked all of God's domain. No one had expected an NPC dark organization to be so powerful. After that incident, players exploded into action to remove the evil god's temple the moment any related issues occurred. Even so, every country in which the temple appeared suffered heavy damages. After all, when the evil god's temple appeared, all life and land were forfeit. Even after the threat was eliminated, the area took a long time to recover. Such situations' impact on local players and guilds was massive. Hence, Feng had hurried here. It was very difficult to gain entry into Starmoon Palace. Meeting with Grand Duke Heartfield, however, was easier. Everything would be fine as long as he reported the matter regarding the evil god's temple to Heartfield. The Grand Duke could then travel to the palace and inform the king. With the power of the kingdom's army, eliminating the one-horned monsters should be easy. Young adventurer, we meet again, Grand Duke Heartfield greeted Feng as he approached. Caressing his goatee, Heartfield chuckled lightly before continuing. Weissman has told me much about you. I would never have imagined that, despite being so young, you were capable of helping Lady Charlene with various matters. If my two sons were as outstanding as you, I could retire without worry. As Heartfield finished his praise, Ryan Ryder could not help but look at Feng. This made Feng feel somewhat strange. He had not expected his fame to spread to NPCs. Moreover, these two influential characters in Starmoon Kingdom had heard of him. Lord Heartfield, I have come with an urgent message that must reach His Majesty the King. However, I cannot enter the palace, so I was hoping that you might transmit the message for me, Feng requested respectfully. All right then. If your news is as important as you say, I will pass on the message. Heartfield nodded, sternly agreeing to Feng's request. I have found traces of the evil god's temple in the Starfield Forest. The forest is currently devoid of life. If we don't stop the evil god's temple in time, it will quickly become a threat to the capital, Feng said after considering his words. As for the validity of my claim, Lord Heartfield simply needs to send someone to investigate Starfield Forest. High-ranking NPCs in God's domain were incredibly intelligent. Oftentimes, players were not required to present proof when reporting an incident. The NPC would take action as long as they reported the facts, initiating their own investigations. Once the report was verified, players would receive a reward. If the report were proven false, players would be punished. However, players needed to earn these NPCs' trust before they could report various issues. If a player lacked credibility, NPCs wouldn't bother to investigate the situations even if the player told the truth. Previously, Feng had gained some favorability with the Grand Duke. His words alone could prompt an investigation. If he were dealing with any other NPC, however, they wouldn't even give him the light of day. The Evil God's Temple. The Evil God's Temple has appeared so close to the capital. When Heartfield heard, Evil God's Temple, he tensed. The energy around him also changed. Captain Ryan, like the report you've recently received, it seems that those damnable evil cultists are on the move again, Heartfield said, anger filling his eyes. After their failed attempt 15 years ago, they are going after that item again. This time, I will erase them from Starmoon Kingdom. After the Grand Duke's statement, the sound of a system notification reached Feng's ears, with Starmoon Kingdom's system announcement following closely. Chapter 962, Legendary Necromancer. System, congratulations. You have accepted the epic-ranked main storyline quest, Evil God's Birth. Quest content. Exterminate the evil god's believers in the Starmoon Kingdom. If you fail to exterminate the evil god's believers before they summon the evil god, Starmoon Kingdom will fall into ruin. As the system was notification repeated 3 times, Feng was momentarily stunned. He had only been the messenger, yet he had triggered an epic-ranked main storyline quest in Starmoon Kingdom. This was not good news for Zero Wing. Shortly after the system notifications, the system announcements followed. Starmoon Kingdom System Announcement. New Expansion Pack, Disaster of the Evil God, has been activated. Starmoon Kingdom System Announcement. Ruins of the Evil God's Temple has been discovered in the Undead Gorge. Azura Mode Regional Dungeon, the Undead Gorge, has been activated. Players level 35 and above may enter the dungeon. The system announcement also repeated 3 times, creating a stir in Starmoon Kingdom. Awesome! Who triggered the new expansion pack? An Azura Mode Regional Dungeon? The loot will be amazing. It's actually an Azura Mode Regional Dungeon. I bet the dungeon's monsters will drop magic crystals. I won't have to continue fighting for kills in the Stoneclaw Mountains. The majority of the kingdom's players were incredibly interested in the new regional dungeon. Originally, the only regional dungeon that offered magic crystals was the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, it had become a haunt for Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds. Even though the area provided abundant resources, ordinary players' share was very small. Moreover, the competition for those resources grew with each day. The new Azura Mode Regional Dungeon's appearance was definitely a cause to celebrate for the majority of Starmoon Kingdom's players. At the very least, there was now another area in which they could obtain magic crystals. Moreover, the Undead Gorge was much closer to Starmoon City than the Stoneclaw Mountains. Only a single map separated the gorge and the capital. The only problem was that the monsters in said map were somewhat high-leveled, all above level 50. If one crossed the map without being strong enough, the risk of death would be quite high. However, this could also help disqualify some players, reducing the competition in the regional dungeon. The only downside was equipment repairs. Unlike in the Stoneclaw Mountains, none of the Undead Gorge's adjacent maps had a town. It would take 4 hours to run there from the nearest teleportation point. While this was a huge problem for independent players, the various large guilds found this acceptable. At the very least, they wouldn't have to pay 0 wing with magic crystals if they grinded in the Undead Gorge. Moreover, once their guild members obtained mounts, they could save time when traveling. For a time, Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds began to prepare to garrison troops in the Undead Gorge. A new regional dungeon hinted that there would be undiscovered resources. If they entered the Undead Gorge immediately, they could obtain more than their competition. Young adventurer, I would like you to help me with something, Heartfield sternly told Feng. Now that the evil god's believers have appeared, I suspect that Burn, the legendary necromancer from 15 years ago, is up to something new. I want you to locate him for me. If Burn is trying to hold a summoning ritual, he will need to slaughter many to gather enough power to summon the evil god's doppelganger. I have a tracking crystal that has recorded the evil god's power. It will help you search for the evil god's power within an area. If Burn is absorbing the power of the area's creatures, the tracking crystal will detect him. Once you discover their nest, all you need to do is report back. However, be careful in your search. Burn is a legendary necromancer, and with the aid of the evil god's power, he can summon extremely powerful monsters. Summoning the evil god's doppelganger will require a lot of power, so he will have certainly nurtured many powerful monsters to help him gather what he needs. If you want to deal with these monsters, you should head to the remains of the evil god's temple in the Undead Gorge. You might find some method of dealing with them. Once Heartfied finished speaking, he passed Feng a blue crystal block. Tracking crystal. When activated, will scan 5,000 yards in every direction for the evil god's power. Each use consumes 1 magic crystal. Cooldown, 30 minutes. What an inconvenient item. Feng said nothing as he stared at the crystal block in his hand. Fortunately, it would require time to gather the necessary power to summon the evil god. The one-horned monsters would continue to massacre everything in their path. He would soon or later find them. Then he only needed to follow them back to their nest. Following which, Feng left the Grand Duke's mansion with the tracking crystal in hand. He notified Aqua Rose to send some men to search the maps near Stone Forest Town for clues about the one-horned monsters. After completing that task, he teleported to Blackwing City. Meanwhile, Inside Ouroboros's guild residence in Starmoon Kingdom, a meeting was being held. Usually, only the guild's upper echelons were invited to such meetings. This meeting, however, included 3 outsiders. Guild Leader Snow. There are many benefits to becoming one of the Blackwater Corporation's subordinate guilds. Won't you consider it? The gloomy, short-haired youth who headed the group of outsiders asked, smiling at Gentle Snow. Many benefits? Zhao Yueru repeated from beside Gentle Snow, anger tinging her words. You're asking for management of Ouroboros and 90% of its shares, yet you're offering us less than 1/10 of the market price. These are your so-called benefits? Oh, don't put it like that. With Blackwater Corporation's fame and influence, I am sure that you know how much our management will benefit Ouroboros. The guild will become immensely strong, the short-haired youth said, chuckling. Joining the Blackwater Corporation now is your best choice. Otherwise, you'll run into a dead end in the future. You won't get anything at all. Are you threatening me? Gentle Snow frowned. It is not a threat. I am simply offering a suggestion. I doubt that your investors will want to make an enemy of Blackwater, the youth said. He then turned to Ouroboros's elders, saying, Your guild elders are aware of this. Did they not tell you yet? What is going on? Gentle Snow shifted her gaze towards the several guild elders beside her. Each elder represented one of Ouroboros's investors. Their words were the investors' will. Our companies have already reached a consensus and decided to join the Blackwater Corporation. Snow, please don't blame us. We don't have a choice. Blackwater has been putting pressure on our companies as of late, so our profits are in jeopardy. If this continues, our companies may go bankrupt. We had to compromise, an elder explained softly. Chapter 963 3 Days. The Blackwater Corporation employs impressive tactics. Gentle Snow glanced at the short-haired youth sitting opposite of her, listening to several elders' explanations. In the virtual gaming world, third-rate or greater guilds typically split their shares among multiple shareholders. Zero Wing was unique in this, as guilds were rarely under the control of a single entity, much less first-rate guilds. Although a first-rate guild was the equivalent of a corporation, and capable of earning its own money, when a guild of such caliber joined a large-scale virtual reality game, it needed a lot of capital to begin developing. God's Domain was peculiar among large-scale virtual reality games. Even with a first-rate guild's financial strength, investments from various companies were needed for a guild to spread its influence throughout God's Domain as it attempted to dominate one or multiple kingdoms. This was precisely the reason that multiple companies held the majority of Ouroboros's shares. If these companies came to an agreement, even she, the guild leader, was forced to accept the decision. However, Gentle Snow had never imagined Blackwater to be despicable enough to force Ouroboros into submission. Generally, major international corporations disdained such tactics, as doing so would only make them a laughingstock. Guild Leader Snow, what is your decision? The short-haired youth ignored the snow goddess's ridicule. On the contrary, he sneered and said, I know this is a very difficult decision to make. How about this? We'll give you 3 days to consider your options. If you insist on rejecting our offer in 3 days, we'll be forced to put someone else in the guild leader's seat. After making his threat, the short-haired youth left the meeting room. The 2 level 39 expert players followed him closely. Big Brother Wave, why don't we just get rid of Gentle Snow? It would make it easier to take over Ouroboros. Now that you've given her 3 more days, she might persuade those on the fence or purchase their shares. If she does, it'll be harder to occupy the guild. The 2 robust men asked the gloomy, short-haired youth. The Blackwater Corporation's goal from the very beginning was to take control of Starmoon Kingdom. After turning Starmoon Kingdom into the corporation's playground, they would use it as a stepping stone to dominate the Black Dragon Empire. Even if Gentle Snow agreed to their conditions, they would not let Ouroboros survive. Rather, Blackwater would establish its own guild and absorb Ouroboros, gaining complete control. Hence, they did not need Gentle Snow's consent. Do you really think I will give her 3 days to make a decision? The short-haired youth clicked his tongue. Sneering, he continued. I am just giving Ouroboros's members time to adapt. If I remove Gentle Snow from her position suddenly, it will cause quite a stir in the guild. Not only will it decrease the guild's morale, but I will also have a lot of trouble rectifying the problem. Now that I am giving Gentle Snow 3 days, however, news of this matter will spread throughout the guild. We'll encounter less resistance when we take over the guild's management. Most importantly, young Master Jing has not yet sent me enough experts to take Ouroboros over. In 3 days, we should have enough personnel to assume control. At that time, we will gain control of Star Moon City, and it won't be long before we possess all of Star Moon Kingdom. Big Brother Wave, what about Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing? Are we not negotiating with them? I've heard that Zero Wing is particularly stubborn, and the guild leader alone controls the guild. It will be more difficult to take over. We won't need to worry about that. Young Master Jing has other plans for Zero Wing. The youth named Abandoned Wave responded nonchalantly. How are the people that young Master Jing sent adapting? Big Brother Wave, rest assured, with our guidance they're improving each day. I believe they will adapt to God's Domain's combat style very quickly with the help of the battle videos we procured and the Trail Tower. As long as their levels are brought up to speed, they will be the guild's greatest trump card. One of the robust men reported excitedly. The Blackwater Corporation was not like other corporations. It could actually fit quite well in God's domain. After all, Blackwater was an international corporation that dealt with fighting competitions. The corporation's dojos spanned the globe. Moreover, the corporation was also one of the World Fighting Competition's main hosts. With the amateur fighters in God's domain, it would be a piece of cake for Blackwater to dominate the game. If not for the recent launch of the Mind Space System, the Blackwater Corporation wouldn't have harbored the slightest thought of investing in God's domain. Once Abandoned Wave's group left, pandemonium swept through Ouroboros. The guild was no longer focused on the new regional dungeon. Meanwhile, Feng had arrived in Blackwing City's Magic District. Unlike ordinary NPC cities, which were generally divided into the Noble District and the Commoner District, the NPCs and players that reached Blackwing City were extraordinary. Moreover, even if other kingdoms and empires' nobles ventured to this city, they were ordinary here. In the Magic District, NPC-owned magic shops were everywhere. There were at least 100 such shops in the district. Not only did these shops sell all kinds of daily-use magic items, but they also sold magic scrolls. Some even sold rare magic scrolls that could not be found in ordinary NPC cities. The Monster Repellent Scroll was one such magic scroll. Initially, players had assumed that the Monster Repellent Scroll had no particular value. After all, it was only capable of driving off low-intelligence monsters. Moreover, as players reached higher levels and explored higher-leveled maps, they encountered fewer low-intelligence monsters. Hence, there was rarely a need for the Monster Repellent Scroll. Furthermore, the scroll was expensive. The Monster Repellent Scroll had only gained popularity after players discovered its ability to protect towns. However, as one of the rare magic scrolls sold in Blackwing City, the Monster Repellent Scroll was not infinitely available. Only a limited quantity could be purchased each day. Moreover, only one magic shop sold the scroll, so it wasn't easy to obtain. Overall, only 20 Monster Repellent Scrolls were available in Blackwing City each day. When Feng entered the magic shop that sold the Monster Repellent Scrolls, he discovered numerous waiting players. These players turned towards Feng. Why are people from the sacred temple here? Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw these players. Chapter 964, Extraordinary Nobody. Connor's Magic Shop was an unassuming shop in Blackwing City. The shop was hidden deep in an alley, making it difficult to spot. Moreover, the goods sold in the luxurious magic shops lining the Magic District's main street were already more than enough to satisfy players' needs. Hence, very few went out of their way to look for Connor's Magic Shop. Feng had never expected to meet members of the Super Guild Sacred Temple here. Aside from the glaring Sacred Temple members, a familiar woman chatted with the NPC shopkeeper. Sister Melody, should we chase this player away? A male summoner wearing light blue mage robes asked quietly. This male summoner looked relatively young, around 20 years old. Yet he was already at level 39. The aura of strength and arrogance he exuded revealed him as more than an ordinary expert. Moreover, his staff was a Tier 1 weapon unique to summoners, the Illusion Staff. Tier 1 weapons were the most suitable for Tier 1 classes. Aside from epic weapons, they could maximize a Tier 1 player's combat power, which even the best dark gold weapons could not accomplish. At the moment, even first-rate guild only had 1 or 2 epic items. Some had none at all. Although super guilds were slightly better off in this regard, they could not arm every one of their apex experts with epic items. Generally, these experts only used dark gold items. Wielding a Tier 1 weapon in the sacred temple spoke volumes of the youth's combat standards. No need. It just so happens that I have a reason to seek him out. Since he has presented himself, things couldn't be better. When Quiet Melody saw Feng, a faint smile appeared on her beautiful, charming face, her smile mesmerizing several of the sacred temple members. Seek him out? The summoner youth was slightly stunned. Doubtful, he turned to look at Feng as he wondered, who is he? Quiet Melody was the sacred temple's vice-temple master. She was also one of the guild's apex experts. Very few in the virtual gaming world could attract her attention. Seeing the summoner's confusion, Quiet Melody chuckled as she explained, Fantasy, you might not know of him since you've recently graduated from the newcomer's training, but he is none other than Zero Wings Yi Feng. So, you're the Yi Feng that defeated Sirius. The youth named Lonely Fantasy addressed Feng, envy blooming in his heart. However, rather than envying Feng's strength, he was jealous of the attention Quiet Melody gave Feng. He was a genius that had been nurtured by the sacred temple. Of the many newcomers who had recently graduated from the temple's training program and become internal members, he ranked within the top 5. The sacred temple was a super guild, and it chose the newcomers it nurtured from the guild's elite members. Those who stood out among these elites were the cream of the crop. In any first-rate guild, these individuals could easily become the strongest combatants. These individuals were the virtual gaming world's blue-blood experts. Yet, a lowborn individual like Feng had defeated one of the Battle Wolves Guild's old monsters. Moreover, Feng received Quiet Melody's attention, whom he admired. Why wouldn't he be jealous? Unknowingly, a hunger for battle filled Lonely Fantasy's gaze as he watched Feng. Yi Feng, we meet again. Quiet Melody took the initiative to greet Feng. If not for your loan to Hidden Cloud, I might have been unlucky. During the last Blackwing auction, the 9 Heavens Pavilion's Hidden Cloud had beaten her in the auction for the Golden Tablet. In the end, however, a mysterious NPC had assassinated him for that tablet. Moreover, Hidden Cloud had not been able to log into God's domain for a long period after that incident. He had become a laughingstock among the super guilds. Even now, Quiet Melody broke out in a cold sweat whenever she thought back to how she had fought so hard for the secret technique tablet. Losing money was one thing. Losing time was crucial. Every minute and second counted to the various guilds' experts. If they could, these experts would spend every minute in the game. If they couldn't log into God's domain for several days, their progress would be wounded. The damage might be less severe for someone like herself, who had lost interest in the battle for the guild leader's seat, and was content as a vice-temple master, and holding some shares of the guild. However, for an ambitious person like Hidden Cloud, who vied to become the 9 Heavens Pavilion's first hall master, the damage was tremendous. You must be here for some rare scrolls, right? Quiet Melody said, her gaze shifting towards the magic scrolls filling the display cabinets. Smiling faintly, she continued, Unfortunately, I have purchased all of the rare scrolls here. If you wish to buy some, you will have to wait until tomorrow. Temple Master Melody is quite impressive. I'm surprised that you found this place, Feng said as he swept a glance over the display cabinets. Indeed, just as Quiet Melody had said, the rare scrolls were gone. Even the monster repellent scrolls, which had no apparent use at this stage of the game, were sold out. It's nothing. I just stumbled upon this shop, Quiet Melody replied casually. She then revealed a few of the rare scrolls she had purchased. Looking at Feng, she said softly, "Which scroll are you looking for? If you are in a hurry, I can sell a few to you at cost." The Sacred Temple members were shocked. They thought that they were hallucinating. Quiet Melody was the Sacred Temple's vice-temple master. Even if one disregarded her status, her appearance was enough to make countless men and women swoon. Aside from the required respect for the guild leader and the guild's older generation, she almost never expressed goodwill towards anyone. Yet, she was doing exactly that for Feng. Even if Feng was a particularly skilled fighter with astonishing strength, that shouldn't warrant Quiet Melody's warmth. After all, they belonged to different guilds. Moreover, their guild possessed many experts who were stronger than Feng. "Sister Melody, we need these scrolls urgently. If we sell them to someone else..." Lonely Fantasy quickly interjected. "It's fine. We purchased a few extra as a precaution." Quiet Melody smiled, responding to the summoner youth's advice with indifference. However, Lonely Fantasy knew that these rare magic scrolls were crucial to complete their quest. On the off chance that they ran out during the quest, they may fall on the very edge of success. If that happened, their previous efforts would go to waste. He could not understand why Quiet Melody wanted to befriend Feng. What was so good about this swordsman? "Many thanks. I only need 4 monster-repellent scrolls," Feng stated, not beating around the bush. His agreement with Bloodfang was extremely important. If the monsters raided the town before he was prepared, without the monster-repellent scroll, he would have to pay 30,000 gold. Moreover, a person of Quiet Melody's status had no reason to trick him, and no need to use this opportunity to learn why he had come to this shop. Since the woman wanted to befriend him, and there was no enmity between him and the Sacred Temple, he saw no reason to reject her offer. Afterward, Quiet Melody gave Feng 4 monster-repellent scrolls in exchange for 20 gold. After receiving the scrolls, Feng turned to look at Quiet Melody, who had been smiling all this time. Sighing, he said, "Temple Master Melody, just state your business. I'm assuming that you didn't waste so much time talking to a nobody like me just to sell a few unprofitable scrolls." Chapter 965. Super Guild's Attention. Under. It's nothing major. I just wish to purchase an item from Zero Wing. Quiet Melody chuckled at Feng's question. "What item are you interested in?" Feng began to grow curious. Generally, any items that Zero Wing sold could be purchased from the Candlelight trading firm. With the Sacred Temple's capabilities, Quiet Melody could even easily afford the limited intermediate mana armor kits. Rather than seeking him out personally, she could simply issue a command, and her subordinates would fetch the items and deliver them to her doorstep. "The slots to the Holy City," Quiet Melody responded seriously. "How do you know about that?" Feng's expression immediately darkened. Very few people knew of his acquisition of the Titan City entrance tokens. He highly doubted that Yolan's people would have leaked anything. However, based on Quiet Melody's tone, it was clear that she was certain that he had the entrance tokens. There's no need for surprise. In reality, this news has spread throughout the various super guilds. Quiet Melody smiled. "I believe you remember Peerless, right? As a result of his major loss at your hands, Peerless advertised your deeds. He even revealed the secret about Titan City. Moreover, he is very certain that you obtained slots to the Holy City. Before this incident, I never knew that God's domain had such a holy land. Many super guilds are now watching Zero Wing. It is only a matter of time before they contact your guild. I had intended to visit White River City after I had finished shopping here. However, it seems that won't be necessary." Hearing Quiet Melody's explanation, the Sacred Temple members were stunned. Even Lonely Fantasy wondered if he had heard wrong. They had never imagined that Feng was actually responsible for the Pantheon Elder's suffering. Even newbies knew about Pantheon's Peerless. He was a big shot on the same level as Quiet Melody, yet Feng had killed such a powerful character. It was unbelievable. Field battles were different from the PvP battles in the Dark Arena. Although Peerless was not as powerful as Sirius, one could use various tools in a field battle. Many powerful experts had also accompanied Peerless, making it even more difficult to kill him. Moreover, from listening to Quiet Melody's words, the item in Feng's hands was even tempting to the various super guilds. So much so that a vice temple master like Quiet Melody deemed it necessary to make a personal visit. This was a first in Sacred Temple's history. Generally, when dealing with a guild like Zero Wing, it was a miracle if the Sacred Temple even sent someone from middle management, yet the guild had delegated the negotiations with Zero Wing to a core upper echelon. Lonely Fantasy was confused. Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild in God's domain, yet it warranted treatment that first-rate guilds dreamed of. How did it manage this? So he's the one who let it leak. Feng smiled bitterly as a realization struck him. It seems that had been his final chance. He now, more or less, understood Peerless' actions during the entrance trial. It was no wonder why the high and mighty Peerless of Pantheon had tried to negotiate halfway through the battle. Without a doubt, that had been his last chance to challenge the entrance trial. After losing that chance, he would have to wait a long time before he could try to enter the Holy City again. He might not even get another chance. Since he had lost this opportunity, he wouldn't let the culprit behind his failure get off scot-free. Hence, he had spread the news and pointed the various super guilds towards Zero Wing. Our Sacred Temple also knows how valuable the slots are, so we won't ask for too many. 10 will be enough. I believe that with how many slots Zero Wing obtained, trading 10 shouldn't be an issue. Moreover, we are more than willing to pay a sufficient fee in either money or items. Quiet Melody unhurriedly explained her offer. In an ordinary guild, the Holy City's slots would, at most, add a few advanced lifestyle players. However, it was a different story for super guilds. Super guilds like the Sacred Temple had many lifestyle players who were masters in other virtual reality games. Unfortunately, as these masters were still unfamiliar with God's domain's lifestyle classes, they could only utilize a small fraction of their true abilities. However, with access to the Holy City of Titan, these past masters would rapidly become true lifestyle masters in God's domain. Once these masters could exert their true abilities, rather than just generating limited profits, the Sacred Temple's network of shops could finally be put to good use. Hence, to obtain the slots to the Holy City, the Sacred Temple was willing to pay a massive price. If Zero Wing is willing to sell the slots, the Sacred Temple is willing to trade epic items or golden lands in major cities for them. Since Feng had remained silent, Quiet Melody decided to use the Sacred Temple's trump card. One needed more than just money to afford epic items and major cities' golden lands. It was especially true for the lands. Even a fool knew that these lands' value had room to grow. If not for how important lifestyle masters were to the Sacred Temple, the temple would never have considered these bargaining chips. Although I want to agree to your offer, the Holy City's slots are too precious. I believe that you know just how important they are. Moreover, to tell you the truth, Zero Wing has already used many of our slots. Even if I wanted to trade them to you, Zero Wing doesn't have many left. If you wish to buy them, I'll have to discuss your offer with my guild leader. Feng did not openly reject Quiet Melody's request. After all, the Sacred Temple offered an impressive price. Moreover, based on Quiet Melody had said, it seemed that multiple super guilds were very interested in the Holy City's entrance tokens. Even if he told the truth and claimed that Zero Wing had used all of its slots, none of the super guilds would believe him. At which point, Zero Wing would have earned many new enemies for no reason at all. This was all a part of Peerless' sinister plan. I understand. I'll have to request that you speak with guild leader Black Flame, then. If he is willing to trade, our offer will not disappoint. Quiet Melody nodded, not surprised in the least about this outcome. Updated by Novelful. Come. In her opinion, Feng was merely one of Zero Wing's upper echelons, and the Holy City's slots could decide the fate of a trading firm. Naturally, such an important decision fell to the guild's leader. As for whether or not Black Flame would agree to the Sacred Temple's offer, she was unsure. However, she didn't believe that it was likely that he would refuse the offer. After all, golden lands in major cities were too valuable. They were also something that Zero Wing needed urgently. There simply was no reason for Black Flame to refuse. Chapter 966, Candlelight Auction. After Feng finished his conversation with Quiet Melody, he pretended to contact Black Flame. In reality, though, he contacted Fire Dance. After all, he was Black Flame. How could he possibly contact himself? He had only said something about it to hide his identity. Had he made the decision as Yi Feng, he would have roused Quiet Melody's suspicions. Feng had to admit that the Sacred Temple's offer was tempting. At the same time, it served as a reminder. Zero Wing's number of lands couldn't even compare to a first-rate guild's, not to mention super guilds. It had fewer than an ordinary second-rate guild. However, this could not be helped. These guilds had far stronger foundations than Zero Wing. These guilds had joined God's domain with plenty of starting capital. Their members also spanned across many cities. Moreover, these guilds had invested almost all of the coins they earned from their money farming teams into purchasing various cities' lands. Now players had been developing in God's domain for quite some time. These guilds' advantages were beginning to manifest. In stark contrast to these guilds, Zero Wing had started in God's domain with absolutely nothing. Its possession of lands in so many cities was already impressive. Now that God's domain had been operating for so long, even if Zero Wing had a lot of money, the various large guilds had already bought out the lands in the various NPC cities. These guilds treated their lands like their babies. It was practically impossible for Zero Wing to purchase these lands at a reasonable price, without presenting something that these guilds hungered for. The Holy City slots provided a golden opportunity. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm had only spread its influence to a few major cities. By the time the lifestyle players in Titan City reached the advanced rank, the firm's small corner of the market wouldn't be enough to display its true prowess. If the trading firm obtained a few plots of land in Empire's top 10 major cities, it would secure a far larger customer base. If he took into account the strengthening device and the designs unique to Titan City, Candlelight trading firm's profits would make the income from Stone Forest Town look pitiful. At the moment, however, Feng did not have any Titan City entrance tokens on hand. Even if he did, he had no intentions of selling them to Quiet Melody right now. Since there were so many super guilds craving their own slots to the Holy City, he had to auction them and obtain the best price. Moreover, by doing so, he wouldn't invoke these super guilds' ire, preventing Peerless' plans from coming to fruition. Currently, his only method of entering Titan City was the Holy City's emblem. However, the emblem had a 7-day cooldown. He had used the emblem recently, so if he wanted to enter the Holy City, he'd have to wait. He could use these 7 days to prepare. After all, purchasing lands was a significant expenditure. Even if the Holy City's slots were more valuable, he could not trade a single slot for a major city's golden land, unless the Super Guild had lost its mind. In the past, a single Holy City slot only sold for several hundred gold. Even if it sold for more than that at the moment, the most anyone would pay was roughly 1,000 gold. On the other hand, major cities' golden lands were worth over 10,000 gold. With the slots he had on hand, he could afford, at most, one plot of land. This was not the desired outcome. He planned to trade the Holy City slots for lands in major cities, offering one slot and coins to make up the cost difference. This way he could purchase 10 plots of lands by selling 10 slots. Hence, collecting enough coins was now a priority. Fire, prepare the main force and both the Dark Gods Legion's official members and reserve members to advance on the Undead Gorge. Halt all other quests and activities temporarily, Feng instructed. Don't forget to collect extra strengthening devices and magic scrolls from Candlelight as well. Although the Undead Gorge is an Azura mode regional dungeon, its monsters are much stronger than in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Don't carelessly lose your lives in there. Feng had never heard of the Undead Gorge before. However, as it was related to the new expansion pack, it was definitely not an ordinary regional dungeon. It should offer an abundance of resources, particularly magic crystals. Currently, there were too many players in the Stoneclaw Mountains. There weren't enough monsters to go around. On the other hand, not only was the Undead Gorge a new regional dungeon, but it also required more to enter than the Stoneclaw Mountains. Guilds wouldn't be able to dispatch as many members to the dungeon. With this, Zero Wing could farm magic crystals far more efficiently. As long as he had enough magic crystals, he could use the teleportation house to turn them into mountains of glittering gold coins. With this, he could earn what he needed to purchase lands during the next 7 days. Understood. Fire Dance nodded. After Feng finished issuing his orders, he smiled as he turned back to quiet melody. Communication between players could be set to private mode. This way, unrelated parties would not overhear the conversation. Naturally, the surrounding sacred temple members had heard nothing Feng had said, so these people assumed that he had been speaking with Black Flame. Temple Master Melody, I have told our guild leader about your offer. Our guild leader has considered this problem. Hence, he has already prepared and decided to auction off the slots. In 7 days, the Candlelight trading firm will hold its first auction. Not only will the Holy City's slots be available, but many other unimaginable items will also be for sale, Feng said. To participate in the Candlelight auction, you will need to hold at least one deed to a major city's golden land. These lands will be used to bid for the Holy City slots. Of course, Zero Wing will supplement the cost for each land with coins. However, Zero Wing will only announce the auction to the public in 3 days. This is all I can say for the moment. As for who obtains the Holy City slots, that will depend on the strength and capital of the various guilds attending. Updated by Novelful.com. The moment Feng finished talking, Lonely Fantasy, who stood beside Quiet Melody, flew into a rage, growling, "What do you guys take those Holy City slots for? Do you really think our sacred temple can't obtain our own?" "Fantasy, that's enough." Quiet Melody reproached her subordinate. Although Lonely Fantasy tried to continue, when he saw the fury in Quiet Melody's eyes, he snapped his mouth closed. "Since Zero Wing intends to sell the Holy City slots, we are lucky. The sacred temple will certainly attend the auction," Quiet Melody said, her eyes carrying a silent apology. She then departed from the shop with Lonely Fantasy and the others. Lonely Fantasy still wanted to say something after leaving the shop, but Quiet Melody's glare silenced him. "Fantasy, you have just officially joined the sacred temple, so there is much about God's domain that you do not know. Zero Wing is not as simple as you think. It was bold enough to provoke the super first-rate guild Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and the super guild King's return. Do you really think Zero Wing will think much of the sacred temple's threats?" Quiet Melody scolded Lonely Fantasy, shaking her head ruefully. "While we wait, rather than following me around, head to the intelligence department and learn about the game's various guilds. God's domain is not the shallow game you think it is." Lonely Fantasy was taken aback by Quiet Melody's words. He had not realized that Zero Wing was powerful enough to provoke King's return. Just what kind of guild was it? As for Feng, after obtaining the monster repellent scrolls, he returned to White River City. As soon as he returned, he headed for his warehouse in the bank. Previously, too many things had demanded his attention. He hadn't yet had a chance to use the damaged god crystal he had obtained during the entrance trial. The Holy Grail already possessed immense power. If he could upgrade it further, the thought alone excited him. Chapter 967. Damaged God Crystal. At White River City's bank, before Feng had arrived, a crowd of players had formed in front of the building's entrance, selling raw materials in bulk. A stack of frost grass for only 15 silver. A stack of flame flowers for 21 silver. First come, first served. Urgently selling attribute gemstones. Tier 1 gemstones for 7 silver each. Tier 2 for 75 silver each. Limited stock available. Players were selling all sorts of items near the bank's entrance. Level 30 dark gold equipment was even available for purchase. Current mainstream players were only level 33. while elite players were generally level 36. Even guild elite players dreamed of owning level 30 dark gold equipment. Very few people were willing to sell these items on the market. Generally, only players from small but powerful workshops sold equipment of such caliber. After all, ordinary teams could not obtain dark gold equipment. However, rather than sell dark gold equipment for in-game currency, these small-scale workshops generally sold their items to guilds for credits, which they used to maintain their workshops' operations. After all, such workshops usually didn't have the financial support of a corporation. These are so cheap. I want 3 Tier 1 Strength gemstones and 1 Tier 2 Agility gemstone. Get lost. I want 2 Tier 2 Strength gemstones. I want 3 stacks of flame flowers. Aside from the group of peddling players, another crowd fought desperately to purchase the items for sale. A majority of these players were merchant players and guild logistic members. Are these people insane? Feng could not help his surprise when he heard the various prices. Regardless of the herbs and ores, the gemstone prices alone were astounding. The current market value for Tier 1 gemstones was 9 silver, which was slightly lower than its initial price. He could easily turn a profit of 2 silver if he bought them for 7 silver. As for the Tier 2 gemstone, its prices had not fallen, but had risen instead. Currently, each sold for between 95 silver and 1 gold on the market. Moreover, Tier 2 gemstones were still in high demand. Even after many players had obtained their Tier 2 classes in the past, the majority of their gemstones had been Tier 1. Only guild members or wealthy experts could afford a full set of Tier 2 gemstones at this stage of the game. Moreover, many of the herbs and ores sold were relatively rare. They were still extremely difficult to purchase from the market, yet so many players hawked them here. Feng even wondered if some large guild had lost its mind. Regardless, Feng had no intentions of missing this rare opportunity. He might have just walked away if only the attribute gemstones were available for a low price. After all, he could obtain much cheaper attribute gemstones from the Dark Denver. Moreover, he normally sold these gemstones through the Candlelight trading firm. However, it was a different story for rare herbs and ores. He had no shortcuts to obtain these items. He had to rely on his guild members to collect them gradually. Now that someone sold them for 20% below market price, he would be doing the Candlelight trading firm a disservice if he didn't purchase them all. Hence, Feng joined the line of customers. Most of the players in the queue only purchased 1 or 2 stacks of materials. Only merchant players and guild players could afford a little more. However, these players focused on hard currencies such as the attribute gemstone. Although they would require some time to resell, they were certain to make a profit with such a low cost. How many rare herbs and ores do you have? When it was finally Feng's turn, he examined the middle-aged vendor. The man was only a little over level 10. He was obviously a guild player as only guilds had such logistic players. Yet neither the man, nor the players helping him wore a guild emblem. Dear guest, let me assure you that we have an abundant supply. We have as much as you could possibly want. The middle-aged man revealed a businessman's smile as he glanced at the cloaked Feng. I see. All right then. I want 3,000 stacks of ice dew flower, 3,000 stacks of moonlight grass. Feng listed various herbs and ores, requesting 3,000 stacks of each. Ice dew flowers and moonlight grass were both main materials for producing the ice resistance potion. In addition, Feng had asked for the main materials necessary to craft the fire resistance potion. As long as he had these materials, he could produce ice resistance and fire resistance potions in bulk. By the time White River City grew and the city's players could travel to the Eclipse Gate, these 2 potions would sell like hotcakes. Feng clearly remembered that, shortly after the flying ship feature launched, these potions' prices had skyrocketed. The raw materials also became incredibly popular. White River City's current development speed far outstripped that of the past. Based on Feng's estimation, it wouldn't be long before the flying ships were available in White River City. If he stockpiled ice resistance and fire resistance potions now, by the time players could travel to the Eclipse Gate, he would make a fortune. Dear customer, Are you sure you want so many materials? Shock lit up the middle-aged man's face as he listened to Feng's request. The bag space of 1 or 2 people won't be enough to hold so many. If you really want them, we'll need some time to transfer the materials over from other cities. Even if he emptied his warehouse in White River City, he wouldn't come close to fulfilling Feng's order. Sure, I can wait, Feng said, looking nonchalant. In any case, he had something to do in the bank. If there was money to be made, he could be patient. Hearing Feng's confidence, the middle-aged man smiled brightly. Hurriedly, he said in a respectful tone, "Please wait here for an hour. I'll send my men to fetch the materials. However, we don't have enough stock of some of the materials you have requested. Do you still wish to purchase them?" He could make as much money selling Feng these materials as he had made from all of his previous customers. So be it. In any case, bring as many of the materials I listed as you can. I'll buy everything. As a precaution, let's sign a contract. I'll return in an hour to find you. If you prepare the items early, you can meet me in the bank's main hall, Feng said. He then produced a contract and handed it to the middle-aged man. Please rest assured. I'll have my men bring the materials immediately. After the middle-aged man read through the contract, he signed it without hesitation. He then began to contact his subordinates. As for Feng, he entered the bank's main hall. "Hello, sir. How may I be of service to you today?" The female NPC behind the front counter smiled as she asked Feng politely. "I want to enter my personal warehouse. Here is the key," Feng said. He then passed a bronze key to the female NPC. "Please follow me, sir." After the NPC received the key, her attitude toward Feng shifted, showing more respect. The key Feng had produced was paired to a large private warehouse. This made him one of the bank's VIP guests. No player could steal information about a private warehouse's contents. This was the reason that Feng had rented one for himself. Upon arrival, Feng carefully opened one of the warehouse's safes. The instant the safe opened, the air in the private warehouse grew heavy as a powerful aura surged from within the safe. The safe contained none other than the legendary ranked Holy Grail. Originally, Feng had intended to retrieve the damaged God Crystal from his bag. However, as if this God Crystal had been summoned, it flew from his bag without his involvement. As the God Crystal hovered before Feng, it radiated a faint golden glow. The God Crystal, which should have lost its power, seemed resurrected. It radiated a powerful divine might that prevented Feng from moving. Chapter 968. Evolving the Emblem. How is this divine might be so powerful? Feng could only look at the damaged God Crystal. He could not even move a finger. The powerful divine might could even overpower Tier 5 NPCs. It was hard to imagine that this was merely a damaged God Crystal. Even the complete God Crystal he had previously snatched from a Tier 4 monster had not been as powerful as this. If he weren't in his private warehouse, the God Crystal's divine might be enough to paralyze every player in the bank, causing a commotion in White River City. Although this damaged God Crystal was quite powerful, in front of the Holy Grail, it was a sheep for the slaughter. It could only wait for its death. The Holy Grail then radiated a purple aura that spread throughout the warehouse. This purple aura ate away at the divine might rapidly, and Feng's private warehouse was soon void of divine magic. As for the damaged God Crystal, it could barely stay afloat while it struggled desperately against the Holy Grail's aura. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached Feng's ears. "System, do you wish to allow the Holy Grail to absorb the Titan core?" This is a Titan core? The sudden revelation surprised Feng. He used omniscient eyes once more to check the damaged God Crystal. Titan core, the 10 great saints of Titan's greatest masterpiece. The Titan core is capable of supplying a near-infinite amount of energy. It originally served as the Titan Fortress's power core. However, it had been heavily damaged during the war between gods. When Feng finished reading the description, he was thunderstruck. He had heard of this item before. It could be used to construct a war fortress's power core, which was also the most important component in a war fortress. A war fortress was far more difficult to construct than a city, as it was a machine meant for slaughter. Even Tier 5 NPCs would flee from a war fortress as a single, random strike was enough to end their lives. However, moving a powerful war fortress required an astronomical amount of energy. Hence, one needed a very powerful power source. Among the available materials in God's domain, the Titan core was the best option. Speaking of war fortresses, Feng had seen one in the Physis Canyon. He had also accepted the unique quest, Steel Fortress Borussia. He had nearly lost his life attempting to power the Steel Fortress Borussia with the Titan's heart. However, although the Titan's heart could also be used as a power core, it was far weaker than the Titan core. The Titan core possessed divine might, while the Titan's heart only possessed power. If the Titan's heart were powerful enough to threaten Tier 5 classes, the Titan core was powerful enough to invoke God's fear. Moreover, unlike the Titan core, the Titan's heart's energy was limited. Even 100 Titan's hearts were not as valuable as one Titan core. Do I absorb it? Feng hesitated. To a guild, the Titan core was leagues more important than a legendary item. Of the many components needed to construct a war fortress, the power core was the most difficult to obtain. In the past, this had caused many headaches for many of God's domain's major powers. Moreover, even if they obtained a power source, they would not mobilize their war fortress due to the immense energy consumption. However, there was no denying a war fortress's extreme power. If a Tier 5 player could defend a town with a player population over 1 million, a war fortress could defend nearly half of a kingdom's territory. Moreover, that was with a limited energy source when it could not be moved casually. Obtaining or producing another power source was immensely difficult. If he could equip a war fortress with the Titan core, the war fortress would have no problems defending an entire kingdom. Even the super guilds in the past had not had such a weapon of mass destruction. Moreover, powering a war fortress was only one of the Titan core's functions. The Titan core could also be used in a player-constructed city to emulate the holy city of Titan. According to legend, 18 Titan cores powered Titan City, granting it infinite energy. In the distant past, a large group of Tier 6 gods had attacked the holy city. In the end, however, these gods had failed. Titan City's dense mana and its floating lifestyle association were due to its endless amount of energy. One could just imagine how precious a Titan core was. If he allowed the Holy Grail to absorb the Titan core now, it would be nigh impossible to obtain another in the future. After all, Titan City's 10 saints were long gone. There was no one around who was capable of producing another Titan core. In the end, after giving it some thought, Feng decided to withhold the Titan core from the Holy Grail. Although the Titan core was damaged and could not be used, there was hope of repairing it. After all, he had the Holy City's emblem. He could enter Titan City anytime he wanted. As the Titan core's birthplace, he should be able to learn how to repair it in Titan City. To stop the Holy Grail from craving the Titan core, Feng stored the core in another safe. No one was allowed to open the safes in a private warehouse without the user's approval. The items in these safes would also be disconnected from the outside world. Sure enough, after Feng stored the Titan core inside a safe, the Holy Grail receded its aura and fell dormant. It seems I'll have to look for other god crystals to restore the Holy Grail. Feng sighed as he looked at the Holy Grail, which emitted a purple hue. He suddenly had a realization. Since the Grail can evolve an item, I wonder if it can evolve the Holy City's emblem. Although there was no indication of the Holy City's emblem having a rank, the Titan City entrance tokens were divided into ranks. His black iron entrance tokens allowed wielders to enter the Holy City for 3 days. If players possessed sufficient reputation, they could extend their stay. Silver was the next rank. Wielders of the silver entrance token could stay in the Holy City for 6 days. Similarly, they could extend their stay with sufficient reputation. The highest ranking entrance token was the gold entrance token. It allowed players to stay in the Holy City for up to 10 days. Which token players acquired depended on which difficulty they chose when challenging the entrance trial. Titan City's entrance trial was not limited to one difficulty setting. Only, as Feng's team was still too low level and only consisted of Tier 1 players, they had not had any other options. When the team had Tier 2 players, the entrance trial would provide a hard mode difficulty. As long as players cleared the hard mode trial, they could obtain silver tokens. When Tier 3 players were present in the team, Hell mode would be made available, from which players could obtain the golden tokens. The normal mode of Titan City's entrance trial was already as difficult, or more, as the Hell mode difficulty of a 100-man large-scale team dungeon, not to mention hard mode and Hell mode. Even in the past, Feng had never heard of a team obtaining the gold tokens, and extremely few teams had managed to obtain the silver tokens. Most had settled for black iron. Novel full. Since the entrance tokens were divided by ranks, the Holy City's emblems should have ranks as well. After all, he had obtained his Holy City's emblem from normal mode. What about those obtained from hard mode and Hell mode? Thinking up to this point, Feng could not help but click on the Holy Grail and select its Power of Evolution skill. He chose the Holy City's emblem as the evolution's target. Chapter 969, Evolved Effects. I should be able to evolve it, right? Although Feng had chosen to evolve the Holy City's emblem, he still wasn't sure that his plan was feasible. After all, unlike weapons and equipment, the Holy City's emblem did not have a rank to differentiate it from others. Suddenly, a strand of purple mist flowed from the light blue Holy Grail, gently wrapping around the flashing silver emblem in Feng's hand as if scanning it. 3 seconds later, Feng heard the sound of a system notification. System, do you wish to sacrifice 1000 HP permanently to evolve the Holy City's emblem? Sure enough, a legendary item is amazing. Excitement lit up Feng's face. Although losing 1000 HP stung, the return was worth the cost. As long as the evolution succeeded, this item would be far more valuable than an epic item. Feng agreed to the evolution. Feng's maximum HP then fell by 1000, from 26,300 to 25,300. However, despite the loss, Feng's HP was still much higher than Cola's. If Feng activated the 7 Luminaries Ring's Aura of Earth, he could even become a sturdier MT than Cola. As Feng's HP decreased, streams of green liquid flowed from his body and into the Holy Grail. In turn, the Holy Grail radiated a dazzling purple glow that gradually melded with the Holy City's emblem. Suddenly, the emblem radiated a dazzling golden glow that enveloped the warehouse. Was it a success? Feng stared at the Holy City's emblem, tension tightening his features. If the evolution were a success, the Candlelight trading firm's future would be limitless. While other guilds were expending effort and resources to nurture advanced lifestyle players, he could easily nurture one batch after another, giving the Candlelight trading firm a massive advantage over other trading firms. At that time, even if Candlelight lacked shops, it could easily overwhelm its rivals with a large stock of advanced products. If they could nurture a master rank player, they could earn staggering amounts of money. If the evolution failed, though, he would have to wait another 10 days before he could try again. He would also have to sacrifice another 1000 HP. The thought soured Feng's mood. However, as depressing as it was, he would gladly sacrifice another 1000 HP. After all, Titan City held the key to the Candlelight trading firm's future. After the golden glow dissipated, the originally silver Holy City's emblem shone a pale gold. Moreover, tiny divine runes had been carved on the emblem, which gathered surrounding mana. It almost seemed like a faint mist had wrapped around the emblem, giving it an aura of mystery. Following which, Feng inspected the Holy City's emblem statistics. Holy City's emblem opens a transfer gate to Titan City. A maximum of 20 people may pass through the gate. Each time the wielder of the Holy City's emblem enters the Holy City of Titan, they can extend their stay by up to 2 days. Cooldown 7 days. After Feng finished reading the introduction, he was ecstatic. Although the evolved emblem did not extend a player's stay like the higher-ranked entrance tokens, It now allowed 20 people to enter Titan City rather than 10. Moreover, the wielder could stay in the Holy City 2 days more than everyone else. Now the Holy City's emblem was practically a permanent residence permit for Feng. Generally, ordinary players could only stay in Titan City for 3 days, while Feng, as one of the city's honorary citizens, could stay up to 5 days. Including the emblem's new effects, he could extend his stay in the Holy City to 7 days, which was exactly how long the cooldown lasted. With this, even if Feng did not raise his reputation, he could stay in Titan City as long as he wanted. Titan City was heavenly for both lifestyle players and combat players. Not bad. With this, I won't have to worry about time constraints when I'm questing in Titan City. Feng smiled at the pale gold emblem in his hand. Titan City was a holy land to both lifestyle players and combat players. Only, as the slots to enter the city were extremely valuable, most guilds that possessed them only used them on lifestyle players who could contribute more to the guild than combat players. However, as more players reached Titan City, combat players would discover the Holy City's benefits. They would also discover that they would enjoy just as many benefits as lifestyle players. Only the various guilds had only discovered late in the game. By then, Titan City's benefits were no longer useful to Apex experts. Starmoon City, Ouroboros's guild residence. Due to the Blackwater Corporation's visit, the entire guild was a mess. Many of the players lounged around the guild residence's main hall, not in the mood to level up. Instead, they chatted among themselves about the guild's situation. At the same time, an argument raged in the residence's meeting room. Do your companies really intend to side with the Blackwater Corporation? Have you never considered the fact that Blackwater is simply trying to annex Ouroboros and turn it into one of its toys? At that time, your companies won't have anything to do with Ouroboros at all. Zhao Yueru bellowed, furious as she glared at the several guild elders beside her. Won't you reconsider this? The guild elders not affiliated with the company nodded, showing their support for Zhao Yueru's words. The Blackwater Corporation was ruthless and cruel. Before it had even obtained Ouroboros, it was asking its guild leader to step down and relinquish full management rights. One could only imagine what Blackwater would do once it truly secured the guild. Ouroboros's name would vanish from the virtual gaming world. After the Blackwater Corporation obtained 90% of Ouroboros's shares, it would only be a matter of time before it obtained the remaining 10% and devoured Ouroboros. Aside from the compensation fees, these companies would have nothing left. Currently, God's Domain's popularity was rising rapidly due to the Mindspace system's launch. Even a fool could tell what would become of God's Domain in the future. Otherwise, so many companies from around the world wouldn't be investing in the game. As a first-rate guild, Ouroboros had a significant advantage. It had already amassed plenty of lands. However, if they allowed Blackwater to take everything, these companies would never be able to establish another guild as powerful as Ouroboros, no matter how much money they spent. By giving in to the Blackwater Corporation, these companies were ignoring long-term profits for short-term gains. Regarding the problem of your funds, I have begun to sell the materials in the guild's warehouse to collect more. Including the funds I have and based on my estimations, we should be able to fund your company's resistance against Blackwater for some time. Ouroboros can use this time to capture a few towns. With the income from these towns, the guild will be able to sustain itself. It will no longer have to purchase coins from others or hire money farming teams. Meanwhile, you will retain your shares of Ouroboros. What do you think? /novelful. Calm Gentle Snow proposed her plan calmly as she shifted her gaze towards the several elders representing various companies. Although her plan was effectively cutting off Ouroboros's means of retreat, this was the guild's best option. Chapter 970, Greatest Advantage. Under the company representative elders fell silent after Gentle Snow's proposal. They had never imagined that Gentle Snow would take such decisive action, sacrificing the materials their guild had struggled to accumulate. This would damage Ouroboros immensely and be robbing Peter to pay Paul. In reality, she had not solved the fundamental problem. Novelful. However, if they gathered enough capital to cover their company's sudden shortage of funds and endure this difficult period, their companies could make a comeback and slap the Blackwater Corporation in the face. Moreover, as Gentle Snow had said, if Ouroboros could obtain a few towns within a short time and maintain Ouroboros' profitable state, their companies would hold on to Ouroboros tightly, rather than surrender their shares to Blackwater. In God's domain, captured towns were different from NPC cities. Unlike in NPC cities, where players were under many restrictions, players could build as they wished in their own town. Moreover, constructing a house in a town was far cheaper. Most importantly, players wouldn't be limited in what items they could sell. In the shops in NPC cities, players were only allowed to sell items that were native to God's domain. In a player-owned town, however, players could sell foreign products such as cosmetic items. Unlike weapons and equipment, cosmetic items did not possess attributes. At the same time, cosmetic items could only be worn within player-owned territory. They could not be worn in the fields or NPC cities. Moreover, designing cosmetic items in the game was not an easy task. Although it was not as troublesome and meticulous as weaving, leather making, or forging attributed equipment, and crafting required an advanced lifestyle player's skills, cosmetic items could only be crafted using native materials in God's domain. As a result, players were required to look for suitable materials to create pleasant-looking cosmetic items, which was not easy. Furthermore, more than one form of currency could be used. In player-owned towns, shops had the option of selling their items for either credits or coins, which was convenient for both players and shops. Take Stone Forest Town for example. As the first town to be captured in Starmoon Kingdom, it had grown considerably. Stone Forest Town's residential player population also increased by the dam. A lack of safety was the only issue as the area was home to high-level monsters. This prevented low-leveled players, who only sought entertainment, from visiting. Even so, many companies eagerly wanted to cooperate with Zero Wing. It was especially true for companies in the clothing industry. They all wanted to drown Zero Wing in credits. However, for some unknown reason, Zero Wing had turned these companies down. Instead, it constructed hotels, smithies, bars, and other establishments. The town was nearly out of space already. Seeing the large numbers of players swarming to Stone Forest Town, many companies had cursed Zero Wing as insane. The guild was ignoring a golden opportunity to earn a fortune. We'll contact our superiors immediately. However, we cannot guarantee that they will be willing to take this risk. The several elders representing companies nodded before logging out of God's domain. Hearing the several elders' answer, the other upper echelons relaxed slightly. Inside Starmoon Kingdom's Divine Colosseum, a large group of players ranging between level 10 and level 20 wandered in and out of Trial Tower. Although these players were not very high-leveled, and their equipment was subpar at best, others were shocked by how many floors they were clearing. Of these players, the weakest among them had even reached the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Brother Wave, the people that young Master Jing sent are incredible. Their improvement speeds are astounding. It won't even be long before they surpass me, a tall level 39 ranger, who sat beside Abandoned Wave, said smiling bitterly. No matter what was said or done, he was a famous expert in the virtual gaming world. This time, he had been specially hired to train a group of newcomers who had recently joined the virtual gaming world. He had initially thought that this would be a simple job. However, the moment he met these newcomers, he sensed the dense killing intent and hostility. Their auras were nothing like an ordinary player's, and he could instantly tell that these experts had been well-tempered in life combat. Among these newcomers, a few even felt stifling. These newcomers had already surpassed him, and reached the realm he had always dreamed of. This is all thanks to your guidance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have grasped God's domain's combat basics so quickly. When more newcomers arrive, I'll have to trouble you again. Abandoned Wave was quite satisfied as he watched the new group enter the Trial Tower. As long as he raised these people's levels, it would only be a matter of time before Blackwater took over Starmoon Kingdom. Before he had joined the game, He would never have imagined that combat in God's domain was as realistic as real-world combat. The only differences were players' skills and superhuman physiques. To the Blackwater Corporation, the game's realistic combat was its greatest advantage. After all, Blackwater was a giant in the fighting world. No one had more combat experts or method of nurturing experts than Blackwater. Unlike other companies which struggled to nurture their own gaming experts in God's domain, it was a simple task for the Blackwater Corporation. Blackwater only needed to assist players in adapting to God's domain's combat style. Suddenly, a bald, robust man rushed up to Abandoned Wave and whispered, "Big Brother Wave, a message has arrived from Ouroboros. It seems that Gentle Snow is trying to use the guild's collected materials to compensate the companies for their missing funds. Moreover, someone in White River City has already agreed to purchase all of Ouroboros's rare herbs and ores. Should we do something to stop her?" Haha. Interesting. It seems that Gentle Snow is good for more than just her pretty face. She is a daring beauty. It makes me somewhat reluctant to let her go. Abandoned Wave could not help but roar with laughter. It's a pity that her efforts are pointless. She doesn't understand Blackwater's power. She doesn't know these companies' true intentions either. Gentle Snow has a considerable amount of Ouroboros's shares. Even if those companies pressure her, they can't stop her from selling the materials. However, I can't let her have her way. Notify Gale and the others and have them warn the buyer. I don't want Ouroboros to have a raw material shortage when I take control. Understood. After Abandoned Wave finished issuing his instructions, the bald man left the Divine Colosseum. Chapter 971, White River City's Transformation. Starmoon City, Ouroboros's guild residence. Bursting into the meeting room, the tall, robust berserker Fierce Snake hurried to Gentle Snow's side and quietly reported, "Guild leader, good news. You've been worried that we wouldn't be able to sell the materials fast enough, right? A while ago, we found someone willing to purchase all of our rare herbs and ores. Moreover, the attribute gemstones sales in the various major cities are going quite well. We'll collect the necessary funds in no time." All right. Gentle Snow's expression, which had been tense until now, finally relaxed. Assemble the materials in the various warehouses immediately. Selling all of the materials Ouroboros had, even at 80% market value, in such a short time would be a daunting task. After all, there was a limit to how much the market could digest. If they could not gather the required funds in time, her proposal would have been nothing but talk. Now that someone wanted to spend the coins to purchase their stock, they had helped her considerably. When Gentle Snow finished instructing Fierce Snake, the several company representative elders came back online. "How did you manage to get an answer so quickly?" Gentle Snow felt something off when she saw the several elders. Such an important decision wasn't easy to make. At the very least, these companies would have had to hold an emergency meeting with their directors before making a decision. Yet these elders had only been gone for less than 10 minutes. "Have you decided to submit to Blackwater in the end?" Gentle Snow's expression darkened. She had only recently chased away Chao Chenhua after much difficulty, and snatched back control of the guild, which had originally belonged to her elder brother. She had never expected several of Ouroboros's investors to abandon them just as she was starting to push the guild onto the right track. With just her family's company, she could not stand against these major companies when they worked together. Update by Novelful. Guild Leader Snow. Please understand that this is a world where the strong eat the weak. Our companies simply cannot stand against the Blackwater Corporation. Please prepare to hand over the position of Ouroboros's guild leader. We also hope that you will support the new guild leader. As for the White Clan Group shares, we will buy them back in 3 days. After the company representative elders gave their answer, they sighed powerlessly as they logged out of the game. Although they were only the representatives of their respective companies, they knew that their companies had already signed a private agreement with the Blackwater Corporation. They no longer intended to play with the White Clan Group as they had found a new playmate. Despicable. How could they do something like this? "We were blind. To think we actually accepted these companies' investments in the guild. The dozen or so elders who had fought long and hard with Ouroboros started to bash the investors. To them, Ouroboros was their home. They had worked for Ouroboros for over 20 years. Now that someone else was taking over their guild, why wouldn't they be angry? Snow. Zhao Yueru didn't know how to console her friend. The White Clan group had made its fortune in the virtual gaming world. It had established Ouroboros and gradually developed the guild, taking over a dozen years to elevate it from a third-rate guild to a first-rate guild. Afterward, Ouroboros had dominated over a dozen virtual reality games, yet now it was crumbling in Gentle Snow's hands. Zhao Yueru did not know what to say. "I'm fine." Gentle Snow waved her hand. However, she was extremely pale. After a few minutes of silence, she took a deep breath and said, "Those companies and the Blackwater Corporation are underestimating me. Since Ouroboros cannot be salvaged, the White Clan group will start a new Ouroboros." Although the investing companies had secured Ouroboros' management, and thus the guild shops, gaming experts were the true key to a guild's power. Due to Chao Qinghua's mutiny, the White Clan group controlled Ouroboros' god-slaying army. It did not belong to the guild. As a preventive measure against Chao Qinghua, Gentle Snow had purchased over a dozen plots of land in Star Moon City, and several other high-population cities under her name. However, she hadn't expected those preventative measures to come into play now. "Fierce, you don't have to deliver the goods anymore. I'll meet with the buyer personally," Gentle Snow said. Although the Blackwater Corporation now owned Ouroboros, she was still the guild leader. She also possessed a significant portion of the guild's shares, so she still had the authority to transfer a considerable amount of resources. Since she was going to leave Ouroboros, she needed to take some things with her. She wouldn't allow Blackwater to get its hands on the resources under the White Clan group's management. Although she couldn't transfer the guild's resources in bulk, coins were much easier to move. Moreover, upstart guilds lacked money the most. With the money from selling the materials, she could easily build a sturdy foundation for her new guild. Following which, Gentle Snow left the meeting room. At the same time, Zhao Yueru began to mobilize the god-slaying army and other guild members. When the time came, she would take as many people with her as possible. Although they could not leave Ouroboros an empty husk, they could at least cause the Blackwater Corporation to pop a vein or two when it took over the guild's management. In front of White River City's bank. Guild leader, the buyer is inside the bank. The middle-aged man, who sold items in front of the bank, rushed up to greet Gentle Snow when she arrived. On her way to the bank, Gentle Snow was greatly surprised by White River City's atmosphere. Despite Star Moon City being the kingdom's capital, the vibe in White River City felt as if should be the capital instead. As she traveled through the city, she saw many teams from various first-rate guilds. There were more and higher quality players in White River City than in Star Moon City. She had even seen a few players riding through the city atop mounts. One wouldn't see this in Star Moon City, yet it seemed that White River City's players were already used to these sights. One would even be hard-pressed to find such happenings in imperial capitals. When Gentle Snow entered the bank, the middle-aged man guided her to a corner of the main hall. Feng sat there alone, a black cloak covering his body. However, even though Gentle Snow could not see Feng's appearance, this man felt familiar. Gentle Snow? Why is she here? Is Ouroboros the guild selling the materials? Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw Gentle Snow walking towards him. Could something big have happened to the guild? With Ouroboros' financial strength, the guild shouldn't need to do something so damaging to gather funds. As Gentle Snow stopped before Feng, and the middle-aged man was about to introduce her, 6 tall, burly men radiating hostility cut past Gentle Snow's group and surrounded Feng. "Oh, Guild Leader Snow, I'm sorry, but the Blackwater Corporation has some business with this gentleman. Would you give us a moment?" The leading level 39 berserker named Lethal Gale subtly demanded, smiling coldly. Chapter 972, test of strength. As Gentle Snow was pushed aside, the middle-aged man quickly stepped forward to speak up. However, before he could do so, Lethal Gale shot him a penetrating glare. With the one look, the middle-aged man froze. Even though the middle-aged man knew that players wouldn't dare attack another in a place like this, Lethal Gale's sharp gaze had left him petrified. The dense killing intent within that gaze felt as if a blade had been pressed against the middle-aged man's throat, and if he moved, his head would leave his body. This is killing intent. Gentle Snow could also feel the frightening pressure that Lethal Gale exuded, and she could not help but stare at the berserker. To put it simply, killing intent was a kind of mental suppression. Although killing intent couldn't be seen or touched, the human mind could sense the threat of danger. As a person could not perceive the danger with their five senses, the mind employed a self-preservation mechanism, halting the body from making any sudden movements. It was the same mechanism that was responsible for small animals freezing when surprised. There was a saying in the real world that looks could kill. Although it sounded like a joke, a person's gaze could indeed transmit certain signals. Take wild animals for example. When two wild animals faced off against one another, if one of the wild animals received a ferocious glare from the other, the former would hesitate. Wild animals were born with much keener senses than humans, so they could pick up on these signals easier. Normally, it was very difficult for ordinary players. However, for experts who had experienced many life or death situations, their will and instincts had already been hardened and sharpened. Hence, they could transmit more powerful signals, which even ordinary people could pick up on. Lethal Gale was one such expert. /update by Novelful. However, Gentle Snow had not focused on Lethal Gale due to his killing intent, but rather because his was somewhat different from other gaming experts. His killing intent was much colder and sharper, unlike the killing intent other experts radiated, which only served as a warning signal. The killing intent Gentle Snow felt from Lethal Gale showed that the berserker truly wanted to murder his target. More importantly, the berserker wore a calm and natural expression while he radiated such killing intent. The fact that Lethal Gale could do this told her that his hands were stained with real-world blood. One should always act on a first-come, first-served basis. Do the Blackwater Corporation's people not respect this rule? Gentle Snow asked as she pulled her subordinate away and glanced at Lethal Gale. Sneering, she continued. Or do you need me to teach you a lesson in manners? Although Gentle Snow's tone was soft and not particularly loud, everyone who heard her trembled involuntarily. It seems the rumored snow goddess isn't just a pushover. Lethal Gale thought, surprised by Gentle Snow's aura. In his eyes, virtual gaming experts did not know what it truly meant to fight and kill. These people were nothing to them, people who had seen hell and walked the boundaries of life and death. However, the aura Gentle Snow radiated showed that she was not one bit weaker than him. He had not expected this revelation. Sure. Since Guild Leader Snow made the offer, I'm interested to see just how tough you really are. If you can defeat me, my men and I will leave. If I win, however, you will have to wait for us to finish our chat with this gentleman. Although Gentle Snow's aura had surprised him, that was all. In an actual fight, one could only rely on their own skill. He refused to believe that his skills, which he had honed in true battle, would lose to someone like Gentle Snow, was all style and no substance. Moreover, if he beat Gentle Snow, Abandoned Wave would have an easier time taking over Ouroboros. Lethal Gale's companions wore mocking smiles as they watched Gentle Snow. He was absurdly strong. He had even defeated a famous expert from the Dark Knight Empire, who ranked 354th on the God's Domain Experts list. As for Gentle Snow, in the latest update of the experts list, she only ranked within the top 900. Defeating her would be a piece of cake for Lethal Gale. Okay, I want to see just what kind of experts the Blackwater Corporation has nurtured, Gentle Snow said. She then turned to Feng, and in an apologetic tone she said, Excuse me, sir, but will you wait for a little while longer? I'll finish this match very quickly. We can proceed with the trade once I'm done. Blackwater's people had not initially been looking to cause Feng any trouble. It was only because of her that these ruffians had done so. Hence, it was only right that she deal with this matter. Trying his best to hold back a chuckle, Feng said in a deep tone, "It's fine. I am more than happy to watch a good show." He had to admit that the black cloak was an excellent item for hiding one's identity. Even as he stood before Gentle Snow, she didn't recognize him at all. Right now, all she could discern was his gender. In reality, Feng could have revealed his identity and put an end to this match. However, he was curious to see how strong Gentle Snow was. Both Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale were level 39 berserkers. Both wore equipment of similar standards, with both wearing level 40 dark gold equipment. It was obvious that they both possessed top-tier equipment that could reduce item level requirements. Their weapons were the only difference between them. Although Feng did not know the quality of Gentle Snow's silver greatsword, seeing the greatsword gather traces of mana from the area, it was definitely stronger than a dark gold weapon. On the other hand, Lethal Gale's greatsword was slightly weaker. Even so, it was a top-tier dark gold weapon. With almost a negligible difference between them, this match would come down to their combat techniques. Feng had already been observing Lethal Gale. Although he was a berserker, a class famed for violence, his actions felt light and gentle. It was obvious that his physical control had already reached a very high standard. It was highly possible that he had reached the refinement realm. Refinement realm experts were considered apex experts in first-rate guilds. After all, unless one had the benefit of a simulation training system or some miracle, it was extremely difficult to reach the refinement realm. Hence, it was quite impressive if a first-rate guild had a few such experts. As for experts of higher combat standards, that depended on luck. It was similar to some unrated guilds' luck, as they saw a refinement realm expert arise from among their members. Unfortunately, the probability of such at this stage of the game was extremely small, unless the player was also an extremely powerful martial artist in the real world. As for Gentle Snow, Feng did not notice any sign that she had reached the refinement realm. In that case, where was her confidence coming from? Of course, it was also possible that Gentle Snow intentionally hid the subtle signs. If so, even Feng would not be able to determine her combat standard. He could only confirm his doubts by watching an intense battle. Once Gentle Snow agreed to the match, they all headed for the Divine Coliseum above White River City. _ Chapter 973. Match of the Century. _ Inside the Divine Coliseum, players came and went. It was even more lively than White River City's auction house. The Divine Coliseum had become the most populated location in the city. Sitting along the rest bar, many players chatted as they watched battle videos on the screens hovering in the main hall. The drinks here are awesome. It's a pity that they're so expensive. Unlike everywhere else, where we can pay with copper and silver coins, can only buy drinks here with magic crystals, or the points we accumulated in the Divine Battlefield. Each bottle costs 100 points. I need to win at least 3 team battles to earn that many. I'll never afford more drinks at this rate. That's nothing. A few days ago, someone spent 3,000 battle points to buy 1 bottle of Ice Fire Spirit. I heard that not only is it calming, but its effects last for 5 hours. Its calming effects are far better than the trial towers. It also tastes magnificent. What? I could drink for half a month with 3,000 points. The Ice Fire Spirit isn't the best alcohol available. I heard that if one reached the trial tower's 8th floor, they can purchase the Witch's Tier. One costs 5,000 points. Some time ago, I heard that a player from another kingdom bought one. I wonder what it tastes like. Stop dreaming. Only God's Domain's apex experts can reach the 8th floor. Getting past the 4th floor is difficult enough for us, much less the 8th floor. As the Divine Coliseum became a larger factor in players' lives, players grew stronger. Players also used the trial tower's results as a way to judge someone's true abilities. As for tycoons who used their equipment to suppress others, they weren't experts, just rich. Hence, guilds and independent teams now recruited members using the trial tower's results as a benchmark. Players who could reach the 5th floor were considered ordinary experts. Players who reached the 6th floor, even in a large guild, were experts of the next level. Players who could reach the 7th floor were of the more powerful experts, even in first-rate guilds. As for those who managed to reach the second half of the 7th floor, they were top-ranking experts in a first-rate guild. One would be hard-pressed to find players in a first-rate guild who could reach the 8th floor. While the players in the main hall chatted amongst themselves, Lethal Gale and the others, who had just arrived, immediately attracted everyone's attention. People in their way moved aside as they felt these players' shocking aura. Shortly after, however, everyone noticed Gentle Snow. Her saint-like beauty even enthralled a few new players. That beauty is hot. Damn, is this your first day playing a virtual reality game? You don't even know about the Snow Goddess? She is the guild leader of the first-rate guild Ouroboros. Be careful with what you say. I heard that many wealthy young masters have tried to harass her in the past. In the end, these people had been killed to level 0 and forced to delete their accounts and start all over. Hearing the veteran player's story, the players new to White River City shut their mouths immediately. To them, even joining a third-rate guild would earn them bragging rights among their friends for days. They looked up to players in first-rate guilds. They were also aware of the massive differences between third-rate and first-rate guilds. In the current God's domain, unrated guilds were forced to develop in smaller NPC towns. There was no place for a small guild in a city. Only those acknowledged as third-rate guilds barely survived in NPC cities. Meanwhile, first-rate guilds ruled over several, or even over a dozen major cities. With a word from Gentle Snow, other guild leaders would make their lives hell in God's domain without hesitation. With their standards, their only option would be to start a new account. What are they trying to do? Why is Ouroboros' guild leader in White River City's Divine Coliseum? That man, Lethal Gale, recently defeated the 354th ranked expert from the God's Domain's experts list. I heard that he even broke the Trial Tower's record in Hot Sand City and reached the 8th floor. Why is he here? Can this be? When everyone saw Lethal Gale and Gentle Snow enter the same combat room, the main hall fell silent. They couldn't help but stare at the combat room's closed door, their skin breaking out in goosebumps. An 8th floor expert was going to fight Ouroboros' guild leader. I need to notify my team leader and the others. This is the match of the century. Hopefully they'll broadcast the fight. I'll even be willing to pay for this show. Look, they didn't turn private mode on. We can watch the battle on the main screen. Hurry, select this battle. Pandemonium swept through the main hall. Every player quickly called up the Divine Coliseum system interface and clicked to watch Gentle Snow's battle against Lethal Gale. In the Divine Coliseum, the videos on the main hall's screens depended on the number of viewers. If enough players wanted to watch the fight, the system would automatically display said fight on the main screen. Following which, everyone in the main hall stared the main screen in rapture. At the same time, many players fervently contacted their companions in guilds, telling everyone they knew about this shocking development. Before the battle between Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale began, news of their fight had spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. The guild leaders and upper echelons of the kingdom's various guilds received the news at almost the same time. Has Gentle Snow lost her mind? She agreed to such a challenge? The Star Alliance's Purple Eye was surprised when she heard the news. Lethal Gale is a refinement realm expert. Although Gentle Snow is strong, she had only reached the half-step refinement realm. Doesn't she care about Ouroboros' reputation anymore? Purple Eye knew just how powerful refinement realm experts were from her experience in the Secret Pavilion simulation training system. Although there only appeared to be a thin line separating a half-step refinement realm expert from a true refinement realm expert, with equal levels and equipment, the disparity between their strengths was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although Gentle Snow had a slight advantage with her equipment due to her status as the leader of a first-rate guild, she could never close the gap with such a small lead in attributes. No, she is no fool. I also heard about Blackwater purchasing Ouroboros. From what I learned from the Secret Pavilion, that Lethal Gale fellow is an expert that Blackwater has secretly nurtured, Galaxy Pass said, chuckling. A realization struck Purple Eye. This was no longer a simple competition of strength. It was a competition between Ouroboros and the Blackwater Corporation. Both of their reputations were on the line. Purple, notify our people in White River City immediately and have them record the battle. We must not miss this opportunity, Galaxy Pass commanded. Other guilds also burst into action. Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale's battle had attracted the attention of Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds. Chapter 974, War Goddess. Chapter 974, War Goddess. A bald, robust man suddenly burst into an exquisitely decorated room. Tension written all over his face. Boss Wave, something has happened with Gale. The bald man reported hurriedly. Raising his brows, Abandoned Wave asked, what happened? I don't know what Gale was thinking, but he's about to duel Gentle Snow. News of the fight has already spread throughout the kingdom, the bald man said. Gale is dueling Gentle Snow? The news surprised Abandoned Wave somewhat. A moment later, however, he started laughing before he said, good, very good. Gale's performance this time is excellent. Who would have imagined that? Just as I was struggling to think of a way to take over Ouroboros, Gentle Snow delivered herself to my doorstep. Send someone immediately to live stream Gale's battle. I want to see the look of despair on Gentle Snow's face. Although he was not certain of Gentle Snow's true strength, he knew how powerful Lethal Gale was. It was common knowledge that although Lethal Gale had beaten the 354th ranked expert on the God's Domain experts list, it had been a hard-fought battle. Hence, in the public's opinion, that must have been the limit to Lethal Gale's strength. UP. Dated by Novelful. Common reality, however, Lethal Gale had held back. After all, he was a member of the battle team that the Blackwater Corporation was nurturing. How could he afford to expose his true strength to the public? He needed to save that trump card to deal other battle teams a critical blow. Although Abandoned Wave had no idea how much strength Gentle Snow had hidden, she was 100 years too early if she thought she could defeat Lethal Gale. Inside White River City's Divine Coliseum, every player in the main hall watched the main screen as if hypnotized. It's finally starting. Sitting at a corner of the rest bar, Feng looked at the timer displayed on the screen, his heart thumping with anticipation. In the past, the strength Gentle Snow displayed during the early stages of the game had been extremely frightening. Many experts had considered her disappearance from God's Domain a shame, as they all believed that she had the potential to become a Tier 6 God-ranked player. Her abilities were clear for all to see just from how she had managed to nurture the cleric god Violet Cloud. The main screen currently displayed a dense forest, which was the perfect environment for assassins and rangers. However, it was an entirely different story for berserkers. Berserkers were the epitome of strength. The Berserker class was a class that solved all problems with overwhelming strength. Unlike a duel between other classes, the one between Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale would undoubtedly be a short battle. Either Gentle Snow would quickly defeat Lethal Gale, or the other way around. There was no third possibility. Hence, everyone in the main hall paid close attention to the screen, afraid of missing out on any details of the battle. Let me properly experience the strength of Ouroboros' guild leader. Hopefully you won't disappoint me too much. As soon as Lethal Gale let out a low shout, a bone-chilling glint flashed across his eyes as he unsheathed the gigantic greatsword slung over his back and entered a fighting stance. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not use charge straight away and rush at Gentle Snow. Instead, he slowly closed in on the female berserker step by step. However, with each step Lethal Gale took, the surrounding air grew heavier. Even the players watching in the main hall could feel the frightening pressure the male berserker radiated. As for Gentle Snow, she unsheathed her silver greatsword and pointed it directly at the approaching Lethal Gale. Her actions were as if victory was already in her grasp. Her calm appearance made her look just like the war goddess of a battlefield. When only 12 yards separated the two berserkers, everyone suddenly saw a shocking scene. Gentle Snow's entire body started releasing a silver glow. In the next moment, 3 pairs of silver metallic wings sprouted from her back. The equipment she wore also underwent a transformation. Her original silver armor turned into a set of pure white robes. In the blink of an eye, Gentle Snow had changed from a plate armor class to a cloth armor class. This sudden development made it seem as if an angel had suddenly descended onto the battlefield. In the next moment, golden divine runes manifested on her robes, and even on her unblemished cheeks, adding a few hints of holiness to the war goddess. Meanwhile, the silver greatsword in her hands had also transformed into 2 thin, sharp blades. Golden arcs of electricity were faintly visible, wrapping around the blades of the one-handed swords. Before anyone even reacted, Gentle Snow dashed straight towards Lethal Gale. What? What just happened? Is she really a berserker? Gentle Snow's sudden transfiguration riveted everyone in the main hall. None of them had expected her to undergo such a change. She's so fast. At this moment, even Feng was surprised. He had never imagined that Gentle Snow had hidden her strength so deeply. Gentle Snow's current speed was already above his. Watching through the large screen, everyone only saw Gentle Snow leaving behind an afterimage in her original position before appearing right before Lethal Gale. Come. Lethal Gale laughed as he activated his berserk skill, Beastification, his skin suddenly turning a deep red. Both his strength and speed also soared. Immediately, he sent a cross slash at Gentle Snow. In response, Gentle Snow swung the sword in her right hand, the blade transforming into an arc of light as it struck at Lethal Gale's great sword. What a fool! Gale has already activated Beastification. Although the skill's duration is very short, it increases his strength attribute by 120%. In addition, Cross Slash is a Tier 1 sure kill skill. Even Great Lords won't be able to block this attack. Yet Gentle Snow actually dares to receive it directly? Could she have abandoned herself to despair because of losing Ouroboros? Abandoned Wave's lips curled into a smile as he watched Gentle Snow's actions. He could already see the scene of Lethal Gale heavily injuring the female berserker. Has Gentle Snow really lost her mind? She actually made such a rash counter. Purple Eye looked at Gentle Snow with eyes filled with worry. Gentle Snow was a rival of hers. She did not wish to see her losing to anyone but herself. At this moment, Purple Eye was wondering whether Gentle Snow truly understood just how powerful a refinement realm expert, who had activated a berserk skill, was. As for Feng, he simply chuckled at this scene. Among everyone present in the Divine Colosseum, most likely nobody, aside from himself, knew what kind of state Gentle Snow was in at present. If one were to say that Lethal Gale was in a berserk mode right now, then the current Gentle Snow was in a twofold berserk mode. The reason for Gentle Snow's transfiguration was her obtaining the Holy Warrior class, one of the 5 great legacies of Starmoon Kingdom. The 5 great legacies of Starmoon Kingdom. Not to mention completing them, just being able to accept the quest for these legacies showed that one was a favored child of the main god system. In the past, only Gentle Snow in the entire Starmoon Kingdom had managed to complete this quest. Feng had never imagined that she would actually succeed in class-changing into a holy warrior ahead of time. The 5 great legacies were all peak legacies. The legacy skills that Gentle Snow learned were naturally extraordinary. At this moment, the skill that Gentle Snow had used was one unique to the Holy Warrior class, the Legacy Berserk skill Starlight Saint. Not only did the skill increase her attributes significantly, but it also altered the external appearances of her weapons and equipment at the same time. Currently, although it might seem as though Gentle Snow was equipped in cloth armor, in reality, it was holy armor. The soft, white robes she was wearing were tougher than even adamantite. The defensive capabilities of those robes far surpassed those of plate armor. Chapter 975, Taboo Skill Life Return. Under Chapter 975, Taboo Skill Life Return. Although twofold Berserk could give players the strength to combat existences of a higher tier, it also had a glaring weakness. Legacy Berserk skills all shared the same problem. And that was the side effects. Unlike ordinary berserk skills, all legacy berserk skills would place its user into a weakened state once their durations ended. Moreover, the duration of twofold berserk was very short. Even Feng, who possessed one of the 10 great saint legacies, could maintain it for only 20 seconds. Once twofold berserk ended, he would fall into a weakened state for several hours. However, it was also precisely because of such a drawback that the system allowed the use of twofold berserk. Based on Feng's estimates, Gentle Snow's Starlight Saint should have a shorter duration than his Blade Liberation. If she could not finish off Lethal Gale within this period, once her berserk skill ended, she would lose without a doubt. One could say that Gentle Snow was taking a gamble. Boom! The collision of the two weapons created a shockwave. The ground under both fighters instantly collapsed as the clear sound of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the surrounding forest. Pung! Half a second later, Lethal Blade's entire person went flying out of the crater, his body breaking several large trees before slamming heavily into the ground. His HP instantly decreased by over -1,800 as well. The difference in strength between both sides was clear for all to see. He flew. How is she so strong? Is this the guild leader of Ouroboros? This scene staggered everyone inside the main hall. The players who had previously entertained unscrupulous thoughts about Gentle Snow now had shivers running down their backs. Lethal Gale, who had defeated the 354th ranker on the God's Domain experts list, actually got sent flying with a single hit. If it were them in the male berserker's place, they would have gotten killed instantly by Gentle Snow's lightning-quick attack. Gentle Snow! Abandoned Wave's countenance turned grim when he saw Lethal Gale repulsed. To him, Lethal Gale losing in a contest of strength even after activating beastification was simply inconceivable. This was equivalent to Gentle Snow sending a great lord of the same level flying. How is her strength so high? After standing back up, Lethal Gale looked at the rapidly approaching war goddess in shock. After activating beastification, his strength attribute could already rival that of a great lord of the same level. Coupling it with his cross slash, even a great lord would be pushed back, not to mention a player. Despite that, Gentle Snow had managed to send him flying with a single strike, without using any skills. His mind just could not figure out how this was possible. However, Lethal Gale did not have the luxury of pondering this. If he did not cope with Gentle Snow's next attack properly, he might very well lose directly. In a flash, Gentle Snow appeared before Lethal Gale once again. This time he no longer dared to clash weapons with the female berserker. Instead, he chose to take a large step backwards before defending himself with his great sword. Pung! Lethal Gale was forced back once more. This time, however, he only received -400 damage or so. Moreover, the impact of the attack allowed him to pull away from Gentle Snow. Suddenly, a cat-and-mouse game commenced on the battlefield. Every time the two fighters clashed, Lethal Gale would manage to buy himself some time by sacrificing a small amount of HP. Lethal Gale was no fool. He knew that Gentle Snow's current equipment was only slightly better than his. The fact that there was still such a huge disparity between them pointed to just one thing: a difference in skills. God's domain was fair in all things. Such a powerful skill definitely could not have a very long duration. Hence, all he needed to do right now was drag out the battle. If he managed to last until Gentle Snow's skill ended, victory would be his. He could tell that Gentle Snow had yet to reach the refinement realm, and was only at the half-step refinement realm. She did not possess perfect control over her own body. Moreover, she was clearly not used to this sudden increase in power, since she would expose plenty of weaknesses when she attacked. This was the reason why he could deflect the trajectory of her attacks, dampening the collision of the attacks significantly, and taking only a small amount of damage each time. This Lethal Gale fellow really is something. Feng was slightly surprised when he looked at Lethal Gale, successfully deflecting Gentle Snow's attacks one after another. Rather than the refinement realm, the combat standard the male berserker was displaying right now already approached the flowing water realm. One could say that he had reached the half-step flowing water realm. Players at the refinement realm would have precise control over their own bodies. Even in high-speed combat, they would be capable of impromptu changes. However, just having such a combat standard would not be enough for one to deflect Gentle Snow's attacks. One also needed to understand the Holy Warrior's every action and predict her attack trajectories in advance. Only with this would one be able to keep up with Gentle Snow's superior attack speed and turn aside her attacks. Although it sounded straightforward, experts at the refinement realm would find such a feat extremely difficult to achieve. Had Gentle Snow not activated twofold Berserk, she really wouldn't have any chance of victory against Lethal Gale. The seconds ticked by quickly. 10 seconds after the battle began, over half of the terrain of the combat room lay ravaged. At this moment, Lethal Gale was in a very miserable state, and only a quarter of his HP remained. Gentle Snow would need just a few more seconds to defeat the male berserker. UP. Dated by Novelful. I have to admit, you are by far the strongest opponent I have faced in battle since I entered God's domain. However, I believe your skill's duration should be almost up. Originally, I did not intend to use this move. However, I acknowledge that your strength indeed deserves my going all out. Lethal Gale said excitedly. Lethal Gale's HP began recovering rapidly. At the same time, the aura he exuded also strengthened apace. Not good. That's the Tier 1 Taboo skill Life Return. Feng immediately recognized the skill Lethal Gale used when he noticed a green mist circling the male berserker's body, along with his growing aura. As a Tier 1 Taboo skill, Life Return was very powerful. When activated, the skill completely recovered its user's HP within a short period. Moreover, the more HP the user lost previously, the more bonus strength and agility attributes the user would gain, up to a maximum of 600 strength and 600 agility. 600 strength was practically equal to the total strength of a well-equipped level 40 berserker. With such a massive increase in strength, even if Lethal Gale's strength attribute was still not a match for Gentle Snow's, there would no longer be such a great disparity as before. With Lethal Gale's standards, it would be enough for him to defeat Gentle Snow. To make matters worse, Gentle Snow's twofold Berserk was already nearing its end. Haha. Gentle Snow, I admit that you are amazing. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent to go up against. Abandoned Wave could not help but guffaw when he saw the gloomy expression on Gentle Snow's face. Although Lethal Blade had used his final trump card, which would probably impact his future performance in the Dark Arena, being able to thoroughly defeat Gentle Snow now was also a good thing. Immediately Lethal Gale used Charge and took the initiative to dash towards Gentle Snow. Chapter 976. Sudden Kill. Chapter 976. Sudden Kill. After using the Taboo skill, Lethal Gale's attributes and speed both increased by a large margin. With the inclusion of the speed boost from Charge, everyone only saw the male berserker leaving behind an afterimage as he crossed over a dozen yards and arrived before Gentle Snow instantly. Die! Lethal Gale shouted, a bloodthirsty glint flashing across his eyes. Without even waiting for the fainted effect of his charge to settle in, he raised his great sword and used Beheaded. Although he took less than a breath's time to complete this entire process, Gentle Snow still managed to activate a control removal skill and counter the male berserker's attack with Chop. Boom! Dazzling sparks flew as the clangor of metal resounded throughout the entire forest. Unlike before, however, Lethal Gale was not sent airborne this time. Instead, he had to retreat just a single step. The impact of the collision also cost him only around 100 HP. To Lethal Gale, who had recovered back to full HP, this loss was barely a scratch. Although his attack had failed to finish off Gentle Snow, Lethal Gale did not mind one little bit. He had long since figured out how powerful Gentle Snow's current attributes were. This first attack of his was merely to gauge how much of a difference there remained between their strength attributes. In a quick follow-up to his attack, Lethal Gale's body flashed. Then he appeared beside Gentle Snow and abruptly swung his greatsword upwards, the massive weapon slashing straight at her blind spot. UP. Dated by Novelful. Calm as Gentle Snow was still unaccustomed to her greater strength, the clash with Lethal Gale had thrown her stance off. Hence, her defense was full of holes right now. Had Gentle Snow reached the refinement realm, even with the suddenness of the increase in strength, she would have been able to control it skillfully. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Lethal Gale's greatsword suddenly split into 4 afterimages, each one striking at one of Gentle Snow's weak points. Caught off guard, Gentle Snow no longer had the time to adjust her stance to defend against Lethal Gale's attacks. In the end, she forcefully used Whirlwind Slash. In the next moment, a silver whirlwind suddenly formed around her. When the 4 afterimages of Lethal Gale's greatsword collided against the silver whirlwind, they immediately got dispelled into nothingness. Meanwhile, Lethal Gale himself had to take a step back, giving Gentle Snow a chance to catch a breather. What a terrifying expert. After Gentle Snow retreated to a safe distance, she could not help breaking out in a cold sweat when she thought back to Lethal Gale's previous attack. The difference between their combat standards was clear for all to see. Despite her advantage in strength, Lethal Gale always managed to maintain his stance after receiving her attacks. Moreover, even after his attributes had increased significantly, he was still able to receive all her attacks without fail, as well as launch attacks from various positions. On the other hand, it was taking her all just to handle her sudden increase in strength, which made it very difficult to maintain her stance after a direct clash. Unlike ordinary computer games, fights in virtual reality games were no different from fights in the real world. In many cases, an attack that one could easily block while in a proper stance would become very difficult to handle if one lost their stance. This was true even with a very normal attack. Fights between experts were all high-speed battles. Deciding the outcome took only an instant. Losing one's stance in battle was a fatal matter. Although Gentle Snow had repelled Lethal Gale, the latter had no intention of letting up on his attacks. He immediately charged at her once more, and let loose a barrage of violent strikes. In the main hall, all anyone could see between the clashes of Gentle Snow's one-handed swords and Lethal Gale's greatsword were afterimages. Is this a battle between true experts? For a time, the players in the main hall even stopped blinking, afraid that they would miss out on the moment where victory and defeat were decided. If it were any other player going up against either of the two fighters right now, most likely, they would have already fallen numerous times to either Gentle Snow's or Lethal Gale's attacks before they could even react. Inside the combat room, although Gentle Snow seemed to hold the advantage in both speed and strength, in reality, she was actually at a disadvantage. In order to maintain her combat stance, Gentle Snow kept having to retreat. Otherwise, she would create an opening that Lethal Gale could exploit. The seconds ticked by slowly. When Lethal Gale noticed the 3 pairs of silver metallic wings behind Gentle Snow starting to fade away, one after another, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he could sense that her strength and speed were both starting to wane. Will I be able to make it? Gentle Snow looked at the last remaining pair of wings on her back. The outcome of this battle was already plenty obvious. With Lethal Gale's combat techniques, even if she did not enter a weakened state after Starlight Saint ended, she would still end up losing the battle. However, she was not willing to simply give up. From the moment Lethal Gale activated the Tier 1 Taboo skill Life Return, she already knew just how powerful the Berserker was. The only reason she had fought desperately up until this point was for this final strike. When the 3 pairs of metallic wings generated by Starlight Saint started disappearing, it was not a warning to the user that their bonus attributes were about to expire. Instead, the moment all 3 pairs of wings disappeared, the skill would at last display its true power, releasing its final brilliance. However, this final power only lasted for one attack. If Lethal Gale managed to deflect or dodge her attack, her fate would be sealed. Hence, if Gentle Snow wanted to win, she needed to stay calm like never before. She needed far more precise control over her own body. She also had to push her mental concentration to its very limits. Thus, when her wings began fading, Gentle Snow had deliberately repressed her own strength to the point where she could control it perfectly. Meanwhile, from Lethal Gale's perspective, it seemed as if Gentle Snow's strength was continuously deteriorating. Upon seeing the final pair of metallic wings disappear, Lethal Gale immediately used the Tier 1 skill Energy Slash. Energy Slash not only increased the power of an attack, but also extended the attack range by 5 yards. 6 ultimate flashes. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, had forsaken all her excess power and concentrated the remainder into one final attack. The collision of swords and greatsword generated a blinding glare, followed by a thundering boom. Pum, pum, pum. As the glare dissipated, the shrill of metallic armor being pierced echoed throughout the entire forest, as well as the entire main hall of the Divine Colosseum. 5 penetrating cuts appeared on Lethal Gale's armor. His HP had also instantly fallen to 0. As for the victor of this battle, Gentle Snow, her complexion looked somewhat pale right now. The extraordinary concentration she displayed at the final moment depleted her mental strength, so much so that she was on the brink of collapse. With the side effects of the Starlight Saint kicking in, she appeared extremely frail. The players in the main hall of the Divine Colosseum, however, clamored at this scene. "It's over." What happened in that instant? I didn't even manage to see anything. Gentle Snow won just like that. This is a lie, right? All hail the goddess. Everyone simply could not figure out what had happened in that final moment. Lethal Gale clearly had the upper hand just then, and was about to finish her off. Yet such a shocking reversal had actually taken place. The tables had turned so suddenly that even Lethal Gale himself did not know how she had defeated him. With the end of the duel, Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale both walked out of the combat room. Due to their previous agreement, even if Lethal Gale was reluctant, he no longer had the face to look for trouble with Feng at the moment. He could only watch as Gentle Snow slowly walked over to Feng. Defeated? Gale was actually defeated. He even lost while every guild in Star Moon Kingdom was watching. When Abandoned Wave saw the outcome of the match, he threw the bottle of Witch's Tear, which was worth 5,000 battle points, to the floor. Immediately notify Gale and the others. Since they've embarrassed the Blackwater Corporation, they need to make up for their actions. Have them think of a way to get rid of Gentle Snow within White River City. Currently, Gentle Snow's complexion was pale, and she looked extremely weak. She was clearly suffering the backlash of using that powerful skill from before. With her in such a weak state, even with the deterrence of the city guards, killing her would be child's play for Lethal Gale's party of 6. As long as the Blackwater Corporation killed Gentle Snow inside White River City, they would be able to regain the reputation they lost before in one fell swoop. As for Lethal Gale's party members getting jailed by the NPC guards, that was irrelevant to Abandoned Wave. Understood. Lethal Gale accepted to the instructions he received without hesitation. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he shifted his gaze towards Feng and Gentle Snow, who were chatting with each other. Chapter 977. Feng takes action. Following the Gentle Snow's battle, the players throughout Star Moon Kingdom were in an uproar. Gentle Snow's valiant and heroic bearing captivated many male players, all of which considered applying for Ouroboros to get closer to the Snow Goddess. She won just like that? Purple Eye was stunned as she watched Gentle Snow's victory on the screen. With only a small difference in attributes, Gentle Snow had actually defeated a Refinement Realm expert. It seems the Blackwater Corporation has greatly embarrassed itself this time. If the news of Blackwater chasing Gentle Snow away in order to annex Ouroboros spreads, it will be very hard for Blackwater to mingle in Star Moon Kingdom. Although Gentle Snow is an enemy, I have to thank her. The strength Gentle Snow had displayed had also surprised Galaxy Past. Things will be more interesting in the kingdom for a time. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance were old rivals. Galaxy Past had initially thought that Chao Qinghua's mutiny would have been the straw that broke the camel's back, allowing the Star Alliance to surpass Ouroboros once and for all. Yet, due to Ouroboros' alliance with Zero Wing, not only did the Star Alliance fail to surpass Ouroboros, but it had also been left in the dust. With the Blackwater Corporation purchasing Ouroboros, he had not expected Gentle Snow to make such a daring play. It might be possible that they would see a new Ouroboros emerge sometime soon. Starmoon Kingdom was more lively than ever. Aside from the Blackwater Corporation, the recently flourishing Heaven's Burial showed faint signs of stealing the position of Starmoon City's #1 guild. If not for the Star Alliance having agreed to the Secret Pavilion's investment, surviving in Starmoon City would have been impossible. Boss Gale, are we going to attack here? A level 39 ranger beside Lethal Gale asked worriedly as he surveyed their surroundings. Even the weakest NPC guards in the Divine Coliseum were level 200, Tier 2 classes, not to mention the roaming Tier 3 NPCs. If they made a move among so many NPC guards, these NPCs would kill them instantly. Although someone had successfully killed one of King's Return's upper echelons in the Divine Coliseum, not just anyone could replicate that. Even now, that person was a legend among players and had the nickname Frost Eye. Quite a few super guilds had attempted to contact this Frost Eye to hire him to assassinate other major powers' upper echelons. God's Domain's super guilds had no lack of experts. Theoretically, they should be capable of dispatching their own men for such assassinations. Yet in the end, they wanted to hire Frost Eye. Why? It was precisely because these super guilds weren't capable of doing so, which was why they were willing to pay such a high price. Although they, Blackwater's people, were experts, they could not contend with God's Domain's apex experts. If they attempted to kill another player in the Divine Coliseum, there was over an 80% chance that the guards would kill them before they could finish off Gentle Snow. We can't make a move here. Fortunately, it won't be too late for us to take care of her after they leave the Divine Coliseum. Lethal Gale immediately dismissed the notion of attacking now after noticing the party of guards stationed a short distance away from Gentle Snow. When we strike later, Stone and Tooth, you two coordinate with me to take Gentle Snow down. The rest will hold the NPCs off as long as possible. With Gentle Snow's current state, the three of us should be able to finish her off in 1 or 2 moves. Lethal Gale's party members nodded. They then began to simulate the assassination in their minds. Stone and Shattered Tooth were both level 39 assassins. The assassin class specialized in ambush. If an assassin successfully ambushed a berserker, there was over a 60% chance that said berserker would lose over half of their HP instantly. If 2 assassins worked together, a berserker of the same level would die instantly. With this lineup and a berserker like Lethal Gale acting as a distraction, Gentle Snow's fate was sealed. Furthermore, both Stone and Shattered Tooth were relatively powerful assassins. Even in the Blackwater Corporation, both had already reached the refinement realm. Only they had slightly fewer achievements than Lethal Gale. They could even defeat Gentle Snow in a one-on-one fight if they had the same weakened attributes that she did right now. Killing Gentle Snow would be child's play if these 3 worked together. Guild Leader Snow is as amazing as expected. I had not expected you to reveal such a trump card in the end. Lethal Gale has defeated the 354th ranking expert on God's Domain's experts list. With this, your rank will rise significantly. Feng praised the woman as he watched the snow goddess approach. Now he more or less understood why so many experts had suffered defeat against Gentle Snow in the past. Others might not have seen what had happened in that last moment, but he had. In the final moment, Gentle Snow displayed the physical control of a refinement realm expert. Hence, she had managed to control the 6 vicious sword strikes perfectly, finishing Lethal Gale off. Otherwise, with Lethal Gale's skills, he would have been dodged at least half of the strikes. Had that happened, the battle's victor would have been rewritten. Gentle Snow had only joined God's Domain a short time ago. Moreover, she even had to manage the massive guild that was Ouroboros. Yet, without any guidance, Gentle Snow had reached the refinement realm. She was devilishly talented. Feng had only reached his current realm after experiencing 10 years of fights in God's Domain. and the many miraculous encounters he had chanced upon. Even Violet Cloud, whom he had taught carefully, had only recently reached the refinement realm. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose still had not done so. I was just lucky. Gentle Snow shook her head. There was not a hint of joy on her face. Rather, more worry than before gripped her heart. The Blackwater Corporation had yet to join God's domain officially, yet it had already dispatched an expert like Lethal Gale to take her out. Now that she had confirmed that the corporation would start its conquest in Starmoon Kingdom, it would not be as easy for her and her companions to start a new guild as she had expected. I assume that Guild Leader Snow hasn't sought me out just to trade the small stock of herbs and ores, right? Feng asked, chuckling. Indeed, as you say, I would like to discuss some other with you. However, this is not a place for such a conversation. Why don't we continue our chat in the high-class restaurant below? Gentle Snow nodded. She did not try to hide the reason for her visit. She had many more resources on hand that she could sell. Unfortunately, it was impossible to find someone who could afford so many resources in a short time. In her opinion, if Feng could afford her stock of herbs and ores, he should be able to purchase her other resources as well. Let's go then. Feng agreed with Gentle Snow's sentiment. With so many eyes on them right now, this was an inappropriate place for their chat. Following which, as Feng and Gentle Snow left the Divine Colosseum, Lethal Gale's party followed closely behind. Although guards patrolled White River City's streets, the patrols were sparse. Moreover, the city guards were much lower leveled than the Divine Colosseum's guards. Once they found an opportune moment, Lethal Gale's party approached Gentle Snow silently. As for Stone and Shattered Tooth, they had long since gone into stealth. When there were only 30 yards separating Lethal Gale and Gentle Snow, the former used charge. Guild Leader Snow, I am sorry for this, but you must die today. Lethal Gale sneered. He then executed cross-slash against the weakened female berserker. Simultaneously, two black figures appeared on either side of Gentle Snow, for snow-white daggers thrusting towards the female berserker's blind spots. Gentle Snow's expression darkened. She had not imagined that Lethal Gale would go to such insane lengths. The punishment for attacking another player in the city was no laughing matter. Unfortunately, even though Gentle Snow could see Lethal Gale rapidly approach, she could do nothing about it. In her weakened state, all her attributes had dropped by 80%. Moreover, the debuff lasted 5 hours. With only 20% of her attributes, she could not survive against Lethal Gale. Not to mention, she had just sensed 2 assassin experts. As the great sword and the 4 daggers were about to plunge into Gentle Snow's body, a low voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. The almighty Blackwater Corporation is really a sore loser. Are you in such a hurry to restore your wounded reputation? As his voice faded, 5 streaks of blue light surrounded Gentle Snow. Pung, pung, pung. The clang of metal colliding echoed down the street 5 times. Lethal Gale and the 2 assassins were then thrown over 5 yards back. Who are you? You dare to stick your nose in Blackwater's business. Lethal Gale glared at the cloaked swordsman. However, his eyes contained a hint of fear. When experts fought, one clash was enough to gauge the opponent's strength. Lethal Gale could tell that the swordsman was stronger than him. The fact that the swordsman had repelled all 3 of their attacks told him that this man was more than an ordinary expert. Who am I? This is White River City. You dare to make a move in my territory and still ask who I am? Feng sneered as he glanced at Lethal Gale and the 2 assassins. Chuckling, he took off his black cloak. Yi Feng. Gentle Snow was shocked when she saw who had hidden beneath the black cloak. Although the man had felt familiar, that did not help her to identify him. After all, he could be any random person she had met before. Now that she knew her mysterious buyer's identity, her previous questions had been answered. Who could possibly be richer than Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom? So you're Zero Wing's Yi Feng. This is between the Blackwater Corporation and Ouroboros. I advise you to stay out of it. If you don't, you will regret it. Lethal Gale's face twisted into an ugly expression when he heard this man's name. To the Dark Arena's participants, Yifeng was a familiar name. Even with Stone and Shattered Tooth's help, beating Yifeng was impossible. He had no choice but to use the Blackwater Corporation as a threat. With this, he might still have a chance to finish off Gentle Snow. Chapter 978. Great trees are good for shade. Undersir. After Lethal Gale's group launched their attack, a commotion erupted among the players on the street. Have they lost their minds? They are attacking someone in White River City. Are they not aware of the severe punishments for assaulting people inside a city? Amazing. Who are they? How long has it been since someone tried to kill another player in a Star Moon Kingdom city? The players stopped to watch the show. NPC cities were different from NPC towns. In cities, even if one only attacked another player, not killing them, the NPC guards would attack. Afterward, they would be imprisoned in the city's jail for 1 or 2 days. For successful murders, however, that punishment was more severe. Every second in God's domain counted for expert players and the various large guilds. If an expert player were imprisoned for several days, they would fall behind. Because of that, very few player attacks beyond newbies to NPC cities occurred. After issuing his threat, the Berserker's 3 other party members joined the ambush on Gentle Snow. Their task was one of no return. Moreover, the nearby NPC guards had discovered their transgression and were heading their way. If they could not kill Gentle Snow before these NPC guards arrived, it would be much harder to kill her later. I've already stated that this is Zero Wing's territory. Guild Leader Snow is an ally. Do you really believe that I'll just sit by while you kill my ally? Feng rolled his eyes at Lethal Gale. Or do you think you can use the Blackwater Corporation's name to frighten Zero Wing? Do you really intend to make Blackwater an enemy? Feng's response caught Lethal Gale off guard. Feng acted as if he had never heard of the Blackwater Corporation. However, time waited for no one. With no other choice, Lethal Gale ground his teeth as he growled in the party chat. I'll deal with Yifeng. Stone and Tooth assist me. Everyone else, kill Gentle Snow as quickly as possible. Leave it to us, boss. We had just been a little careless. Stone and Shattered Tooth promptly used their vanish skills and circled to Feng's sides. The most powerful aspect about assassins was their ability to appear and disappear like ghosts to deal lethal blows to their enemy. Previously, they had focused on attacking Gentle Snow. Even after they had exposed themselves, they paid no attention to Feng, and this, in turn, gave the swordsman an opportunity to exploit. If they were in stealth, however, they were confident that even Apex experts wouldn't detect their presence. I'll create an opening for you. Don't worry about hitting me in the process. After Lethal Gale calmed himself, he lifted his greatsword and charged towards Feng. He was very familiar with Stone and Shattered Tooth's strengths. He had also watched Feng's fight in the Dark Arena. In terms of combat techniques, he was weaker than Feng. However, live combat was different from a competition. Many factors could affect a battle's outcome. The cooperation of several experts in particular would raise their combat power exponentially. Even he would find himself in trouble when Stone and Shattered Tooth worked together. Their psychedelic footwork allowed them to move silent, only revealing themselves, barely, as they struck. Although Feng was strong, if 2 assassins that he could not perceive attacked him, his mental state would suffer an immense pressure. Even if he tried to ignore it, his subconscious would constantly search for the sudden appearance of enemies, and this would affect his focus. He could use this opportunity to kill Feng. If he killed both Ouroboros's guild leader and Zero Wing's Yifeng, even if the NPC guards imprisoned him, the fight would be worth the loss. Yifeng, you need to be careful. Those 2 assassins are strong. Gentle Snow warned the swordsman as Stone and Shattered Tooth disappeared. Although she was in a weakened state, her perception had not dulled. On the contrary, her duel with Lethal Gale had heightened her senses. Even so, she had only detected the 2 assassins after they had exposed themselves. As Gentle Snow finished speaking, Lethal Gale's 3 other party members moved into range and began to launch their ranged attacks. Over a dozen arrows and fireballs rushed at gentle snow, sealing her paths of retreat. If the snow goddess were at her peak, dodging and blocking these attacks wouldn't be difficult. She could even afford to be hit. However, with her attributes reduced by 80%, one of these players' normal attacks was unbearable. At the same time, Lethal Gale slashed at Feng with precise timing. You dare to look down on the Blackwater Corporation? Do you really believe that you can protect gentle snow? If Feng blocked his attack, the swordsman would not be able to protect gentle snow. On the other hand, if Feng defended gentle snow, the swordsman would receive his merciless blow. Moreover, he still had Stone and Shattered Tooth's assistance. If Feng slipped up, they could very well take his life in one fell swoop. Once the hindrance was gone, it would be much easier to kill gentle snow. Suddenly, Feng madly brandished his sword, tracing one trajectory after another in the air. This move was none other than the combat technique he had inadvertently learned in the Titan library, Sword's Orbit. By tracing the 32 sword trajectories with his blades, Feng formed an impenetrable defense around him. Although a swordsman did not have a long attack range, his attacks could cover a 5-yard stretch in front of him, which just so happened to envelop gentle snow, who stood roughly 3 yards from him. While Feng had yet to master the sophisticated Sword's Orbit, his combat techniques were more than enough to block Lethal Gale and his people's attacks. As the incoming arrows, fireballs, and Lethal Gale's beheaded skill came within 5 yards of Feng, he blocked them. None of the attacks struck gentle snow or Feng. A skill? Lethal Gale's heart pounded as he watched Feng block all of the attacks. From his prior attack, he knew when his greatsword was within 5 yards of Feng, and it felt as if he had struck a protective barrier. He hadn't been able to push his greatsword an inch further. On the contrary, a powerful force had repelled his blade, preventing him from launching further attacks. As for gentle snow, who had stood frozen this entire time, she stared at Feng with an odd gaze. Unlike Lethal Gale, however, she did not think Feng had used a skill. When she stood within Sword's Orbit's protective field, she could feel that Feng's every swing was a normal attack. Yet this combination of strikes looked like an in-game skill. The technique was divine. How did he do it? Gentle Snow was baffled. Despite only executing normal sword attacks, as if following some sort of rule, he managed to block the attacks that came at him from all directions. As Feng fended off a wave of attacks, Stone and Shattered Tooth took the opportunity when he withdrew his swords to use shadow steps. After appearing behind Feng, both assassins stabbed their daggers towards the back of the swordsman's neck viciously. The process was complete within an instant. However, when the daggers were an inch away from Feng's neck, all 4 weapons stopped abruptly. No matter how much strength the 2 assassins employed, they were unable to push their daggers any further. Your footwork is impressive. Feng glanced at the 2 assassins in admiration. Unfortunately, you tried to take me on. Due to their footwork technique, even Feng found it hard to notice them. If not for omniscient eyes, he might have fallen prey to their sneak attack. He would not have had the time to activate Defensive Blade to defend himself. Knowing that Feng had activated a life-saving skill, Stone and Shattered Tooth began to launch rapid attacks in hopes of depleting his Defensive Blade's block counts quickly. However, Feng did not give them the chance as he used Sword's Orbit once more. Suddenly, with Feng as the center, a storm raged. Due to Defensive Blade increasing his attack range, not only did his attacks envelop both Stone and Shattered Tooth, but also Lethal Gale. After learning Sword's Orbit, Feng discovered that this combat technique was both an effective defense as well as a powerful offense. By the time he finished the 32 sword trajectories, Stone and Shattered Tooth's bodies fell to the ground lifelessly. Meanwhile, Lethal Gale, who stood some distance away from Feng, had less than 10% of his HP remaining. His body was marred with cuts, fresh blood flowing from his wounds freely. The gruesome scene caused many of the surrounding spectators to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 979. Strength Gap. What happened? How did those assassins die? That skill is so powerful. The spectating players on the street were dumbfounded by what had just happened. Feng's sword-drawing speed was incredibly fast. They hadn't even seen an afterimage of Feng's swords. They had barely seen Feng's arms move, and in the blink of an eye, not only had the assassins died, but even the distant berserker was left in a critical condition. Is this the strength of Zero Wings Yifeng? So awesome. He's too strong. Experts from other guilds, who had come to White River City to grind for reputation, stood among the spectators. Ordinary players might not realize what Feng had done and would assume that he had simply used a system-learned skill. But as experts, they knew that Feng's attack was no such thing. When Feng first used this skill, they had been uncertain. This time, however, they had watched its execution carefully. No matter what stance a player used to execute a learned skill, they all had the same starting motions. Moreover, the closer a player's movements were to the required actions the system had determined, the higher their skill completion rate would be. However, Feng's initial motions the second time he executed the skill were different from the first. Furthermore, how could such a powerful skill be used twice within 1 second? The skill had also been more powerful during its second use. No matter how they thought about it, this was out of line with God's domain's rules. The only explanation was that this was a combat technique. The various guild experts couldn't help but shudder. Unlike system skills, combat techniques were not limited by cooldowns or other restrictions. Even while silenced, they could use their combat techniques with normal attacks. The only downside was the burden on a player's stamina and concentration. Those who attacked using special combat techniques knew that the more powerful a technique was, the more of a burden it had on stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, of the 2 assassin experts Feng had defeated, both were level 39. Both could easily rank among the top of any kingdom's ranking list. As for the berserker Lethal Gale, they were even more familiar with him. After all, he was the berserker who had dueled Gentle Snow just some moments ago. With Lethal Gale's combat standards, he could rank highly even among Super Guild's experts. Yet, even when all 3 players had worked together, they had been beaten so badly. However, among the watching players, no one was more shocked than Gentle Snow. Is this really the Yifeng I know? She had personally experienced Lethal Gale's power. If not for her peak legacy, there was no way in hell she would have defeated the male berserker. In spite of that, Feng had ended the battle in 3 moves. Gentle Snow was even under the false impression that Lethal Gale and his assassins were, in fact, quite weak. She knew that wasn't true. Feng was just that strong. Despite such fierce attacks, not only had Feng nullified the attacks, but he had also dealt Lethal Gale and his companions such a devastating blow. Before this, Gentle Snow had never seen Feng's true strength. Now she finally understood that they were no longer on the same level. Focus your attacks on Gentle Snow. Lethal Gale, who looked pitiful, hurriedly commanded as he retreated from Feng. He then took an ancient, black magic scroll from his bag. To think I would be forced to waste this. Although it seemed as though both sides had been fighting for a long time, their exchange had only lasted a moment. The NPC guards were still quite a distance away from them. He still had time to use his precious Tier 3 magic scroll, Life Seizure. Life Seizure was a single target attack spell that could even severely wound a Tier 3 class. It would be a small matter to instant kill a Tier 1 player. As Lethal Gale unfurled the magic scroll and began to activate it, a violent vortex of mana appeared above them. Even a fool could tell that this magic scroll was extraordinary. Lethal Gale's 3 remaining companions launched their attacks once more. Die. This time, their attacks were more vicious. All 3 hurled over 20 attacks at Gentle Snow. However, their attacks focused on quantity over quality. After all, even a low-damage skill like Ice Spear could deal frightening amounts of damage to Gentle Snow. In addition, the increased number of attacks would also make it more difficult for Feng to guard Gentle Snow. Despicable. the bystanders cursed at Lethal Gale's group as they watched. If this were a fair and proper battle, Lethal Gale's group would be no match for Feng. However, if Feng were forced to remain by Gentle Snow's side, the incoming Tier 3 spell would no doubt kill him. Suddenly, however, Feng appeared beside Lethal Gale, arcs of blue electricity circling his body faintly. Feng then sent a slash at the berserker, who was invoking the magic scroll. What's going on? Lethal Gale had not predicted that Feng would leave Gentle Snow to the wolves to come for him. However, as he glanced at Gentle Snow, he discovered Feng standing beside the female berserker. Lethal Gale wasn't the only one seeing this. Every other player on the street stared in wonder as well. There are two of him. How can there be two of him? Is it a doppelganger skill? As everyone tried to figure out what was going on, Lethal Gale's vision started to fade to gray. Before the shocked berserker realized it, his HP had fallen to 0. Such a fast attack. When Feng had appeared beside him, Lethal Gale saw a blue flash leave the swordsman's hand just before he activated Whirlwind Slash to fend off the attack. In the next moment, his body stopped responding to his commands. As his vision dimmed into darkness, he noticed the Feng before him dissipate into nothing. It was as if the attack hadn't happened, as if this had all been a bad dream. Meanwhile, before anyone realized it, another Feng had appeared behind Gentle Snow. Even more surprisingly, this new version of Feng blocked all 20+ attacks aimed at the snow goddess. Moreover, when he executed Sword's Orbit again, it was even more powerful than before. He struck down every spell and arrow before they had come within 10 yards of Gentle Snow. How did he do that? Everyone was shocked. Even the guild experts from other kingdoms and empires were speechless. Feng was like a ghost, appearing wherever he wanted. In reality, however, Feng had pushed himself to his very limits to execute this phantasmal attack. First, he had used Instant Strike to finish off Lethal Gale. He then activated Silent Steps to appear behind Gentle Snow. He had completed these two moves almost at the same time. Later, he executed Sword's Orbit. Although Feng appeared calm, he had exhausted most of his concentration. His head was starting to ache. You guys have had your fun. It's my turn now. Looking at the 3 ranged members of Lethal Gale's party, Feng raised Killing Ray high before swinging it forward violently. Lightning Edge. Suddenly, streaks of blue lightning arced across the 50 yards ahead of him. Not only did the arcs of lightning devour the players' attacks, but the lightning also devoured the players. All 3 players transformed into particles of light, leaving behind only 3 items. Not even their corpses remained. Chapter 980. Yifeng's Deterrent Force. Every spectator was shocked as they watched Feng instantly kill 3 level 39 expert players. What a powerful AoE attack skill. Is this Zero Wing strength? After seeing this, the guild experts from other kingdoms and empires began to fear Zero Wing. If Feng decided to ambush their guild's elite teams in the field with such a powerful skill, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was practically a human cannon. Although he didn't wield as many AoE skills as elementalists, his versatility and mobility surpassed the latter by leaps and bounds. Currently, due to the emergence of the new class, many guilds had dispatched their top teams to grind for merits. As the top combatants of large guilds, they had their own pride. Due to that, they didn't pay any attention to White River City's ruler, Zero Wing. After all, they were not grinding around White River City. They were simply using the teleportation array within the city. Once they reached the Twin Towers Kingdom, Zero Wing would lose its home ground advantage. If Zero Wing wanted any level of authority in the Twin Towers Kingdom, it would have to rely on its team's strength. However, the strength Feng displayed a moment ago was beyond terrifying. He was fully capable of threatening their progress in the Twin Towers Kingdom. From now on, if they accidentally provoked Zero Wing, they would have to take into account the possibility of Zero Wing's teams annihilating them. Immediately, the various large guilds' top teams reined in their arrogance and reevaluated their opinion of Zero Wing. They had notified their teams in the Twin Towers Kingdom, warning them to avoid conflict with Zero Wing's teams as much as possible. Although they had their own experts, fighting Zero Wing would gain them nothing. Moreover, Zero Wing had another major advantage over the other large guilds. The teleportation house was located in White River City. Their foreign guilds did not have a residence here. They had to foot the additional fee of teleporting from their respective cities to White River City. Of course, it was a different story for wealthy tyrants like super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Super guilds and super first-rate guilds had far more powerful backgrounds than first-rate guilds. It was especially true for their connections. These guilds could set up a residence in any city in God's domain, after which, they could dispatch their guild members en masse. Unlike first-rate guilds, these superpowers didn't need to struggle to obtain land. This was why the various large guilds feared super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Not only could these major powers dispatch apex experts to assassinate their guild's upper echelons, but they could also send swarms of elite players to obliterate the guild members. After Lethal Gale's party had been annihilated, the NPC guards, who had been rushing to the scene, stopped and resumed their patrols. It was as if the surprise attack had never happened. As for Lethal Gale's party, who had initiated an attack within the city limits, they would not escape the system's punishment just because Feng had killed them. Once they revived in half an hour, the NPCs would arrest them in the Resurrection Temple. After taking care of Lethal Gale's party, Feng collected his spoils of war. Although the weapons and equipment Lethal Gale's party had dropped were useless to him, they could still enrich Zero Wing's guild warehouse. After Feng finished with the loot, he caught an advanced horse carriage with gentle snow and proceeded towards a high-class restaurant in the Nobles District. From beginning to end, not a single player had dared to step forward to snatch Feng's loot. Only after Feng was truly out of sight did these players launch into heated discussions. What? Zero Wing's Feng wiped out Gale's party. How is that possible? Abandoned Wave was dumbfounded as he listened to his subordinate's report. He could not believe his ears. He then asked, "What about Gentle Snow? Did she die?" Lethal Gale's people were one of the top-ranking parties among those under his control. Usually he tasked the party with assassinations and dealing with experts that made themselves a hindrance. Until now they had never failed a job. They had always triumphed, even against a Void Realm expert. Field battles were different from PvP competitions. There were many factors that could affect a player's combat power, not to mention the combat power of a group. Thus, it had been easier to send Lethal Gale to warn away Gentle Snow's mysterious buyer. If words could not sway the buyer, Lethal Gale's party would convince the buyer to submit by force. However, after giving it some thought, this task had been quite dangerous. If he had help from the NPC guards, it wouldn't be impossible for Feng to annihilate Lethal Gale and his companions. Gentle Snow did not die. Gale's party couldn't even lay a finger on her before Feng slaughtered them. The bald, middle-aged man said as he nervously played a recording for Abandoned Wave. The video clip showed the entire process of Feng wiping out Lethal Gale's party. Many curious spectators had recorded the entire battle. This video was already a popular topic on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. Not only had this incident boosted the fame of Zero Wing's Feng, but it also made a mockery of the Blackwater Corporation. Abandoned Wave's expression darkened as he watched the video. The dense killing intent he radiated could be felt over 30 yards away. Sensing this killing intent, several strong and talented youths rushed over, asking, "Big Brother Wave, what happened? What has you so riled up?" Although these youths' levels were not high, they were greatly admired by the Divine Colosseum's regulars. "It's nothing." Abandoned Wave closed the video, enraged. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "I've had to make some minor adjustments to my plans. Although young Master Jing has told me that there is no need to bother with Zero Wing, if I don't teach the guild a lesson, be it Black Flame or Feng, neither will acknowledge the Blackwater Corporation's power. I've heard that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Nine Dragons Emperor, has quite a grudge against Zero Wing and has been eager to teach Zero Wing a lesson. You travel to the Black Dragon Empire and tell Qin Muyin this. If Nine Dragons Emperor wants to deal with Zero Wing, I will lend him a hand. Also, dispatch 3 parties to trail Gentle Snow. If there is an opportunity, kill her. Understood. After receiving his instructions, the bald man rushed out of the VIP room. Inside a high-class restaurant in White River City's Nobles District, Zero Wing's elite members filled the restaurant. Furthermore, several of Zero Wing's core members surveyed the area from the establishment's main hall. The high-class restaurant had become an impenetrable fortress. Meanwhile, Feng and Gentle Snow chatted with each other on the top floor. The Blackwater Corporation is quite eager to take your life, Feng commented as he gazed out the French windows. From his position, he could see at least 8 people stalking the restaurant. While there was a chance that he had earned his own stalkers, it was far easier to believe that these players were hunting Gentle Snow. After all, the Blackwater Corporation had ambushed her once before. Moreover, Gentle Snow was still weakened. He wouldn't be surprised if they tried another 3 or 4 assaults. Chapter 981 Difference Between Guilds. As expected of the Blackwater Corporation, despite paying so little attention to God's domain when it launched, it has so many powerful experts, Feng commented. Prompted by Feng's remark, Gentle Snow followed his gaze out the window. What she saw, however, surprised her. UP. Dated by Novelful. Calm White River City was even more prosperous than Star Moon City. Even in the costly Nobles District, she could see plenty of players going about their business. From her vantage point, she had a clear view of what these players were doing, and very quickly, several players caught her attention. Although these players seemed to be chatting among themselves, they occasionally turned to look at the room she and Feng occupied. These were not low-leveled players either. The lowest among them was level 38, while the rest were level 39. Among these experts, a few neglected to hide their auras. Hence, she could feel just how much of a threat these people posed. If she left the building, needless to say, she wouldn't leave White River City alive. The Blackwater Corporation had not prepared overmuch for the first ambush. Feng's presence must have also been unexpected. However, the corporation would prepare from here on out. Relax. As long as you're in here, they can't touch you. If you stay here until you recover from your weakened state, they will eventually give up and leave, Feng assured Gentle Snow. On his way here, he had purchased the latest information regarding Ouroboros from the secret pavilion. Although the purchase had cost him a pretty penny, he had learned both bad and good news. He discovered that the Blackwater Corporation now focused fully on God's domain. In fact, it had already dealt with the companies that had backed Ouroboros. To put it simply, Blackwater now owned Ouroboros, although it had not yet declared so publicly. The good news was that he could finally recruit Gentle Snow. The bad news was that the Blackwater Corporation was not to be trifled with. Among the various international corporations, Blackwater was relatively overbearing. Moreover, the corporation had a powerful affinity for a game like God's Domain. Compared to veteran gamers, fighting experts a much higher starting point when they joined God's Domain. Their lack of familiarity with God's Domain's superhuman combat style was the only thing that held them back. However, once they were comfortable with this combat style, they would quickly become experts in God's Domain with the combat techniques they had learned in the real world. The Blackwater Corporation had a perfected system to nurture fighting experts. Moreover, after many years of development, it had various dojos around the globe. Given enough time, even super guilds would be no match for the Blackwater Corporation. Even in the past, shortly after the Mind Space system had launched, the Blackwater Corporation had forced itself into God's Domain. Although Blackwater had started later than everyone else, it was one of the first corporations to upgrade its own established guild into a super guild. In contrast, corporations like Open Source could only invest in super guilds and super first-rate guilds to establish themselves in God's Domain. It was simply too difficult to nurture their own expert players, much less apex experts. By the time they did so, their competition would have left them in the dust. When Blackwater had begun to focus on developing in God's domain, the game had been operating for over a year. After all, nobody would have imagined that the game would be more popular than fighting competitions, so much so that it had ushered in a new era. In reality, God's domain had not only impacted the fighting industry, the various other industries had been affected as well. By then, God's domain had become irreplaceable in people's lives. It was similar to humanity's introduction to the internet several hundred years ago. After learning about the benefits of God's domain, people couldn't live without it. UP. Dated by Novelful. Meanwhile, among the affected industries, the fighting industry had suffered the most. When the Blackwater Corporation had officially shifted its focus to God's domain, it had been significantly weakened. It wasn't even half as powerful as it has been during its peak. Even so, it lorded over God's domain a decade later. Currently, Blackwater was still at its peak, yet it had already shifted its gaze to God's domain. With its frightening financial strength and many experts, the corporation was akin to a natural disaster for Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing. If Zero Wing failed to cope with this disaster properly, it would be nothing more than a stepping stone for the Blackwater Corporation. I roughly understand Ouroboros's current situation. May I ask what you have planned? Is there anything I can with? Feng asked quietly as he turned to the somewhat dispirited Gentle Snow. Blackwater has already obtained the majority of Ouroboros's shares. Even my White Clan group cannot change that fact. The only thing I can do now is take as many people with me as I leave Ouroboros, and start all over again elsewhere. Would Zero Wing be interested in purchasing any other materials? I can sell them to you at a 40% discount, Gentle Snow offered as she smiled bitterly. I also have a few plots of land in Starmoon Kingdom that I want to sell, although I am not sure if Zero Wing can stomach so much at once. She still intended to continue her development in another city in Starmoon Kingdom. After all, she understood Starmoon Kingdom's situation. However, after witnessing the Blackwater Corporation's strength, once it secured Ouroboros, she would seal her fate if she remained in this kingdom. Her only choice was to restart somewhere far from here. As for the shops and lands she owned in Starmoon Kingdom, there was no point in keeping them. The Blackwater Corporation would see to it that these lands became worthless. Hence, she might as well sell them to fund her relocation. Which lands you are trying to sell? Feng could not help but ask. If they were high potential lands of a major city, they would become more valuable by the day. He would definitely profit if he purchased them. Most of the commercial lands I possess are in Starmoon Kingdom's top 10 major cities. I have a total of 11 plots. I also have 3 plots in the Black Dragon Empire and 2 in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, Gentle Snow said as she handed Feng a list. Here is a list of the lands, cities and locations as well as my quoted prices. After Feng took a look through the list, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zero Wing was no match for a first-rate guild. If these were only the lands under Gentle Snow's name, one could just imagine how many lands Ouroboros controlled. On the other hand, despite having so much money right now, Zero Wing struggled to purchase any lands in major cities. He was even forced to using the Holy City slots to purchase lands from super guilds. Based on the current market price, the cheapest land on the Snow Goddess's list was worth around 3,000 gold, while the most expensive were worth over 8,000. These lands had long since doubled their original selling prices. Based on Gentle Snow's quoted prices, he would need around 80,000 gold to purchase all 16 plots. Even Zero Wing could not fork over so much money at a moment's notice. Moreover, the prices were very reasonable. If anyone else were selling these lands, he might have to pay an additional 20,000 to 30,000 gold. Even then, he would have to fight many others to purchase them. You're tuning in to the Limei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.